We started with 16, now only 8 remain. Welcome back, one and all, to the Elite Classic 3, out of the groups and into the playoffs. And of course, my pleasure, KP, joined by the wonderful Crackety, to introduce another bloodbath. Because by the end of today, Crackety will be down another 2 players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, our players, they've been hard at work. They've been battling it out in the group stage. Well, in the round robins, and now we're finally here in the playoffs. And finally, I mean, it's been a long time. Like, how many weekends has it been now? 2, 3 weekends where they've been battling it out and gathering points. Now we're here, the remaining 8 players, and as you mentioned, after today, 6 remaining, and the ones that are remaining are going to be able to increase their prize pool by at least $400.
Yeah, and obviously the more important thing for these players is winning, right? Like, the thing I always say with these is the money's nice, but the winning matters more. Now, once in Blue Moon, when I make that statement, there is a player that goes, hell no, I just want the dollars to hit the strip club. But like, for a lot of them, you know, the best way I think I've ever summarized it, I remember saying it one time, like, we was chilling with a guy and he nodded his head like, peace, brother. Is I said, second place is first place loser. Right? I don't know if you've heard that one before. It sounds depressing, but like, it's almost for these players a driving force to be better, get better.
Imagine, like, I think one of the biggest things, of course, is ATR, because you're getting a lot of ATR means you're getting a higher seed in the next tournaments, but also just bragging rights. I think a lot of it comes down to the bragging rights in the end, right? Among the top players, there's always this rivalry going on, and it comes down to whoever won the last tournament is right whenever they make an argument. That's just how it goes. Those are like the written rules. You say something that contradicts the number one player statement, nah, you're wrong. Won the last tournament, you're wrong.
Oh, bro, like that. You know, like, I've had this idea that it'd be cool to see a turbo mode and what that play out like on speed. So what you're saying is I need to become a pro player, I need to win this tier tournament, and then go, I think the game should be played at 1.5x speed. And it's like, all of a sudden, well, I mean, KP...
Effectively right.
Yeah, like, you can't argue with it. I think that's how it works. But the first matchup of the day is going to be an interesting one, by the way, Crackety. Like, CSO versus Anotand, I think this is a momentum-based matchup, right? I don't know if you've noticed this about CSO, but I feel like he's a player that if he starts well early, he's on cloud 9. You can't bring him down. But it's almost like the thing I've noticed CSO is sometimes he just doesn't turn up on the day. And unlike a Louis MT, by comparison, he doesn't necessarily rally as often mid-series.
Something else to keep in mind is that CSO at heart, he's a player very similar to Miyamaika. He loves his cavalry. He absolutely just utilizes cavalry to its maximum potential when it comes to raids. But then you look at Anotand. And Anotand, he's got like really, really good counter cavalry civilizations in his roster at the moment. He's got the Ottomans, he's got Malians, he's got Ayubids. So CSO, he's gonna have to... He can't really rely on just cavalry. Maybe he can get some sneaky raids in, but mainly cavalry can't be his main composition in many of these matchups. And that's something that he typically likes to do with, you guessed it, French. He just picked it up against Malians when he's going to have to get a little bit creative here. I don't think he can go all in cavalry, but he might still do it.
Yeah, I love those type of players. I think another one that's been refreshing for that kind of idea of, well, this doesn't make much sense and we shouldn't do it, but they'll find a way to make it work, is Miyamaika. Miyamaika does that a lot, where it's like, no one else would just keep building this one unit. We would have seen a transition by now, but somehow they make it work. And I think CSO definitely hits that. Like, he is, I think, the most adorned cavalry lover that I can think of that we have in the Elite Classic 3. I don't think anyone else is more obsessed with heavy cav than him.
Yeah, that fits the bill.
Yeah, I was like double checking my brain. I was like, is there someone? No, this guy's like truly obsessed. And someone else that both of these players are obsessed with, and a lot of our top players are obsessed with, is that Ottoman pick. And I do see a map in the rotation that's going to matter a lot for that later on. So keep an eye out for Enlightened Horizon for that regards. But I got to say, I got such a big smile on my face because it was so refreshing in the Pro Scouts meta seeing Ottomans getting picked. And it feels like with Season 10, the pick rate and the win rate seems to just be going up and up.
Yeah, I think Ottomans at the moment, they just have all the tools that are needed in the current meta to just scale better than a lot of other civilizations. Like, we're kind of past, or, well, not past, like, we're past the Pro Scout meta, in the sense that now players just started luring, which honestly is great for Ottomans since they can get to that early barracks very, very quickly, or go for military school. Typically, at the moment, I think people don't even go for military school straight away anymore. Just going for the barracks, just because it's so much quicker. You get the deer in really, really quickly, and just paves the way for fast castle age transition, where Ottomans with the free siege and just not even going for mangonels, but just mass Springles, they reach a super, super important scaling point that other civilizations just have to put a lot more effort in to reach.
Yeah, even if you don't go for that type of build order, right? We've seen people find great success out of just Sipahi massing in Feudal Age and looking to go. I think, to your point around the military school, we see a lot more racks now, partially because of certain maps like Enlightened Horizon with the new points of interest. But the other thing is also, quite interestingly, the opening into imams is a timing-based attack. And if you take a slow, passive approach, you don't really hit that mark. So definitely interested to see how they're going to make that work later in the series. Outside that, we do have both new civs picked for CSO, Knights Templar and House of Lancaster. Lancaster is... Man, I know everyone's waiting for me to just read about manners, and I'm sure you're ready to do it too. I do sometimes feel bad for them. Like, the moment manners do get truly nerfed into the ground, I think everything is too expensive or ineffective for them.
I honestly think Lancaster at the moment are pretty balanced. I don't think there's much need to change a lot of things about them. Personally, I would like to see a kind of a rework when it comes to the levying. I think it's kind of bad that it's like a one-time and done deal, because it means that these demi-lances that you get out, you basically only get them again if you go for the Wingard Palace.
Yeah.
It kind of feels it could have been a really, really cool unit to just have baseline. Like, you know how Lancaster, they can't like make units out of their keeps and stuff? Maybe if they were able to make the demi-lances exclusively out of keeps just baseline, I think that would be kind of cool. And maybe, I don't know, reduce the levying a little bit when it comes to the volatility. Maybe just flip the things around a little bit, like lock them behind age and make it so that you can only spam like mass demi-lancers, or like get the demi-lancer one in Imperial Age, something like that.
Yeah, I think like the demi-lancer, the interesting thing is I recently cast the game and I knew exactly what I was going to say in the YouTube video for Tull, is that this button wins every game, and it is the summon the demi-lancers. It's ridiculous, the tempo that gives you with a mana spam build. It just puts your opponent on the defensive. But we will talk a little bit more about that. I want us to hone in as we've got about 2 minutes until we're in game. Dry Arabia, French versus Malians. Run me through what we're usually seeing here, because I feel like we had the big Pro Scouts meta where everyone was doing it. Now we're seeing Malian players still try to hold on to the Farimba idea, but often without Pro Scouts.
Yeah, plenty of times we don't see Mali really lean into Pro Scout at the moment. That doesn't mean that they are not going for it. They obviously still have the choice to go for it. But more often than not at the moment, what we see is just a pure reliance on cattle economy after sheep and the berries run out. We could see a play, especially from Anotand here, when it comes to luring deer. Pro Scouts itself, kind of like, it's expensive. It's a lot more expensive. The timing has been delayed quite a lot. French can much more like reasonably go for Pro Scouts, since they're disincentivized, I want to say, to go for like early spearmen opening anyways to begin with in order to lure deer, just because French spearmen, they're kind of a unit that you don't want to make. You want to like play to your strengths, not to your, I don't want to say weakness, to your ordinariness. They just don't have any special going on with the spearmen, so that's not something that they really want to play into. And obviously they still get Pro Scouts for really cheap, so they can afford going into it. Anotand, I think, is probably most likely just gonna play a slow game, slow opening, just mass a lot of units, look for an age-up transition, and potentially like lure 1, maybe 2 deer camps and try and deny deer from his opponent.
I think the interesting thing for me with this matchup is, like, if it was Jean versus Malians, you feel pretty good for Malians, right? When it's French versus Malians, you feel pretty good for French. It kind of shows you how big that difference of like the scaling TC can be. You don't think so?
I'm not sure if you straight up feel good for French. I think it's more like instead of a despair matchup, it's more like
this is okay. Yeah,
it's okay. I think it's still favored for Malians. I think it's like 50-50, 45 for Malians.
But like when
Depending
it's
on the
Jean,
spawn, it could be even worse for French.
I feel like when it's Jean, it's more like what, 75-80% for Malians.
It's a lot worse for Jean, for sure. I think something that you can, like, at least something that Jean can do is you can inspire or like consecrate barracks and then spam
Yeah.
infantry like spearmen. That can at least work. It's a little bit better than what French can do in that situation. But I guess we'll see, because game number 1 is just about to start.
Let's hop into it. We kick off this elimination series. That's right. We are into the playoffs, and there is no forgiving here. Whoever falls in this series will be out of the Elite Classic 3. In the yellow, Anotand on the Malians, and over here in the red, CSO on the French. Something he'd like to be doing for this series is heavy cav, heavy cav, heavy cav. The crack it is, we were talking about in the draft, CSO is going to have to appreciate the few games where it makes sense, because his draft isn't actually that heavy cavalry oriented outside of something like the French.
And CSO, he is going for a little bit more of an economic scaling type approach here, with a very early wheelbarrow coming in for him. So no timing attack. Not that it really makes sense to go for a timing attack with French up against Malians. So this play makes a whole lot of sense here at the beginning. Just going to get that early wheelbarrow in. Nice little scaling there at the beginning. And just means that he won't have to think about wheelbarrow for the rest of the game. I mean, some players, they don't get wheelbarrow until like 30 minutes into the game on occasion.
Yeah, and there's some matchups where like doing this can curse you a little bit, because if your opponent is going to do a Dark Age rush themselves, all of a sudden you're gold staff. But when do you ever expect a Malian player to want to play Dark Age aggro, right? Like usually we only see Donzos as a reaction to them being attacked.
Exactly. And yeah, it's just not something that French really do. Jean, maybe. French, I can't recall the last time I've seen French in a situation where they don't have to go for a Dark Age barracks opening.
I think it was about a year and a half ago in competitive. I can't remember the players, but it was on Gorge. And it was...
Has to be a misclick.
It was a lot of misclicks. I think he should get his mouth checked out. But yeah, I think he actually made it kind of make sense, because it's Gorge, right? And he had like a 4-point gold. But yeah, even then it feels like a gamble. I think that's some of this interesting with this development into points of interest, and also the deer. I think the reason we're seeing so much more Dark Age action is because before it was about an outpost rush on gold, right? And that was RNG. But now, when you have backup plans like shoving deer or going for points of interest, it entirely makes sense why we see people very casually and willingly going into Dark Age plays.
Yeah, just being able to, first of all, you immediately shut down the idea from your opponent to go for like a fast harass play with like Horseman, just because like Spearman are already there. Horseman makes no sense. So the only real way that your opponent can play into that is go with archers, and archer scale up, for one, it doesn't benefit you when it comes to the transition afterwards. Like, you're not gonna be transitioning into a fast castle play when spamming archers. But also, it just doesn't give you the ability to instantly siege down buildings.
No, agreed. You know, there is also, if you can actually find value in those type of Dark Age plays, it seems like a negative because you're force your opponent to archers, but like it does just mean you know what they're going to do, right? Like that's the whole point in Age of Empires 4. It's such a game based around the idea of counter transitions. If you can get a double value play off of your first move, it just inherently sets you up to be ahead. Now, this spawn is an interesting one for Anotand. It seems very good. But if you look for the secondary gold, you'll realize there is a little bit to spare here for Malians. Yeah.
I think overall, it's still very, very fine for him. Like, he's got the gold to the left side, which, okay, isn't really wallable, but he's got options. He's got a ton of options all around his base when it comes to points of interest. Well, not points of interest, but like gold spots that he could move out to, sneak a villager out to. And something to not forget is that once you get those pit mines up, it takes a while for your opponent to burn them down. They've been buffed a couple patches ago to have a lot more HP now.
Yeah. Houses
and just
as well,
in general,
right?
like it. Yeah, and just in general, when you go for like the typical French composition is just mass archers and knights. Knights don't burn buildings that quickly. So typically, when you have like mass horsemen, mass spearmen, you can warrant building like burning them down very quickly. Kind of means that there's like always it gives your opponent a lot more information, or like a lot more spots that they would have information on, like just knowing, okay, where your army would be. Like they know, okay, you might be either in my base or at that one gold mine.
So what you're saying is we found the reason why French should build spears.
Sure. You know what? Spearmen, let's go all in with the French spearmen and just try and overrun. So, that's something that actually worked for a while. Just spamming Spearman, and
I remember.
if you're in a position to just spam Spearman fast enough, faster than your enemy TC can kill them, you can just idle your opponent's entire economy.
Do you remember French mirrors on the ladder? Like they were like, okay, I'm gonna build a knight.
Yeah, they
I'm
just
gonna
go
build a knight. Yeah, and then they're like, oh no, you hurt my knight. Yeah, let's build spears.
Oh wait, we're getting Spearman. Cecil is making the barracks.
What can I say? I'm an oracle. I definitely wasn't just on a tangent. This is all feeding into the cast crackety. You know, I'm pretty impressed that CSO resisted the temptation to build like 15 TCs. What the hell is that stone generation on his side of the map? Like, it's just all clustered there. Like, yeah, you want castles? You want town centers? You want walls? We got them all.
I mean, you just need to secure that one spot, and you can make all the keeps in the world there on your side of the base.
You've even got food to afford the TCs. I mean, it's perfect, crackety.
All right, Pro Scouts has come in. The first couple of scouts already hard at work bringing those deer over. Anotand has positioned one of his scouts near the deer from CSO, so he's gonna see once he moves out. And yeah, it looks like Anotand also trying to get some of those deer, and with warrior scouts, of course, is gonna have a little bit of an advantage. But the spearman from CSO should mean that he will be able to secure his own deer.
This in some ways does feel like a negative to have to play into spears, which is why I think he's going now for the knights, because obviously Donzos are just better spearmen. But the caveat we have to keep in mind here is, like, over time, French economy is going to feel better, the techs are cheaper, you've got a scaling villager lead. It's like, overall, I kind of see where CSO is coming from. And also, we have to remember, you know, if Anatand's plan was to do one of those Farimba builds that's very popular with Javelineers, I'm not going to say Spearman keeps you entirely away from it, but Spears has, in the history of Malians, been a surprisingly cost-effective answer to mass javelins.
Yeah, they don't take any bonus damage. They have the same movement speed. At the same time, they also don't do any bonus damage against them. They're more like a more cost-effective meat shield.
Yeah, they are the truest form of cannon fodder. I mean, what was that? I done the brave thing going on Reddit the other day, and there was someone like, we must buff spears. I'm like, what's wrong? Like, what? I didn't realize there was a necessity to make spears stronger.
I wish that horsemen took less bonus damage from spears than knights. I think knights take an appropriate amount of damage from spearmen. I think horsemen just, they die too quickly.
That would get hella confusing on, like, the stats window, because you can't just give spears bonus to heavy, right? Like, that would be a nightmare. Well,
that would be kind of wild.
Maybe
the bonus to heavy cavalry.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It would have to be to specifically heavy cavalry, so they'd have to create new tags, which I don't think they have in the game currently. It's an interesting idea, though. I don't know. It's tricky because the price of a knight is twice that of the horseman, though.
They added light gunpowder infantry.
Yeah. But the thing you have to keep in mind, right, is like you are paying twice the price you would for a horseman. So it kind of feels like, to a certain degree, it should be very effective.
I think it's just too effective. Then again, like, I think it's only too effective against normal horsemen, not against Ghazi or Sipahi.
Yeah, those guys can go die in a ditch.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, so we are getting the javelins.
It's true.
They deserve to. Like, and they would fill the ditch really quick.
They're too strong.
They're too chunky. I do like the idea of more
he's
units.
already building up the knight count now.
Yeah, and I was a little surprised he went to the archers this early. I thought he'd just actually use spear knights to win against Donzo. So he is actually enabling Anotand into the javelins, which in the current meta for Malians feels like what you want to be able to do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the full army composition. Just javelin and Donzos, and you don't really need anything else. That's it.
Like, you guys
army
build free unit types? Why would I ever do that?
My ranged units at enough mass one-shot your knights.
And then later on, when you're like, oh, look at me, I've got my royal bloodlines, you cannot hit me. We have poison, so then you still die.
I think then it's kind of like poison is very overrated, I want to say.
I think it's good in poke raids, right? Because, like, it's the trickle damage. I think you've probably experienced this as well. When you're chasing after Javelineers, you're like, I can't reach them, and I'm slowly dying as I try to.
Yeah, that's the main issue, just not being able to chase after them. Once they get to, with the Manza upgrade, 1.38 hearts per second movement speed, it is very difficult to chase after them.
I've nicknamed them the Hogwarts Wizard Broomstick crew, because, like, when you watch Javelineers, for some reason, sometimes when they run, they stick the javelin out in front, and it looks like they're on a broom.
I think they're a mosquito.
Yeah.
You try to swat at a mosquito, and it just, like, you think you hit it, it's still there. It got away.
Like, honestly, I think they've just got
man,
rockets on those things that propel them. And, ooh.
These warrior scouts are just getting so much value in here. They just don't die. Like, they absorb the charge and they're just going to heal back up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Knights out.
Pretty good
be
for
so
Anotand.
careful here.
Yeah, like, I think CSO is in a bit of a fragile state right now.
Yeah.
Anotand, I like what he's doing here, by the way. Like, normally with this type of build, Marlins just sit in the base, right? Like, why come out? But I've noticed a few players, in particular, Anotand's one of them. He looks for that all-in point in Feudal in a way that I think Marlin players forgot was even possible until recently.
Yeah. CSO, he doesn't have a blacksmith yet. Anotand, he is now starting to get some blacksmith upgrades in. What CSO does have is every single economy upgrade. Now, that would be really good if Marlians don't have other ways of scaling their economy. Yeah. As in, they're getting a lot of passive gold income at the moment, which they actually do have use cases for with the blacksmith upgrade. And is that a knight going down? Ooh, CSO keeps him alive with just 2 HP left.
I don't think he got chivalry yet, right? But that's probably a justifiable reason now going to it. With enough, CSO's actually pivoting into horsemen,
no,
so
he
feels
does
like he needs the bulk. Okay, yeah, he did. Wow, he got it really early.
Already got it. He's already got 8 knights out.
But he hadn't taken too much damage up to that point, right? Like, usually we see... I've noticed some players, and I think like it's becoming a bit more popular, like to just send the injured knights all the way back to the TC, garrison it inside, and then like wait until like, okay, I've got 3 or 4 of these guys in here. Chivalry is now definitely worth it.
Yeah, at the same time, it kind of means that, okay, once you really want chivalry, you first have to research, and then takes a while to get. So definitely. Getting it early also makes a lot of sense. Just because, like, when you have knights out, you don't have to send them back to the base. You can just, like, keep them in the corner or something, wait for them to heal back up, and then you can use them again to raid. Something that Anotand is doing greatly here, he doesn't trickle reinforcements in. Instead, he groups them up, makes sure that these 3 knights from CSO that he keeps in between the 2 armies just can't really pick off any reinforcements at all.
You know what I like as well is if you check Anotand's vision, that forward pit mine is an early warning of raids in a lot of cases. It's also a retreat point if you get chased, right? So like you just create these annoying little choke areas. It's funny the way he's turned a negative, because that is a very forward gold vein, into a positive.
Yeah, just playing the map very nicely here. CSO does have information about just how many villagers Anotand has on gold, and if CSO, like, he knows, okay, that's a lot of villagers on gold. My opponent's probably transitioning into a castle age now. CSO isn't doing that. He's still massing units. Same time, though, Anotand still has a lot of military out there, and Grand Filani Corral is actually coming in now. Anotand already has a couple of cattle. This is like one of these semi-empty-ish Filani Corrals.
Yeah, it's a half Lani.
But it's going to scale really quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, once it's a full Lani, then we can just see kind of sofa spam coming in. You know, obviously not meant to beat knights, but it gives you that raiding potential that's often missing at this stage for Marlins. Doesn't mean he has to defend in the meantime, but with only 12 knights for CSO, he doesn't really have an attack point here.
Yeah, CSO instead right now is trying to go for the age up himself. He does now see the age up. He did manage to sneak the scout in a little bit further, so has confirmation on that. Army from Anotand is falling back at the moment to his base. The CSO is getting a lot of value out of those 3 knights and the scout, forcing the entire army back now.
Now, one interesting thing here is, like, often in this matchup, I feel like with the Farimba builds, we've been seeing quite a lot of Guildhall returning into the meta. I feel like when it's Fulani, you can't be that greedy, right? Like, you kind of need the buffs that Royal Institute gives because of how quick the flood becomes.
Yeah. I mean, Anotand now, he's got the ability, or he's going to have the ability rather soon, to be able to just pump out a lot of sofa. Guildhall now coming in.
Okay, so he takes the greedy route, which is... It feels pretty bold from this position, though.
Yeah, he's going to have to definitely survive a timing here. Just because, like, Grand Filani Corral, it's just so much food. It is so much food. Both players have access to deer. Oh, some good raids, though.
Yeah, it's only 2 Donzos. He can keep chasing. It's definitely worth doing so. More reinforcements are arriving. Those reinforcements happen to be villagers. Oops. Knights are going to chow down the Donzos.
The entire army from Anotand's in the middle.
Wait, he's going further forward. Yeah, he's actually not coming back to defend. This is going to be expensive. Look at the villagers.
Oh, that's a lot. And there's even more knights coming in. CSO is having a field day on the economy. Switches around.
Yeah, but where do you go from here? He done a nice little garrison trick there. He now needs to find big damage in return. And remember, CSO, he did keep the archers at home, so he does have a defense crew.
That's so much damage.
It's going to be a lot more. Anotand, I don't think he even has textiles, if I'm not mistaken. So this
I don't think Anotand has enough units. I don't think Anotand has enough units to go for like a KO play inside the base of CSO. Look at that. The archers, they're just firing onto the Donzos at the moment.
Guys, please stop chasing that knight. Please stop chasing. Oh my god, no! It's just the javelins left diving the TC. Knights are coming out to deal with that as well. This is ridiculous. The entire economy, or what is left of it for Anotand, is idle right now. So there's not many more troops coming behind this. It's do or die. And it looks like it is going to be a die for Volta Esports member in game number 1.
Yeah, Anotand, he was just a little bit too greedy there and got caught with hand in the cookie jar, trying to go for the tech up and the immediate aggression. That's usually something that you can only really do with cavalry, because your cavalry at least is fast enough to maneuver and answer to your opponent's movements. But in this situation, just the infantry being too slow, he's still trying to just garrison in and out, in and out.
Yo, Kat, you want to know what the difference is, Crackety? Have a look at the text and notice someone that CSO started the game off with very early on that's coming in clutch and didn't come in clutch for Anotand. The lack of wheelbarrow and the response of having it. Day and night difference. That's it. GG gets called. CSO. We warned that he was a nuisance on his knights, and he just gave a masterclass on why.
I was so creative as well, like with the knight usage, flanking from one side, flanking with the other, and then having 3 separate groups just smoking out all these different little groups of villagers from Anotand, centralizing them around the TC and just not letting go.
Exactly. It wasn't like he was just chasing 3 separate groups different ways. He essentially forced them all to the same sticky situation. And I mean, just a great read overall. I think maybe Anotand, his thought process, like if I had to try and weave through it, if he had a full Lani, then he could have probably produced extra troops at home quick enough, even with the other time to maybe survive. But that's the risk you run when you rush the Fulani like this. And just a great read by CSO to not feel as pressured, especially with going Guildhall. I think that's the wildest thing, right? It's like, in fairness, Royal Institute didn't matter here because even though he was going all in, he wouldn't have had enough time for Royal Bloodlines. By the time the damage would have been done, the tech wouldn't have arrived. So just a sick read.
Yeah.
It gave him
and
a
here we
backup
can
plan.
see, like, at this point in time when the raid was happening, the military from Anton was already more than halfway across the map. There's just not enough time to pull him back. At this point in time, like the 2 groups just centralized all the villagers around the TC, and then a 3rd group from the top side pushing more villagers to the TC, and then it's just, a field day.
Yeah, the Civ that likes cattle instead of sheep, but ironically is the sheep in the situation. Is CSO just played a masterclass on sheepdogging. Like, this was ridiculous. And this is a warning to people. I think, you have to remember, Anotand top 3 in the last EGC tournament. CSO already now leading the set. Now, obviously, we've got a long way to go with best of 7.
That's a good matchup to win. Like, that has to be a very good match. Like, you have to be so happy with winning this matchup. Like, Malians up against French, and you win as French. Your opponent's gonna now struggle with countering out your remaining civilizations. Granted, Anton still has some good cavalry counter-civs, but this is just such an important victory here now for CSO. And something that we just saw earlier in the stats there at the end, Anotand had like 316 effective APM. CSO was at 130. He was taking his time.
He's just like, yeah, I'm just going to click this group of knights, and they're going to click over there, and let's check in on the other ones. Click there. Those guys are going to take 20 seconds. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe CSO's APM is in his brain as he's like doing the maths. Like, yeah, rotation takes 25 seconds from this exact location. Doesn't need the extra push. I mean, in fairness, Anotand, I think a lot of that APM at the end probably came from the panic of running villages and circles around the TC.
So he was just playing with one hand, the other hand was just stroking the chin as he was thinking, yeah, now I'm going around this way. Yes, excellent move.
Just picks up the beer to the side. Yep, one-handed gaming. I mean, actually, like, that's interesting now that I think about it, because Dumu quite often keeps high APM, even when you catch him on the brewskis, as he likes to refer to, in the middle of tournament games.
It helps the APM, man. Calms down the nerves, makes you focused.
The question is whether it helps the meaningful APM. Because I feel like clicking 3 times
it
more...
It makes way for creativity. Let's put it like that.
It has to, because if I was too many drinks in, I feel like my APM would triple, but it's because I keep misclicking the units. Like, I think oh, wait, no, the box didn't quite select them. But we've got a fun one coming up next, so almost ready to hop
China
into the game.
versus Lancaster.
And this is what I'm curious about, right? Like, Anotand, if this is Anotand's, I think we'd be looking at some Abbey of Kings nuisances, because Anotand is like the true believer. Of all the top pros, he's the one that does it a lot.
Anotand's China here.
Exactly. So I'm wondering, are we just going to get standard mana play? Are we going to get something funky? Because one thing to think about is this is a good map to rush the center with defensive landmarks, and both of them have options. We hop into game number 2. Team Elephants, CSO in the red as House of Lancaster with the Dark Age Rush. That's going to be Volta Esports, Anotand on the other side, and the yellow's Chinese, who's going to have to receive the pressure, but, Crackety, isn't that a good spawn to have when someone's trying to Dark Age rush you?
Yeah, the gold couldn't be further away from CSO, so I don't think that he can really achieve anything meaningful here with this early Spearman play. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Anotand even saw the barracks there potentially. His scout just went by, and China does have additional line of sight on their scouts.
Oh, great reaction.
Yeah, he saw it. He saw it, and he is immediately killing the deer.
That was a great reaction, because you see CSO was just going for the deer straight away. That was his big priority, it seems. So, painful.
Doesn't see it yet.
And
he's about to see it in a second.
It's so expensive. He's gone into 2 spears, and there's going to be no value left. Like, leave him one. Just no, don't be rude. Just the one.
Yeah, just the one. Just leaving that one there.
You know what? You leave them one, Crackety, because then they like stare at it like, I could push it in. Is it worth pushing it in?
Probably not.
Maybe I just go push the other ones. Then you get over there, and there's like 5 dead deer. God damn it.
Yeah, CSO, he's moving out for the next deer patch. This is a rough start for CSO. He's been red. Like, Anotand, he got into the game. He looked to his left side. He saw a book, opened it, and was like, "Yeah, okay, I'll just kill the deer."
I mean, he has been red. He's still red, actually. That's his color of this game, Crackety. But it does feel like he's just a preschooler book right now, and it's not to fault him. I think it's just now.
Oh, he's trying to double lure two far deer packs at the same time.
I think him and Louis have practiced this, because I've seen Louis doing this as well, and it's absurdity. It doesn't make sense, because it's just one spearman. You should get away with it. So I think they specifically been practicing it, because you know how it is. Most people just get 3 spears and go to 1 deer stack. This is kind of wild.
Yeah, it's so much easier with 3. Okay, he's using the scout as well. I mean, he already brought back like 5 sheep, so this is totally fine for him sheep-wise. He's not going to run out in this time.
Yeah. It's actually
he's also Lancaster. He's like already swimming in sheep.
Exactly right. You start with the extra 4. That's what I was about to say. It's an interesting thought. It's like maybe that's another reason people value the Dark Age play here, is you have a lot more runway than any non-berry civ has. This will take a while.
This is crazy. It will most definitely take a while. And mind this, like you just saw it on the minimap, the first deer pack now disappeared off the minimap. If you lure them far enough, they disappear off the minimap. So I don't know if Anotand's gonna immediately realize what's going on. I'm not sure if he's paying that much attention to the minimap at the moment. But if he doesn't see the icon, then he might not be sure where to look through the fog of war to see if there's any like deer movement going on.
Well, yeah, the interesting
on the bottom
thing
side.
is he should be looking soon, because usually China's thinking pro scout. So yeah, it looks like he is going to be moving over now to try and intercept that. The problem is you could be running into mass spears, and it makes it difficult. The good news for Anotand is, due to CSO's greed, Anno should be able to lame additional deer here.
Potentially. Gonna go for it now.
The deer are getting absurdly far away from his base, though.
They are. Like, this is... Like, they're so close together now as well that you can, like, protect all of them with a single outpost. And even though you don't get them inside of your, like, directly under your base... Actually, Anotand with China could also just still go for them. At this point in time, though, if the units are, like, gone for long enough, they're just going to walk all the way back.
Exactly. But here's the interesting thing. There's already been 1 deer stack denied away from Anotand. He won't be able to reach it, because look where CSO placed the Lancaster Castle.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice play there. Lancaster Castle protecting the the first deer camp, rather. And another berry patch. Like, this is very safe food now.
Yeah, you know, people, if you're an English main looking at this going, I would never be caught eating berries. Actually, we British people quite like berries, but more importantly, Lancaster doesn't get buffs on farms, so for them, it's not that painful of a detail to have to resort to it.
We're seeing mass archers now coming in from Anotand. What do you think's going to happen? Is CISO going to reply with his own archers, or do we potentially see the best horseman unit in the game because it has +1 ranged armor?
You mean Hobolols?
Yeah, they're objectively the best horseman in the game, if you ask Fate.
Technically, you are almost correct, because they have... so a standard horseman has 125 health, right? I think Hobblers have... Is it 110?
They've got health. I'm also not sure just how much.
I love the clarity of your answer there. They've got health. It's like, oh, thank God. I thought they had
that's a resource that
mana
they have
and
access to.
shields. So they have, 100. So here's the thing. Like, you get 1 extra armor, but how many extra strikes does that get you? Because it would have to get you 25 extra strikes for it to be worth it. I know they're cheaper, but, like, being realistic about this, who cares?
It's more about the mental damage that you do when you have like a full line of them and their health bar doesn't move that much.
And oh yeah, no, don't forget the other detail. It's the panic. You're like, oh my God, I can't lose this. No, guys, like no, like this unit's trash. If I lose to it, I'm gonna have to resign from competitive. So yeah, mental games important. And he got it all the way, by the way. I think there's one deer that got littered in the end.
I think. Yeah, no, actually, he only brought back
sheep,
5,
right?
so he must have lost 2. No, that's a dead. That's a dead spearman.
No, on the tree line. There's some on the tree line.
Yeah, on the tree line. That's a scout.
That's a sheep.
Oh, never mind. That's a sheep. Yeah, that one's a sheep, and that one's a spearman.
Yeah. Okay. So pretty good overall. Obviously, he's got the other deer next to the Lancaster Castle. I was about to say TC because he's going to build manors there, which is basically a TC anyway.
We're up to 2 manors at the moment, and stone is kind of something that he can't really get to at the moment. He's going to have to make some units before that. And Anotand, he's now going to go for pro scouts. He's going to pick up all the deer that have been pushed away. But, you know, like, it's going to be difficult for him to get the ones underneath the TC from CISO or the ones that are next to the Lancaster Castle.
Now, one thing that is a little bit annoying is you've gone into spears already up against what I would consider to be Anotand's favorite build. He loves this Max Archer build. He's very good at executing it. And the thing that I always find dirty about this build is how organic Castle Age becomes due to the raw taxation.
See, so he's got a lot of gold in the bank. Looks like he's just trying to go to Castle Age immediately after this.
Interesting. Do you White Tower? No. You shouldn't need it this early, right?
Oh, look at Zizo. He's got the stable prep. He's got the stable prep. Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see college age up into the Hill Fortress tech and then just mass hobblers? That would be amazing.
This is a Team Elephant special. No, okay, we're not getting it.
Oh no, it's White Tower. Oh, that's lame.
Yeah, yawn.
God damn it.
I mean, he's gonna get daggers to throw, so. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's always the cool thing with having men-at-arms that have the same movement speed as archers.
Yeah.
And ranged attack.
Like, we must leave. Oh, yeah, you've got your parting present. Knife in the back. Which are also very good at sniping villages. Only takes 3 shots.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. It's similar to, like, Akinji. They're like the mounted Jugunu from the Ottomans, and just 3 of them able to one-shot villagers, and if you have 3 of the dagger boys also able to one-shot villagers, can be some very annoying raiding forces.
Yeah, and
range on them is absurd as well.
It's 6.5. It's as long of a range as a Donzo. And oh, hello, spears. Yeah. They do reveal what's happening, so Elsgard would have someone to buy. CSO's immediately opening with the knights. Anotand, he's nowhere near attack up.
He wasn't really aiming for an immediate attack up, so this will come as a surprise to him. He's got a good couple of archers, but archers, I don't know, you don't really want to have this many up against a mainly armored force. And CISO, he's not immediately like going full heavy on Anotand. Instead, he's also going for the long approach. He's getting the monastery in. He gets the he does go for the relic play, which is an investment, like 350 investment at least, and it does pay off slowly. But the more relics you get, the faster it pays off, and in the long term, you also deny your opponent's resource with that.
Let's not forget the most important detail, Rackety. If he has relics, he has more gold. And if he has more gold, he can afford more knights. This is the problem of our Hobbler idea. We forgot who we're casting here. CSO has once again made it all about heavy cav.
No Pierce Armor in yet for CSO, and Pierce damage in for Anotand, so is going to be able to do some decent damage at the moment, even to these Castle Age armored units.
So he's rotating towards the board, just trying to starve off the resources. It wouldn't really stop Anotand considering he has pro scouts to get other goodies home. I think CSO...
Anotand's close to age up as well now.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if there's maybe a way that CSO can kind of wiggle into the base at the right moment here. This is the awkward thing of sending that Earlsguard in 1 by 1. Archers aren't going to kill you quick, but you are making it harder to swarm and overwhelm in a fight.
Yeah, There it is. Astronomical clock tower now coming in. Spearman already prepped now for Anotand. And CISO is also actively making some of these old scouts.
Interesting.
Still a lot of flood here from Anotand. And once he's able to upgrade the archers, like, they're not that bad against armored units.
No, and also the other thing to keep in mind is, like, when you go cavalry like this, you're going to have to spend a long time rotating because of the tightness of that straight through, right? It's a short ramp with a very small opening, which means spears easily defend it. So that does give
Anotand still bringing in the steer.
Yeah, and the other thing about those deer, right, is like these knights now have a stretch goal. Are they meant to intercept the pro scouts? Are they meant to shut down the ball play? Or is it meant to be a dive into the base? And while you're making up your mind on these choices, Anotand is already prepping crossbows as the absolute maximum answer. On top of that, his army's big enough that he could even venture in and start poking at Lancaster's economy.
It's granted still tough to poke at the economy when there's a White Tower and the Lancaster Castle. CISO also hasn't moved out to stone yet to increase the count of manors that he has. Not sure if he's gonna move out any point soon onto the stone.
I think for CISO right now, the concept is if I can just get my hands on all these relics, like that isn't as big of a priority because China doesn't have Song.
I just moved out.
And there we go. So he's going out now. He has at least got the freedom to build one more manor up here. And right now, the knights are dragging attention. So pretty clever approach to this. Just make sure he's got enough heavy cav that it has to be fully addressed. And then goes for
Summers in now. This time around, the archers can't do that much damage to these armored units.
No, and the spearmen just...
veterancy as well.
I mean, this is one of the problems, right? It's like he went pro scouts, but then he still played wide flank onto the ball. So you're pretty much just stuck in a full Benny Hills theme moment.
Two relics on the way back. First one just been secured. Anotand also going for the relics behind this. Didn't supervise the monastery though, so the monks are coming out a little bit slower. He does have the map control. He does have the army out. He should be able to secure... I mean, all the relics are pretty much at the same spot. He might not be able to get another... Like, CISO might not be able to get another relic in.
I mean, 2 is still good enough, and...
Successful. Double scout.
Whoa, 2
These also have the
hoverlars!
bonus line of sight.
Actually,
Yeah, also have the bonus tank line of sight. That
I
would be
think
interesting.
no.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah, because that's like an active dynasty bonus, not a unit bonus.
Yeah, it's the same reason why if you convert villages as English or Lancaster, the villagers suddenly discover how to shoot. Like, I guess that's... I don't know what the devs are saying about England. Apparently, like, our religion is bows and arrows, I guess.
Has to be. It's in their code.
Oh, not this. We are not the Matrix, Crackety.
Knight makes it out there.
That is something that someone coded by the Matrix would say. There we go. Discount Hobblar's not very good at taking archer shots.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just a scout.
I'm just going to refer to them as discount
So
Hobblars.
it's getting discount hobbler. I mean, 1 damage and 7 damage.
Yeah.
Oh man,
They do look similar
This
as
is
well.
brutal out. The Anotand locking down the middle now as well with the Barbican of the Sun. Caesar, I think he's kind of been wasting his time for the most part trying to take these outposts down. Hand cannon placement makes it very, very difficult for just a handful of men-at-arms to take him down.
Yeah, there's too many garrison spots here. Like, realistically, he could have been diving into the main eco. There's a lot more targets for him, a lot more idle time as well as an alternative. I think what he's valued is...
Look at the idle time on CISO's TC as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, like, CSO is maybe just in his mind, he has coveted the idea of distraction a little bit too much. The idea that, like, the army had to spread wide versus just forcing him to stay in his base. To the eco difference, a decent chunk of that is going to be down to the Imperial officials.
That's true, and we don't have Song Dynasty. Well, we didn't have Song Dynasty in until now.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
And
what
like,
CISO does have, or what he can finally make more of his manors. So now we're up to 4 manors.
Like, would I rather have Song Dynasty or Manners? If I want to win, probably Manners.
CISO managed to sneak in another relic. So now he's on 3. I honestly didn't think he would get 3. I thought Anotand would get all 3 since they were all like kind of next to each other on the same side.
I think that was the south one. The one, like,
must have been, yeah.
Right next to the edge of the map. Like, can we check Anotand's vision as well? Because there's something that usually happens on this map.
You might not have seen it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think
it
he
was
did
in
see
line.
both.
Yeah, he saw it. He did see it.
Yeah, this map can be cursed. I think Cliffside, historically, more than any other map, has those relics that basically spawn in the trim, and people just don't scout it. So Mass Yeoman on the way, by the way, and with CSO now prepping more and more manas, that does give him a timing to just all of a sudden blob up to 30+ Yeoman like that.
Yeah, Yeoman can be kind of scary when they get into a mass, especially against so many unarmored units. Synchronized Shot has been nerfed heavily against armored units. Even unarmored units take a lot less damage now, but it's still a lot more than armored units.
Yeah, Synchronized Shot has now been designed for like casual gamers. If you got high APM, Synchronized Shot is actually so hard to use now. I don't know if you noticed that. I remember... Actually, yeah, you remember
we did
the Lucifron
we
game?
did it together. Lucifron. I think there was more an issue on Lucifron's end. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but I know he can very much.
I could feel it from his side, right? It's just he's trying to be optimal, so he's like, yeah, click go, like fire and forget, and it's like, oh, oops. Probably shouldn't have
Lucifron's
rushed
played
that.
Warcraft. He knows that like you don't want to interrupt the blizzard.
Oh yeah,
Or
dude.
sometimes you do.
I mean, those games take it to an even bigger extreme. Imagine extreme turn rates on units.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's not talk about those. Oh my god. Yeah, don't want that.
Knights are still looming around the back. So Anotand is having to keep troops back to defend. But it's getting a little bit harder to sneak these knights in now with the Barbican down the center and the way that you're seeing Anotand play flank. So I like that CSO hasn't continued to reinvest in the knights and is now trying to look for that big engagement.
I'm not sure about the vision from Anton at the moment, really. Like, he's still massing a lot of the off-crossbows. Okay, now we're also seeing some palace guards mixed in. I'm not sure if you realize just how many yeomen CSO has. We're now getting the next upgrade for +3 manners. Where's Trap out as well? Well, now it's getting revealed. Oh, that's a lot of spearmen going down. Is this worth it? What does he achieve here? Nothing really.
I'm trying to, like, I'm scratching my brain. He's hitting the other stone right now, no? Is that a Lancer down there? Yeah, okay, so there we go. So,
okay, he did hit.
So that was meant to be his
one
big
villager.
wallop. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that was worth it. So, like, he plays...
He's also out on the other boar.
So he plays on the both stones to deny the additional manners. I get where it's coming from, because that you can already see where this is going, right? Like, it's 35 yeomen already. If he gets those remaining 3 manners down and pulls the yeoman point, you're looking at enough arrows to block out the sun.
Yeah, it can be quite devastating there. What's his next upgrade that's coming in? Veterancy on Horseman for Anotand. He is on the board. I'm not sure about his food income, though. Like, his food income overall doesn't look that good. He did just move out onto the berries as well. So deer have run out for him inside of his base. Now he's just onto berries, spore, out on the map.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tricky, right? Because, like, the only way you can now get food is if you just construct a bigger house that gives you food. Wait, wrong Civ.
Yeah. I mean, indirectly, a granary indirectly gives you food as well.
That is true, but, like, you have to use villages, Crackety.
That's not efficient. But look at that. CSO now adding in a lot more barracks. So probably just going to be like the mass Earl's Guard and Yeoman. And he's going for mass crossbows. Now mixed in some horsemen, archers and palace guards as well.
Is this just
I think he just wants bulk.
Yeah, he's like, right now he just walked in the gelato shop. He's like, I'll sample everything here. So he'll have that kind of Zerg factor in theory, but I don't know how you feel about this. Like, the horseman makes sense, but everything else is... I don't think it's as easy to overwhelm mass yeoman as it is standard archers due to that movement speed malice.
I'm not even sure if the horseman makes sense. I think at this point, honestly, just mass knights would probably legitimately work best. You have a lot of gold,
that's true,
optionally, with supervision on the mining camp there in the middle of the map. And, like, we can tell, Anton's mostly going for, like, all the resource on the map. So that bridge that you get with not having to do a transition could be used for a big all-in night play. But now we're getting the Damn Lances and KP.
Yep, and this is
Mass
the
Spearman
win button. The truest of win buttons. It's got sync shot queued up.
At this point, not really.
No, believe me, Crackety, no matter what point in the game, somehow they break the game. I don't know how. It doesn't even make sense considering they have, like, what was it, 11? No, 9 base damage, I think.
It's not a lot. What they do have, though, is HP. I think in Castle Age, they get to like 160 health. Yeah, 160 HP. So at least they're good as a meat shield. Anton does have crossbows.
But look at this switch from CSO. We've got the mass spearman on the way with Billman.
Mass spears, yeah.
And
but now the horseman play is going to have trouble.
And the archers, that's something that Anton stopped scaling.
Fortified.
Synchronized shot is there. He's going to scatter between the two. Nicely done.
All
beautifully.
3 different groups. That's a lot of damage.
That's some efficiency right there. Now you can just retreat and wait for it to reload and go again. In the meantime, the Demon Lancers are going to start massacring onto the villagers because although their damage is low, their torch damage is the same. So Anotand will be able to defend the area, but an expensive fight for him. And I wonder, this is pre-veterancy on spears. I feel like once that is in, CSO is just going to be able to A-click these fights.
And Anotand, he's now running out of food. The boar is being contested. He's on the last berry patch inside of his base in the back. He's going to have to farm transition now.
Yeah, and, well, normally that's kind of okay. You know, you've got a slight eco lead, you can accept it. But we're talking about an all-in point available to CSO now, right? We still haven't seen the Shy Levy. That could get an extra 16 units in. Sorry, 17. He's got bulk spearmen on the way. His economy is good enough to keep that going because, like we said, with this Civ, they're the Mana Lords. Even though he's adding in farms, you don't need to. Yeah.
And you're even getting incentivized to add more farms with all of the wood income that you're also getting from the manors.
Yeah, now that he's stopped adding more yeomen, it's like, well, I mean, I got to do something with this wood.
1,000+ resource per minute passively at the moment. That's pretty good. Anotand would love to have that right now as well. Another synchronized shot and cavalry.
Oh. So this is the thing
they're
I'm
not
talking
that
about.
Scary as a unit itself, but yeah, they're causing a lot of idle time now in Anotand's space.
Yeah, it's like, for I am here, it's like, we could just like attack him back. It's not worth it. Just go hide in your house, come out in a day, right? It's just, that's the frustration. It's the body blocking. It's the idle time from raids more than the kills. It's just such a powerful unit because before that unit came out, CSO had nothing left to raid with.
I'm wondering at the moment what Anotand's game plan is, because right now he needs siege. And there it is. There immediately. Nest of Beasts getting queued up. Because what he can still go for is a static push into the base of CSO. Get a nice little wall here. Granted, archers can still shoot over it, but at least the units can't path around it. Or path through it.
I'd not cover from that gold if I was you. Yeah, so it feels like there's going to need to be a lot of walls here from Anotand, though. It's a good start.
Remember what Lucifron did up against CSO with China?
No,
he went for a keep in the middle and then went for an all-in play with trebuchets. All of CSO landmarks are kind of close-ish to each other.
Got it, that game. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were going
Japan,
somewhere very
same map
different.
versus China.
Got you.
No, we're still here.
I thought you were referencing a Lancaster game that I did not want to go back to. Yeah, I like that idea, though. Yeah, he has a good staging point. And we have to remember the clock tower effect means that all the siege is very hard to kill. And also on top of that, the most easy way to kill siege is the unit that shall not be spoken because CSO doesn't have the correct landmark. Yeah. Finally, they're dead, by the way. Oh, God. Took their time.
CSO is going for a big raid with his main army around the backside.
You've seen that.
At the same time, reinforcements coming through front side. It's just going on from 3 different sides he's attacking now. Like reinforcements going through the bottom, some through top side, and the other try to go all the way around the backside.
Now keep an eye on that mini-map. He's trying to hug the very edge of the map to get around. The mill did actually see him. We should be checking vision. It's actually very important whether the building... I think he didn't. I think he just barely dodged the vision range. So he's going to be able to reach into the farms. And now remember, the first instinct here is to seek shelter. And there's a certain AoE ability that would like you to seek shelter. Good reactions.
Not being used yet.
No, he got too far away.
It's going down.
Wait, a castle?
He needs to keep here.
Oh.
Can he get it up, though?
There's still
main army isn't here. He's got to wait a little bit. He's got to wait a little bit.
Has he got textiles? Because textiles is going to be pretty...
Another keep!
What?
The blueprint has been placed.
He cancelled
it. He cancelled it barely in time.
There is a raid on the south side as well, so more eco losses potentially there for Anotand. Nice sneak out. Villagers actually do escape just in time there. The army has rallied forward, so he's got cover fire. The Nest of Bees is going to be problematic here for CSO. And he bait him. Vision's limited now with only speed.
They're so slow. Spearmen actually do have fairly large line of sight.
Can't see that far back to the nest of bees currently, though, right?
Yeah, it's probably a stretch, but these raids now, different groups,
Damn.
honing in on Anotand's economy, and he's too distracted.
And he gets
too
the
much
army
going
out.
on.
He's actually getting the army out. Finally, an intercept comes
It's
through.
quick.
But if you just, throw the spearmen away, run the yeoman home, get the crossbows out there as well, because those things are going to slow you down for days. But meanwhile, the damage done on the tree line, all that effort, and Anotand now clearly behind on economy.
Still all the passive economy going for him. CSO's farm transition, I mean, he probably only has like 20
Don't you dare.
farms, something like that. It's more
Don't you dare. Are you kidding?
Oh, he's getting them.
He might get the
He's
second.
getting them.
If the
Yeah,
body
he
bolts
will.
are good here, yeah, because he's going to get in the way of the repair crew. This is
Keep hacking the
ridiculous.
build.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's so destructive now. Anotand doesn't have wood. He needs to keep back here.
Look at the
He needs
minimap
to
again.
somehow, like, have static defense.
Look at
Oh,
this.
the raid on the gold.
It's not just here, Crackety. The other
He's
side
all
of that
around.
wall, yeah, he's waiting. He's looming on the north side, ready to annihilate, and he has got that synchronized shot ready to roll. Anotand, there's
Is it
nowhere to
coming
run
in?
and
Is he
hide.
going to use it?
He's
He's not using it.
going to start shooting now. Doesn't actually activate
I
abilities.
mean, he already knows that he's surrounded. He already knows that he's surrounded.
Yeah, he's going to
He
save
doesn't
it.
need to use it.
This is ridiculous. Anotand is... I don't even feel like it's necessarily that Anotand is playing badly this series so far. It's just CSO is so switched on in these games. Present and aggressive. And that is a massacre. All of a sudden now, a 14 villager lead for CSO on top of the 9 manners. An Imperial Age seeming all but inevitable.
Anotand behind us. He's reinvesting into the economy. Second TC now gone up. He's still in Song Dynasty, so at least villagers are something that he can remass back into fairly quickly. Food economy finally starting to look up as well as the granaries are placed down and the farm transition is complete. But it's not even enough to keep even with all the manners.
Nice barbican you've got. Don't mind me. Did you know that my manners are almost as tanky as this? Balls going up as
That's
well.
the thing as well. Like, he can raid, he can kill villagers, but he will not be able to just kill manners.
No, not...
And there's a keep inside the base.
Oh, this crossbows. That's an interesting ride by on the tree line. Costs him more than it actually costs CSO. Looks like a few of the troopers did manage to sneak through. And this is classic CSO. What did he do in game 1 in this situation? Oh, you want to attack me? That's fine. I have an army too. And it is running straight into Anotand's base.
Does Anotand have the keep? Does Anotand have a keep?
I don't
I'm not seeing one.
think so. No, he's rushing one
What
up
happened
now.
with the stone?
Wait,
There was a TC.
TC maybe north side? Yeah, okay, but that... Whoa.
What's up there? Oh, it doesn't protect.
No.
It does not protect anything.
Nice spring
Sprinkle,
donation.
That it tried.
Now,
The sprinkle
CSO,
that
he's
could not.
hemorrhaging on the farms, but, you know,
He's lost a lot of villagers. Like a lot.
Oh,
But does it matter?
not really.
It's almost KP. It's over 50. It's over 50-year-old guards.
Where did this... I'm sorry, where did this come from? I feel like when I last looked up there, and it wasn't long ago, it was maybe
It's
20.
over 120 military. Yeah, we're at over 120 military now. CSO, he doesn't mind losing villagers as he just replaces all of it with army.
Exactly.
Synchronized shot, backline gun.
Anotand, I mean, he's just not got a leg to stand on. This is ridiculous. You haven't killed enough eco. I don't think you can kill enough eco unless you can kill those manners. And now without the farms, Anotand has no way of remassing.
God, yeah, he's still trying to get Palace Guards in, but Palace Guards against Old Guards just does not feel good or nearly enough in this situation.
And now he's cutting
There
that
we
back
go.
line. The last of the crossbows
This
to fall.
has to be it.
And with, I mean, he's got wood gathering here, food gathering here, but like there's no real crucial gathering happening on those farms. GG comes in. CSO now 2-0 up. So far, he has been the aggressive standard for this series. The question now is whether Anotand is ever going to be able to answer back.
Man, and this was such a clean game. And he has to feel very happy right now that this is not a best of 5. Because if it was a best of 5, then CSO would already be on match points. Anotand still very much in this, but he's on the back foot. 2-0 at the moment for CSO. He's got to get some good wins in the next couple games.
I mean, I've been impressed. Like the approach he's had in G1, G2. Like this is CSO. I think the way that I described him, you know, he's kind of like a Chinese Lucifer. You can see it, right? Like this raiding, but I feel like he actually takes that to an nth degree higher with the aggression. It's really impressive the way he executed in this game. And I'm curious to see what Anotand's going to be able to do to bite back. So I think, I remember something that was said, I think it was on BC stream. He was saying that Anno is maybe not an overly defensive player, but like he does, like I can't remember, either BC or Marine, the one was talking to him, they said he's a little bit slower. It's not that Anotand doesn't play aggressive, but he likes setup time, right? What we're seeing out of CSO is a lack of allowance for that. He comes out of the gate swinging and gives you barely any time to breathe.
I'm not sure if that's the case for this specific game. At least in that one, we didn't really see it that much. In this game, it was definitely Anotand who was the more active player. It's more that CSO, he played excellently to the strengths of his own civilization, while Anotand, I want to say, didn't really utilize most of the strengths of China.
Yeah, I think the point is that he didn't reach his sub, right? That's what I'm trying to hit for here. Is like CSO knew what he had in mind and he hit his timing. Like Spearman opening, getting the deer shoved back, it delays the Pro Scout's timing. His follow-up looks succinct. And Anotand, it just looked like he couldn't really find that entry point. Like you're talking about the not playing to the strengths of the Civ. Do you feel like he should have lobbed more and looked for an all-in in Feudal, or just played the greed?
Honestly, like I feel like the 194 Unicom strategy probably would have been the best thing here for him. Just go 3 TC into Mass Jugunu. I think that would have worked a lot better here in this situation. I think it's just when it comes to the strengths of China, if you go for like the all-in for like the 1 TC play, there needs to be a point in time where you really strike at your opponent. I think that just kind of didn't happen in this game. Like Anotand didn't really strike until his opponent already was in Castle Age. Grant, that's also a little bit because House of Lancaster is a very defensive civilization baseline, and it's very difficult to harass them, hit their base, especially when that White Tower comes in as well. But I think there's still ways to do that. For example, we saw the Barbican in the middle of the map. What if the Barbican was placed maybe a little bit further forward, could have been followed up with some siege, a keep, something like that. Just that static push in, or like the real attack from Anotand never really happened. I think it was like a little bit of some indecisiveness in there, and CISO just accidentally utilized that, didn't overly greed immediately. Like that was just a great play from CSO as well. Like he went for 2 manners. Who does that? Who's like when you're going for manas, you're like, okay, I really want that 3rd mana, right? I can make 3 mana without getting the upgrade. I want that 3rd mana. CSO was like, I'm getting 2. Fine, I'll come back to it later.
It's,
it's like leaving your plate half finished.
The best way to summarize House of Lancaster is it's the Lord of the Rings, after all, why not meme, right? It's like, I mean, after all, why not? I already built 3. Might as well, and they defend me. I might as well build another 3. Yeah, but if you can resist that temptation, I've seen some very impressive builds that only need 3 manas max. Because if you think about at the point in the game where you're building that, it's like a 20, sometimes 30% buffer to your economy. That's crazy. You can do so much with that. And credit to him for identifying that. But we've got to give some credit across here. Like, we're getting ready for G3. And so far...
this is such a tough one.
Yeah, this is what I think is going to be intriguing. Because in 20 seconds, when we're getting into Enlightened Horizon, so far this series, CSO has been Dictator, Executioner. But Enlightened Horizon, if you guys have been sleeping, if you've not been watching competitive Age of Empires 4, awareness is required here. Ottomans, A tier. And a lot of it is because of this map right here. Points of Interest has evolved this Civ to a whole other level. And I guarantee you, this was the most sought-after Civ between these two. Ottomans in G3 could be the redemption arc for Anotand, and he needs it desperately here, as he's trailing 2 games now up against CSO, who is going to be trying to answer him with the Knights Templar.
AP, I'm telling you, I've played this matchup on the same map. I think regardless of the points of interest, Ottomans are just very, very strong here up against Knights Templar. I think the Janissaries, just in general, work so well against what makes Knights Templar great in Feudal Age, which is access to those Feudal Age Knights. Having them throughout and like having them still present in Castle Age just gets completely discounted by having Janissaries.
That's true. And I think even earlier than that, the idea here is that, Knights Templar are usually seen as an archer civ because of how good their wood income is, but that's where Ottomans kind of give you the middle finger, right? They have good rapid production on their archer ranges, but the more important thing is that meta timing. And even more important than that is something I've noticed.
Best horseman in the game.
Yep, best horseman in the game. But like even more important than that, like this is like, but wait, there's more. I'm selling you on stuff here, Crackety. It's the Imam point. At this level of play...
I'm not buying it.
Are you sure? We have a warranty. You're like, continue. But at this level of play...
Is it with on-site support if my imam just dies?
If you can't figure out how to use the imam, B automatically takes over your PC, or Anotand. They're on standby.
Perfect.
I think these players, like at this caliber, they've started to figure it out. The issue in the past with the imam play is people were too slow. They were a little bit reluctant about Sabahi and a little bit reluctant on timing. If you go for that imam play, it's an overwhelming edge, but you need to keep up pressure to an unrivaled degree. And this is going to be giving that pressure. CSO, ooh, that looked like that should have been a kill.
Good back move.
Just in time there, pulls away. Now, there is an interesting detail here. CSO doesn't have the immediate arrival as production because Knights Templar don't often place the racks on the merchant camp in this matchup because of how threatening Ottomans usually are.
What he's done so far is he completely denied the point of interest here. This point of interest has never been captured by CSO, so it hasn't been taking resource. Anotand captured his on his side, even with a villager, while building the barracks. So he's got an inherent advantage here. As long as these fights go on, he's gathering resource behind us passively.
And remember, the longer this goes on, the more likely we see that Imam point. If this stays in Dark Age, he will get the healing. So I think CSO has to kind of sack this objective and just look for that wolf den on the other side of the map.
Can he, though?
I mean, tricky.
That's the thing. Like, Anotand, he's catching up.
Wait, he didn't...
He's chasing after.
Okay, he did leave one
He knows
behind.
what's going on.
Yeah, he went for the slow cap.
Yeah, he left one behind. He's getting it.
Now, a lot of these guys are
now
injured.
He's like 4 villagers ahead.
Yeah, so I think the thing for CSO here is you want to aggro the wolves on the scout, and then when your opponent comes in to stab you, you could turn around, because if we check the health bars on Anotand spears, 2 of them are at death's door. They are in intensive care.
Same for CSO, though. Here it is.
Oof, he runs.
Spearman get found out.
There's another spear
Charge
coming.
comes in.
Yeah, there's actually no easy running away from this. Charge. Ooh, just about runs out. And now this is funny. Anotand, he did have more spearmen on the way over, but he's gone back for the merchant camp.
CSO trying to capture other points of interest in the meantime. But yeah, I think this wolf's den is kind of forfeit unless he goes for a very nice snipe attempt. It's difficult. I've only seen it happen a couple of times. Actually, okay, wolves.
Yeah, I know.
Playing.
Oh,
they're in the team of CSO here.
I think I see what he done there. If we check the health bars, I think these are the full HP spears. So he left the low HP spears to try and take CSO's wolf den. So
yeah,
if you look away for a second, you are going to lose someone basically.
I forget wolves. They do have that double attack, dueling style.
Yeah, and remember they are very bitey infantry, Crackety. Not just bitey, very.
Both players looking for an age up now behind this.
Have you noticed that, by the way, they actually fought to give it a different tag?
Bitey infantry?
Yeah. So, if you check a normal wolf, it's bitey infantry. But if you have a look at the wolf den ones, for some reason they are called very bitey infantry.
They are.
like as if there's going to be a bonus damage source in the future for that.
Anotand managed to burn the first wolf den, so now he gained an additional 150 gold. He's also aging up with the Sultanani trade network. Makes me wonder if maybe this is a play into either fast techs in feudal age or maybe a fast castle age transition now behind this.
Yeah, it's interesting. So there was a player who was a bit obsessed with this trade network in Season 9 when Pro Scouts was all the rage. And it was because he could gradually get towards PS. I'm wondering if there's ever a one in which Anotand tries that build here, where you organically get Pro Scouts off the gold gen, and then you have all the food in the world. Because that's the trade-off here, right? By not having Madrissa, you are heavily limiting your food capacities.
Yeah, at the same time, I don't think Pro Scouts really makes that much sense on a map like this, where your opponent... It's similar to Pro Scouts on Hill and Dale, where your opponent already has one deer camp pretty much safe inside their base.
It's fair.
Oh, maybe CSO could get a wolf camp after all, but he's kind of busy with the wolves at the moment. Oh, they aggroed onto the spearman as well.
No. And 4 spears are here, so you could yoink that away. Meanwhile, CSO finally trying to get his merchant camp back. It's been a long, long way. I like that he captured the scouting on the south side, the abandoned outpost, just in case any info gets leaked out. Because if we check the vision, I think the outpost does see onto the high ground slightly. The CSO.
think it sees like slightly towards the
okay, yeah,
a little bit inside of the base. So at least you will see if there's like walls or anything like that coming up.
Which is usually
Nothing
indicative.
major, though.
Like if you see walls, you're like, okay, he may be looking for attack, because like usually at this stage, I think Ottomans are quite confident to just play out into the map, and we do already have those imams to enable that.
Imams are in. Anotand now also going for Sipahi. An archer. CISO just produced his first archer, but he's floating a lot of resource. I'm not sure what CISO's plan is here at the moment.
I don't want to say the word I want to say, because I don't remember the last time I saw Fast Castle look good for Knights Templar.
Yeah, he's not going for it. He's not going Fast Castle. He's behind a lot of... Okay, no, man. For a second, I was like, wait, why is he behind that many villagers? It's also traders. You get three traders.
Yeah, the pilgrims are slowing him down, and then obviously on top of that, Ottomans with the traders adding 3. We're not using those trades. I'm upset by this. Even when it's a good map for it, we never see the traders used.
It's just a risk.
Yeah.
When you don't know exactly where your opponent's economy is, and just safe economy.
It's interesting because even in matchups where you're playing against a full greed, like their multi-TC, people still don't trade with those. I think it's just like instinctually you don't think about it. And okay.
You're almost out-damaging the double Imam player.
Sure. Like, we could have probably just hit the building instead with that amount of heal, but... Better safe than sorry, I guess. So there we go. Cha-ching. Extra gold in
comes through.
I think you just go blacksmiths there now. Yeah, there you go. Steel Dara gets queued up. Like you could play for castle.
So much use out of these points of interest.
That's the thing as well. Like, you get so much out of these points of interest getting the double play, but like you could play for castle, but why? Because with the meta time and the imam timing, you can take a fight to Knights Templar quite convincingly.
I'm not so sure about that, mainly because of the Chevalier that CSO does have access to.
But he's missing Undermesh is the big thing here, right? Like, that's...
For a little bit, yeah. He actually went into the double pilgrim point very early on. That's a lot of food.
And they're already Sipahi, so it's not just there's a lot of food, it's also a lot of risk now. And you can see CSO, it means he has to keep moving really far of his base to escort them, which leaves openings like hitting the merchant camp or finding the second group of pilgrims, which, by the way, this time it could be important. The one that's about to hit the sacred site is a solo. If he gets in and gets the double kill here, it ruins CSO's tech timings.
So does see the opponent's army, where exactly it is.
If only there was a way to tell the pilgrims to stop. There isn't.
No, they don't have a stop button.
We must find the Holy Land. That's okay. We're sending you to God early. I got duck.
Army's coming in.
Yeah, but this is a big disadvantage. He's got the ranged armor on, so it's a 2 damage differential on these archers. The spears all being taken out. Sipahi can hold their own reasonably well against Chevalier. Instead, they're going to dive to the backside to get the easier kills. Understandably so, considering that he has steeled arrows, so archers do damage into the knights. And there's no spears left.
Chevalier are doing great. Yeah, I mean, the spearmen, they were on the right side where they were fighting against mostly more spearmen and one Chevalier. Overall, this fight's still going the way of Anotand, I want to say.
It's the Sipahi at the end. Like, you know, we can talk about the Chevalier doing great, but the Sipahi now are munching down. Where are the imams, though? I'm a little bit surprised. Anotand,
he kept them back in the space.
Yeah,
he kept them back in space to heal up after. Actually, never mind.
No, they were just on the edge.
They're still there.
I think he has the select all army issues, right? Because they don't select the religious units when you use it. I think that's maybe what was happening here. They are healing now, and there's no archers left over.
Now.
Sipahi is going to get clubbed as well. Really needs the kills, but you can see he's so fixated on getting rid of those archers, he's essentially allowing for a way in which the Chevalier can win. Wait, but...
Anotand? Wait, okay. Anotand could have pulled back. He could have pulled back. That's 2 free Sipahi there.
Yep, and he's still with the archer with steel arrows, so there's no undermesh at least. But there's nowhere near enough archers to fight this. I cannot believe how this went. It's crazy to think, is that fight. Maybe Anotand was too scared of the Chevalier because they can do reasonably well at sniping imams, but it felt like he needed the healing in that fight to get the convincing win.
Yeah. And now CISO, he's in a position to start remassing a lot of these heavy cavalry units, and he's about to get the next 2 pilgrims in. That's a lot of gold that he can secure that way.
And remember, he's drawing these fights without blacksmith upgrades. So what happens when we finally do get undermesh? What happens when we finally do see steeled arrow?
It'll be a lot more convincing then.
Oh, yes.
And CSO, he's using the gold for the Ronins.
I love that. Against archers in particular, it's going to be super effective. Now, the Chevalier are finally starting to fall low. Sipahi, wait, he's chain healing an archer instead of the Sipahi. Okay. It feels as if the Sipahi are maybe being sacrificed a little bit too much here, but he's got enough still to scare CSO away. Spearmen are now arriving. I do wonder if CSO...
Where are the Ronin? Oh, they're coming in now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't arrive sooner, considering they are speedy men-at-arms. But, like, where is Sipahi at this stage? I think Anotand, he's kind of stuck in that death cycle, right? Where you have to throw something there to defend. You're throwing the most valuable unit in.
The Ronin are absolutely great here for CSO. As a Knight Templar, a lot of gold that you're just getting in passively. Ronin actually makes it so that you can use it fully, immediately. Like an immediate unit out on the field. Cavalry numbers are going down. Ronin numbers. First one dying now.
Yeah, archers. I like that micro Anotand. He cuts to the side to take out that back line. So CSO an overextension here. What did he get for it,
only one unit remaining.
Yeah, I mean, he's got pilgrims getting through off the back of this, but I wonder if CSO needed to dive this deep. Like, what was the urgency in his mind? Maybe he thought Anotand was going to try to tech after losing that fight?
I think it's just like the all-in mentality there at this point in time. Like he's been drawing the fights, like the fights kept looking better and better for him. But then he pushed too far into the reinforcements from Anotand, and suddenly he's just suddenly not able to take the fights as convincingly anymore. Needs a lot more archers now as well. Archer count.
Props to Anotand as well. That's
Very
a party
strong.
count that was non-existent. Now looks fantastic. And looks like we are going to get laming on the ball.
Yep.
Now, did they
Or
fix
just
this?
a Thanos snap.
Someone was telling me it's like a spectator thing. That board does still exist for CSO. It just doesn't
Some
show
of
in
me,
the
maybe
replay.
at least.
Okay, it doesn't. Got it.
Am I getting sniped?
Spahi.
Great micro here.
There's no Imam again. Does he bring him in now? Like, this is a perfect moment. There's no archers left over. They are running across, but obviously a slow religious unit. So Zapahi erase the back line. They could easily just bail now and take out the pilgrims. In fact, the archers are looking to do that.
And heal up again.
But this is going to be a wipe of the army. Like, this is what was missing. The heals are in. An overwhelming lead. CSO may get the pilgrims through,
That's no
but
way
it's going to
back.
come at a cost.
I mean, the issue is now he's not even going to get the pilgrims through.
Come on, give this man a
Party
break.
there, fortitude.
Does he still have the meta? Because the meta is important here. With the ranged armor, he could dive in to get the outpost kill easily. And oh, come on,
He's got enough units there. Just heal up for the moment. I look at that Anton. He's also doubling down on the feudal age play. There's another 5 Sipahi in queue.
I love this. And you know, at this stage, the main techs he wants, he's gotten right. So like the extra gold could just be traded out. More food, more Sipahi. Fixes the issue of not having Madrasa. Crazy, crazy plan. I love it. The fact he's even adding spears because he has dominance over archers. Like, you know, how do these archers snipe out the trickle of spears from Anotand when there's 10 plus Sipahi walloping them in the face? It's impossible.
Oh, he's still holding on.
No stilled arrow
The
as
Mass
well.
Chevalier play.
I kind of don't blame CSO for not having stilled arrow. One, the gold issues, but two, it's like there's barely any archers. Clash now coming in, and it is going to be the ranged armor activated, so the outpost not helping that much. Imam's now in with the chain heal, and it's a raw overwhelm. Chevalier flop dead. Archer count next to non-existent. And this is just wave number 1. There's a trickle of troops on the way that will give him the firepower he would need to breach this outpost. Now, the meta does go down, but what's going to go down even bigger is CSO. Finally, it has been proven that the Chinese Project Kid can bleed.
GG coming in. Anotand now on the board as well.
So
It's like the map was kind of made for Ottomans in that regard.
feels like it, right?
It reminds me of like how Canal was played when, when like was used in tournaments.
Agreed. I think that the nice thing as well is that's kind of encouraging because some people are like, well, damn cracked. That just means Ottoman's going to be broken on this map, bannable. But if you remember, Canal, I feel like it started to get solved a little. There were different civs that could play there. It just wasn't always Ottoman dominance. But it is, I agree, refreshing to see that the civ is relevant again after a very long time of just feeling like almost a meme pick.
Ottomans, they got some really weird timings that I wish could get reworked in the future. They're a civilization that just ramps up very slowly. In Feudal Age, they're not that strong until like 10 minutes, maybe 12 minutes into the game, when they can get a decent mass of units out. Like their Sipahi are really good. They suddenly become frighteningly strong in the later stages of the game because their units are just better than what your opponent can do. Thanks to the meta, thanks to the Sipahi, thanks to the Janissary, it's just better. And in the end, like having better units with same population typically means you win fights.
Yeah, and I think, the thing with Ottomans is I describe them as like one of the most technical civs, like the openings anyway. People over the years thought like Delhi was insanely technical and required this very finessed opening, and I agree you had to get it right and optimized, but the thing is, like, that was more build order and then location on the map, whereas with Ottomans, it's not enough to just click the buttons at the right moment. It's then you have to find the right way of using the units. This Imam point timing, maybe a meta point timing. The Sipahi spawns, very high value unit, but can easily be countered. Like, all these details, I think, make Ottomans a lot more complicated than they first seem.
I think the most technical aspect of Delhi is just you chop a straggler tree at the beginning with 5 villagers, then it's kind of
all right. Here comes the shade.
Kind of free after that,
and then you just cruise in the
has
castle and you build war elephants, and wow, look at that, really technical. You had to pull them back and then use like 50 scholars to heal. Then there's poor Ottomans with only 2.
You get your upgrades at like timings, right? But
yeah,
the issue is that the timings don't matter. You just get them whenever.
Over in the Turkish lands, we have to pay for our upgrades, okay? We have to recruit people to convince these religious people to come and serve us in the military. It's a full-time job, okay?
There's an investment to be made here.
You have to work for your wins. Maybe you should learn what it's like, Delhi.
Next up, we're getting Mongols up against Ayyubids. And, we're in an interesting stage when it comes to Mongols at the moment. We've seen it time and time again. Fast Imperial, Khaganate Palace, pump out the units, and just kind of plays itself. Yeah, that's the end of the statement. It just kind of plays itself from there on out.
Yeah, because like
the issue's getting there.
It's true, but that's always the challenge. You have to remember, like, Age of Empires 4 starts as an RCS, and when you play as the Mongols, you're trying to evolve it into a tower defense game. So, like, there's going to be teething issues along the way. But once you get that tower defense game operational, Crackety, let me tell you, it shows why when RTS was declining, tower defense games was on the rise. We'll have to see if they're on the rise here, because this is an interesting matchup, actually. Although Mongols' fast imp has been annoying, historically, Ayyubids has been a thorn in the side for Mongols, courtesy of those filthy camels. So, game number 4, CSO in the red with the Mongols, Anotand, the Ayyubids to the east. It is going to be Relic River, a map that quite often has seen Mongols opening with these dock plays.
Dock play is definitely a possibility here for Mongols. Something to always keep in mind is that Mongols, they love to go for their Mangudai opening at the moment in Feudal Age. Just get a couple of Mangudais in, be annoying out on the map, force the opponent to always be reactive with their units. Can't really do that well against Ayyubids because the Desert Raiders have a range attack and they debuff the Mangudai and they just they kind of trample on them.
Don't forget the dervishes that we could probably just go into. You love those dervishes, right, Crackety?
I don't think dervish is the right play here in this matchup. I think dervish is great when you have like low military count fights.
Yeah.
That's just not typically the case with Mongols, just thanks to double production.
Do you think you'd go for it if you saw Mongols trying to play for the river? Because I've seen some interesting players around using the dervish to kind of like bring your own dock out, and you can keep the villager alive, right? And then you can pressure with like a single boat. I actually think it was like Anotand in the KPMMs. He had an insane game.
I don't think the timing works out.
Really? I think like Anotand, I think it was Ayyubids. Yeah, definitely Ayyubids. He had a crazy game against, it might have been Mongols, where he literally won with a single springwood chip. Because it was a daisy chain effect. He had the repair crew of a villager, and then that villager was repaired by the dervishes. So like there's almost this weird circle jerk effect you can get with those type of healing repair mechanics. But it looks like neither of them are interested in playing onto the pond. And CSO, a little bit surprised maybe that he didn't go for an outpost rush. It used to be a popular build, but we are going to get Loggy. And the cool thing about this is Culture Wing Loggy felt like the biggest buffer, the biggest buffed wing, I'd say, since we moved to deer shoves.
Yeah, you can actually shove the deer with the dervishes. And, I mean, both deer spots here for our players are very close to the main TC. So I think both players can really look to just shove the deer in, get a lot of additional resource. The question is for who is that, like, for which civilization is that a lot better? Ayyubids are really nice in that regard because they are mainly like a Castle Age timing push-oriented civilization. So it plays their strength. For Mongols at the same time, it's a situation of, they want to get those tech ups in really, really quickly. So having a lot of additional food helps out. But CSO,
Lame those.
is he gonna
did.
lame him?
Lame those.
Is he gonna lame him?
We saw the wing.
He should. Yeah, he saw the wing. He should realize that this is there's something that could be happening. Can we also check how many sheep CSO has? There's only one following the Khan at the moment.
He did drop off once already. God, could you imagine if he only had the one the whole game?
Yeah, he doesn't have that many though.
And then Anotand obviously would have stayed out longer because of the berries. So I'm guessing probably like 20. Okay,
Yeah, it's
70.
a good bit more. Yeah.
Nice start here for him. Now,
Anotand looking good there, yeah, on the sheep count.
I'm wondering, does Anotand... I wonder if you open... So we usually see the Desert Raiders to accompany the Dervish on an opening here, but you're probably expecting either like Magadai or Archers from the enemy. I wonder if it could be a play to actually just go Stables Horsemen, just add in like 2 to chase around anything that comes out.
I think CSO might just be going for an Archer opening here instead. Just mainly because Archers also really nicely deal with... Has to be careful there. Really nicely deal with the Desert Raiders if you get enough of them up, and you typically can get a lot of them up.
Oh yeah, but that's
if
what
you
I'm
see so in
saying.
this position
For like
with the double production.
For like Anotand, you just go Horseman, right? Like, because you always expect Desert Raider, and yeah, he does get the info about the Archer range, but like if it's Magadai or if it's Archer, and you have Dervish healing, like 1 or 2 Horsemen should be able to control the map long enough for you to get your greed.
It's a different call to make, difficult call to make, because if CSO wants, he doesn't have to move out at all. He can just stay inside of his base.
So, like, yeah, just the outpost approach. I mean, he would need maybe 2 on the gold. I don't know, like that gold vein on the south side, it seems like it's guarded by the tree line, but it's a bit weird on its positioning.
Irshaf is now coming in. CSO is going for the Mangadai after all. Already have 2 production buildings for Anotand as well.
And he's too late to stop it, yeah. I mean, it's at the mill.
I mean, it's already... It's in TC range now.
He'll slowly be able to lay them down. Is it 3 hits because of the Dervish? I think it's only 2, right? Because of the bonus damage.
It's only 2.
Thank God.
Because of... Deer have 4 HP, and the Khan does 3 damage.
I can't remember. Did Deer used to have high HP? No, yeah, they have 5. I think they used to have
5
higher?
HP, yeah.
Because it was either they had higher or Khan had lower. Because I remember people complained about this. Like, remember the Roos meta in particular?
Yeah, at the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, you just couldn't do any damage.
Yeah. It might be bonus damage on the Khan.
I think
they added something
2,
like that.
yeah, it's like maybe +2 on hunting. A +1, yeah.
No, +1.
Yeah, but that
so
makes
not able to...
2 hits, I think. Because, wait, no, it is still 3 hits in Dark Age, right? Yeah, because you have 1 damage.
Yeah, you only have 1, so...
Ugh.
Hmm.
Hard
Maybe
life,
it's
hard life.
+2 in Dark Age? That would be something that I would definitely anticipate the devs doing.
I'm trying to remember. Like, yeah, I think it might be the Khan has 2 damage in Dark. I'm trying to remember because it's like, it's a tickling, isn't it? So you don't usually think about it too much. You know, every once in a while you're gonna have. Yeah, it's 2 damage in Dark Age. So it does work out now. Because I remember there was a time where players were begging. There's like, please just give them some extra damage for the deer.
Let me kill the deer.
I don't ask much of this game, but let me kill deer. And we've got a lame on the board. Why did this stop being illegal?
I'm not sure.
Because it seems
I'm
very
not
strong
able
to
to
me. Like, maybe it won't matter in this matchup, but like down the line, starving your opponent out like that is huge.
Yeah. Especially since Ibits, they get their bonus with every berry patch. Oh, CSO, he's hard committing to the Mangadai. Like, giga hard committing. Might want to consider getting pierce damage then in.
He has at least got the Khan Hunter, which means he gets first strike. But yeah, he's going to need enough damage to actually threaten for realsies here. And Anotand, he could just add in like 2 or 3 horsemen. Obviously very difficult to reach the Magadai, especially with Deerstone, but it plays body blocker very well. And it also absorbs the shots in a way that Desert Raiders can't afford to. Instead, oh, wait, no, CSO, not like this.
Going for the surround.
He's tempted to turn around on it. He's going to keep chasing away. Because he could just surround and trap it right now. The problem is he would get hit by the Magadai. He's going to let it
want to wait until Sealed Arrow to come in. Yeah, he could have. It's always dangerous to like stick around there for too long. Behind the Anotand, he's pushing a little bit quicker to Castle Age than CSO is. We are seeing the blacksmith come in. Makes a lot of sense. Like +1 pierce armor. It just adds so much value here up against the Mangudai.
Especially because the dervish themselves. Because as the scales, there's going to be an opportunity for CSO to potentially one-hit them. So you just want to try to match that damage pacing so they can exist in the fights.
CSO is queuing up another one of the Khan's hunters now, since he just lost one.
This is painful as well. Like, any damage you take is permanent, right? Like, this is the true power of feudal age healing. Is why I've always found it to be a controversial subject. In some ways cool, but when you have games like this where it is poke but no real commitment, it's an overwhelming edge.
CSO does have the blacksmith upgraded now, so I think he now needs to hard commit for at least one fight to kill some units.
And he does have the maneuver speed arrow, so that is feasible. Like, if he actually gets the push back into the Deerstone, he can chase this all the way away. It's just a case of whether he thinks his numbers are good enough for that yet.
Yeah. There's no like, the reinforcements are coming in as well. It is difficult. Does at least have another Khan's hunter now. And with the Khan fort as well, in order to absorb some of the first damage coming in, Khan has a lot of health compared to the other units.
I love that read by Anotand.
Pierce armor.
Yeah.
The timing's closing.
Yeah, but it's very smart by him. He realized what was coming. He saw the upgrade. He saw the additional Khan Hunter. He knows if he stands there, it will be the maneuver speed arrow into Aura. So just backs up long enough. The Undermesh comes in. And yeah, now he re-arrives.
CSO cannot fight that. He's trying, though.
Even just...
Or is he?
Like, you do or do not. There is no try. Yoda was right about this, because when you just try, you fall behind. A bit of a mismark with the Anotand. I think he had... Was that in melee mode? I think that Psychopath was in melee mode.
I think it was in range. It was attacking a unit further forward.
Oh, this deer as well. Deer berries. It's a lot of forward food. He has got the berries in the back at least. But there is a risk. And we have to remember, Mangudai, definitely not cheap on food or gold. And gold is another interesting thing about this map, because you very rarely get a safe secondary gold.
CSO's plan now behind this. He could also look for Castle Age, but Anton's just so much quicker to it now.
There's a Raider. I'm calling. He's gonna choose Desert Raider, isn't he?
Reinforcement wing, you think?
Like,
he's already got so many of them.
The amount of times where I'm like, yeah, growth just makes sense here, and then they just see Desert Raider. I'm like, okay, I guess we're not changing.
He tries to harass a little bit on the gold vein, forces some idle time.
It's difficult though. It's not going to arrive quick enough here.
And the outpost there as well.
Debuff makes it so
nice
difficult.
Snipe. Oh, he doesn't get it.
Like, it's the debuff. It's making it so difficult to just get the kill. He can't find it. And there it is. Military wing reinforcement on the way. The gold safe.
Yeah.
And CSO now in a sticky predicament.
Yes, Desert Raider is going to be really tough. CSO knows what's going on, though. Like, with this many villagers on gold, it's obvious what your opponent's play is. And he does get the vision on it now as well.
This is where you realize, as 1v1 gamers, we can finally empathize with team gamers. As this Desert Raider strategy is what they've been encountering for over a year.
It's always about the not like aiming, but like about the raiding in team games. Mobility, that's key.
It's also the idea of critical mass, right? Like Desert Raiders, you mentioned at the start of the cast, they need scale. Once they have scale, they're actually super lethal. And in team games, you can just build one unit, and it's not bad. Whereas in 1v1s, you're like, oh god, he has archers, so I've now got to switch horsemen. And oh no, he's got horsemen, I've got to switch spears. But funnily enough...
Getting separate out age up.
Yeah, and this does mean he doesn't have that wallop from Kortai, so we might see CSO play a bit more defensive. Does find his Deerstone caught out, so that's going to be a loss of the aura. And remember, we're just 44 seconds away, and Anotand already has 2 religious units to pick up relics.
Yeah, that's the main issue here. Like, relics, there's pretty much none going over to CSO here as soon as the age up comes in. And CSO, he's going to try and raid at the bottom side, but Anotand, he's already got an outpost there. He's going to see that from a mile away.
And if you go in too deep, the Desert Raiders will backstab, so not really sure it's entirely worth it. Tech complete. Only a 15-second advantage for CSO. We'll just have to back away. That was enough
to free up the Deerstone.
Did scare Anotand off a bit, so Deerstone will make it away. The Dervishes already moving in for the relics.
Yeah. Like in the middle, definitely free one to be grabbed now.
North side would make a lot of sense as well. Anno will want to posture with his troopers here, because it looks like the Mangudai are on the way to try and intercept that Dervish.
Pastures coming in. CISO, oh, he's also trying to go for relics. That is... I don't think that's really going to happen here in this situation. Like, within the next 15 seconds, the Camel Lance is going to be coming out. And then with heavily armored units, CISO just has not enough damage with healing as well.
He has another problem. Look at the tech difference on Magadai and Desert Raiders. So Anatand's going to have a window to just rush out here before Magadai get upgraded.
Yeah.
Also, he just abandoned the south side, which is the most relic-dense lane on Relic River.
Probably because he's also going for his own shaman now in order to try and get relics from the top side. I think he realized that he's got to go where his opponent isn't, rather than contesting him there.
Anotand? Well, he's already looking to react to that, so maybe aware that it is going to be a relic rush here. Camel Lancers, it's going to become difficult for CSO to actually hold his own. And yeah, I love this. Just go down the middle ramp here because you can intercept the shaman on the way back. And you know, you saw CSO spawn, you know he has to start playing food on the forward side and gold as well.
CSO, his army, I don't think it's going to be enough here in order to take this fight, even if it's inside of his own base. At least does react in time, pull some villagers back.
I've seen
There's
this
going to be a
before.
lot of potential torches.
So he will go for the wall along dervishes. You can actually get both of them, but there's going to be a dive into his own base underneath the TC already. Gonna look to go deeper, rush onto the outposts. That's going to be a lot of losses. So all of a sudden, 7, 8 worker kills, more to come. Why is that Seek
Oh,
Shelter?
they're not garrisoning!
What? They are. They're just priority garrisoning into the TC.
Oh my god, Seek Shelter sometimes just... It has favorites, man.
Favorites doesn't quite cover it. I want the bigger bedroom. Well, guess what? You can have one up in heaven. All of a sudden, a 17 worker lead for Anotand.
See, so he's getting a lot of gold from Step Redoubt, but he needs food in order to really go for the H-up play now. Some more Mangadai coming in.
And he's being reacted
Desert
to.
Raider production.
I like this from Anotand. He's like, okay, well, now with that type of hit, I know I have the raw eco lead, so I should be looking to directly contest you. Desert Raiders are gap closing fast.
They do no damage.
They do some damage. They really don't do damage. Like, look at the Steeled Arrow. It isn't there. He didn't get range 2. Meanwhile, Anotand got ranged armor 2, and then on top of that, you've got the debuff. Right? These aren't camels anymore. They're giant porcupines.
Debuff just hurts so much here in this situation. Couple of horsemen being split off now, trying to raid, but it's just the food situation just isn't there. Step Redoubt now, first gold expired, has to move on to the next one.
Little baby raid horsemen, no one cares. They're only feudal. Let them watch us gather. Let them learn what a real economy is. Magadai have reached the Yam now. You wouldn't know it because the debuff glow overlaps and overrides the golden glow.
There's damage at least now in queue. And CISO, he's not letting off of the idea of just trying to win with only Mangadai. More in queue.
And Anotand, it is time to really flex military wing reinforcement. Just build your siege wherever you want. Just like cock a leg up and all of a sudden spawn a Mangonel.
Yeah, cavalry making mansionate, totally. That makes sense. You just
Like how
you
do
just
they
need
hold,
larger hammers.
but how do they hold the hammers? They haven't got thumbs.
Camels?
Yeah. Who
Grinders
else is
have.
building them? Magadai.
You just get really large handles on the hammer.
No, looks like they grabbed the love handles of those berry gatherers because that was a big hit. It's still an overwhelming lead right now for Anotand, and he is going to look to strike back. And this time, Seek Shelter will not betray CSO. However, a lack of shelters will.
Same time, CISO also getting some good raids in.
I love this game. This is essentially what we want Game 1 to be, if you think about it. But obviously, the timings were just so much better for CSO. This time around,
no,
though.
the Manjaniks now, though. The fire shots. This is the worst
Against an elf.
siege that Mongols can face.
It's true, but also like, oh god. And
It's
the
like a couple of volleys onto the pastures. CISO gonna lose all the sheep. At least they're gonna go down. He won't be able to gather from them.
But who cares about the mangonels, Crackety? It's time for the Tower of Insecurity. We have got the Tower of the Sultan being built up on the edge of CSO's base. And the Scud launch, he's going after villages. I mean, the Magadite, like, you can't even bring them home now. It would take, what is it, 800 shots to kill a Tower of the Sultan?
Yeah, that seems right. No, they do shoot very quickly though, KP.
Oh, gotcha. And then we have the attack speed arrow as well. So, like, we got this. Oh, and this damage adds up fast. It looks pathetic, but it really isn't.
See, so he did move the sheep to the backside, but now the tower is coming in as well. This could be the best engagement here that Anotand can get with the Mangudai coming from the backside at least.
Anotand, look at it being Anakan here. We'll even make sure the Deerstone can't really get involved. He's going to start torching that out, so no mobility. And there's something ironic about...
Oh, no.
He did do it again. Melee mode is not your friend. But yeah, there is something ironic about a giant ram that has a ram head on the front of it to kill all the sheep gatherers. You know? Like,
yeah, that's
how
the thing
dare...
as well. Like, it can shoot the gatherers while it's hitting the TC.
Yeah, and it's also the feeling like, you killed my brothers, leave my sheep alone, right? The ram is the guardian. I mean, this is
crazy is that the ram, like, it doesn't take melee damage. Whenever you select a melee unit to attack the Sultan's tower, it starts throwing torches.
No, you have to get right on top of it. It's truly depressing to deal with sometimes. I mean, like, look at the positives. At least the camels can't get inside. I think that's the biggest insult. You built it, but you can't get inside. Oh my god! Okay, this is over.
This is it. It's over. No way
He isn't
out.
even trying. The Seek Shuttle doesn't work if your TC's packed up.
Oh, man. I've been in that situation, KP. And I talk about this a lot. Like, whenever you make a unit that gets countered by your opponent's unit, but you're too stubborn to change into a different unit, it's like you're stranded at sea, and you only got the salt water, and it's like, okay, you just got to drink enough of the salt water to the point where the water overpowers the salt. That's how you save yourself. It's just that point, reaching that point, good luck.
It sounds like you're just a very salty person at that point. Which, I mean,
very
makes
much
sense. Like, playing Mongol Imp, whether against or with, will turn anyone salty, I feel like. But not able to see it in this game, no, just... CSO, we've seen this Mass Magadai work quite well in a lot of matchups. I feel like usually you look to add in the Keshiks, but you see why Iabids, even in this current meta, I want to say is like a decent blocker to this type of play. Historically, they've been fantastic into Mongols because you play into Camel Lancers, Raiders. Back in the Silver Tree days, that meant that you're susceptible. You already have worse Knights with the Keshiks, which get hard countered by Camels. It feels like Iabids have a lot of boxes ticked on how to counter Mongols.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I talked about earlier that I think like just normal archers would probably fare a lot better here for CSO. Granted, like they're not as fast as Mangudai, but they're still faster than normal archers thanks to the Yam aura that you can move out, and then they're like as fast as HRE archers.
Yeah. And, you know, this next matchup has got me a little bit intrigued. Shushi versus Chinese, especially on
I love
maps
this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like on maps like Carmel, in particular in Light Horizon, it's a little bit more balanced. If you have like a standard dry Arabia with like a 4K gold vein, I actually think like, you know, that is a situation where Shushi is like overwhelmingly favored because of the Dali horses. But
oh no, it has nothing to do with the Dali horses. Maybe.
Oh, you
in this
want to go
situation,
earlier?
like with in general, just Juji have the ability, like, don't even go pro scouts. You don't even go pro scouts. It's so expensive at the moment. You just move out onto the resources normally, but you go up with the Mount Lu Academy and you use all the bonus resources that you get to be able to mass produce even with the improved supervision build speed. And the crazy thing is that you can start with early palace scouts, harass a little bit, annoy the pro scouts. Like if your opponent goes for pro scouts, harass with that, and then just keep making palace scouts.
It feels like in a lot of different builds you can kind of concoct, like Shushi feel very favored, right? Like another one is, you know, back in the days when we thought about Chugnu timings, like let's say this was meant to be a Chugnu rush between the two. Well, Shushi already have an edge being 8 ahead by the time you get your own as China, right? Like, if it's a fast castle rush, you get it cheaper, you get Dahlia horses to make your knights better. Like you said, the Mount Lu Academy can give you more resources, which does make sense when it's like Lancer and Lancer spam. It's a pretty scary one. I think, like, the only negative is sometimes when I see Shushi actually go for the Shaolin Monastery, because then you don't have, like, that top-off effect of your healer boys after the Dumb with Relics can like, kiss the boobies better. But yeah, it's definitely a micro-intensive matchup. I've seen some underdogs take games off of top players just because they have the Shushi pick. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm wondering how it's going to play out with all the changes that we've got to Pro Scout, because like with Pro Scout meta, it used to be that China can stabilize quickly enough against Shuji with just a play onto mass outposts and Barbican defense. I wonder if that's still the case now that Pro Scouts is a lot more expensive, on especially like a map with Carmel, where it's just tough to actually run out of food.
Well, Crackety, hold on, that is slander. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. They nerfed it, okay? They took it from 60 deer down to 58. 58. That's a huge nerf. That's almost 5% less less deer, Crackety.
Yeah, I mean, the map's pretty much unplayable now if you're a food-heavy Civ, right?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well just pick House of Lancaster here, right, and get infinite food.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me.
By the way, we will be seeing potential Lancaster again. I'm excited for that because Anotand, we mentioned this early in the series.
Oh, we do have Lancaster.
Yeah, because it's a redraft, remember? Because we best of 7. So those wondering, like after game 4, if it's not a wipe, we get a redraft. You do a smaller draft. You only pick 4 civs for the remaining 3 games. But Lancaster is interesting because Anotand plays it very heavily around Abbey of Kings concepts. He's like the only person.
You think he would still do that at the moment, though?
I think he can.
I think he can flip on a dime.
I feel like I've seen him do it in tournament games still. So I have faith, mainly for avoiding the monotony. Because watching mana builds, apart from CSO's impressive one, has kind of become comparative already to watching Pro Scouts in Season 9. Actually, that's not fair to Pro Scouts. At least they have to like look at the rest of the map when we have Pro Scouts meta.
All right. We're going to have to definitely take a close look at the map spawn as soon as that comes in. Before that, though, we're going to quickly be taking a look at our bracket over here. Anotand versus CSO, 2-2 at the moment. That's going on. The winner of this set will go on to Phase B tomorrow. And after the set, we're also going to be looking at Vortex versus Puppy Paw. Whoever wins that one will have to go up against Marine Lord.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, if I'm correctly looking at stats, Vortex does not have a good win record against Puppy Paw. It's actually heavily in favor. I think it was something like 70 or 80%, which is quite frankly wild. Yeah, considering the caliber of these players, it's not to say that, like Puppy Paw isn't capable. He definitely is. But, especially when you think about the early days, Vortex was just known to be a dominant force, and Puppy Paw, like the Canadians were always lingering there, but never able to, crack through. Yeah, I just double-checked.
Probably something to look forward to.
It's 3 wins and 13 losses in series. So it's over an 80% win rate for Puppy Paw. But you know what?
It's a lot closer when you look at the games.
Yeah. But you gotta give them mind-boggling numbers. Let's give this number out though. It's drawn in this best of 7, 2 apiece, and now a best of 3 to decide who survives in the Elite Classic 3, and it is a China showdown. Anotand the Shushi and CSO with the Chinese.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this one's going to get played out between these two. And CSO with the Chinese does opt for the early IO opening, so we're not seeing like an IO-less opening as we kind of gotten used to from China recently. It's up to go for that one. Oh, just normal. Like, this looks like a fast song build order to me.
Yeah, because I like scratching my brain. Like, if you just want to play Pro Scouts down Long Tang, like that one villager goes a long way. I feel like most players, the only reason they usually don't do Imperial Officials at the moment is if they're worried about getting like outpost rushed, right, or some sort of aggro that pushes them off of the gold.
That's so much food. Do we have like any
it's
insane meditation garden spots? Like, this one's already pretty good.
You sometimes get triple berry.
Woodline.
I think you only got double here. Yeah. It's like it's not that great.
It's nothing crazy. I think this one's probably the most decent. 25 gold, you get the berries, you get a wood line. It's a healthy mix, and it's in the back of your base.
If you want Pro Scouts, you take the gold. If you don't want Pro Scouts, you take the double berry on the left.
So far to walk, though. I think this one's probably the best one to go for in the back of the base.
Spoken like a gamer who just sits there playing games all day and can't be asked to exercise. That's a long walk. I'd never do that. I can't speak. I'm
Never
literally
walk in
saying.
my life.
Yeah, right. Like I did. So like I obviously I broke my left ankle in a much more manly way than
That's
Brainlord
a
did.
good excuse.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then I rolled my right ankle last week. And I'm like, I really do need to do these exercises. I really should. And then every day after like 7 or 8 hours of AoE forecast, I'm like, nah. I'll sit on my ass for another 2 playing Clair Obscura, and then I'm going to bed. It's a hard life.
Yeah, it's tough out there. Now, Meditation Garden is going to be coming in. CISO should also be able to drop off taxes and be on his way to next stage in just a little bit. Imperial Academy coming in. Forward position. Okay. So he's going to be able to also get the buff up on the gold as well.
I'm just looking at where the gold veins take us here, because it looks like Anotand, he has a little bit more diversity to his gold veins. Yeah, they both got the corner spawn. There's nothing like too broken. I just do think that I like Anotand's start here because he has the pivot to go like north or south. He gets pushed off against early pressure, whereas CSO's is like anchored here, right? So like if Anotand took an aggressive line, you could starve him out of gold very easily. Well, I say starve him as much as you can someone who has an Imperial Academy.
Yeah.
Which
What's the
might
play here now? Anatand's getting a lot of wood in.
I wonder actually, like you mentioned the Barbican play for CSO. I wonder if that's why, like, it could be the Barbican
he
is
moved
because he
off it.
sees the golds. Okay, well,
CSO's
scrap
moving
that
off
then.
of the Barbican play. CSO, he's transitioning into a Pro Scout play after all now.
But the Barbican, man. It would have been a pretty
Classic
good one for
Barbican.
it. Like, yeah, because the boar is basically rubbed up against
He's
the
got
edge
good
of the map.
options, like, yeah, like right side or left side. Right side obviously a little bit better with the gold X's there as well. It's just going to be Pro Scout at the moment. Flavor of the year. Anatand's also mirroring that.
This is the thing about this matchup. It is epic past 10 minutes. But the first 7 minutes is...
Takes a good while.
like,
back KP.
If you're watching this video on YouTube, like, just fast forward. You're not going to miss anything. There is 58 deer on this map. 52 of it is not in the base. They'll both eat. It's fine.
Oh, man. That's going to take a while now.
Yeah, you know, like sometimes
really
you wish you loaded
wish-
into a game late.
Yeah,
I
I wish we saw more players like go for like spicy all-in attempts.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that, you know, and I've had to accept this, and it makes me roll my eyes. That's why I want to like do more community game stuff again in the future. It's like you can convince a random Andy to do the suboptimal thing for the memes, but these guys, you know, efficiency, optimal build order.
Oh, no.
meta.
You got to be efficient with the all-in as well. You got to really practice it. You got to practice like early 5 Spearman, Dark Age into quick follow-up Barbican drop in your opponent's gold.
I mean, CSO did do that to a low-ranking player in the Midweek Masters yesterday, so
You must have won, right?
he did. It's quite fresh for the guy. We probably shouldn't mention it. So, you know, like CSO's probably already done his quota for Barbican.
It's been
all-ins.
mentioned. It's yeah. I mean, it's been mentioned. It's strongest strategy in the game. Confirmed.
I think, you know, kind of says everything that with that strategy being so OP crackety ever since that Imperial Academy buff they gave. We don't see it anymore.
That's the issue with Imperial Academy. I think honestly, Imperial Academy, it's received some buffs that just weren't necessary. Like I like the idea of being able to make Imperial officials out of the Imperial Academy. I just think at the same time it should have been a trade-off, not a flat-out buff. Like trade off the ability to make Imperial officials out of that.
Yeah.
But like nerf Texas baseline from
think
upgrades at least.
One thing I liked is the idea that Barbican had something in it as well instead, you know? Almost like you split the economical benefits, so like there's justification for one or the other, as opposed to it just always being X or Y. Which is
Honestly, I
we
like the
have.
idea of landmarks for China not being that good baseline, because you're able to make both of them, and then you also get the bonuses of the dynasty in the end.
Yeah. Well,
The
like
Imperial Academy buff just were kind of fetched.
Yes. I think my thought process with it was kind of like, imagine if supervision was to do with the Barbican, right? Like not full supervision, but like the military supervision.
Yeah, imagine like Barbican had an aura around it, and you can supervise the Barbican to supervise multiple production buildings around it. That could be nice.
Would be refreshing. Yeah, I think that would also like then just give it more of an identity than it's just a castle, lol.
Mind yourself, Snooper. There's a Barbican there. Don't make rams, just make units.
I swear, every time I watch a feudal game and someone has to build rams against a Barbican, I become so defeated. So I'm like, well, that's it. Come back in 5 minutes, guys. We'll be at the victory screen. Instead, though, it's going to be all the way chugging up to Castle Age. So astronomical clock down the way. We have seen some people experimenting more recently with the alternative vision. Could have been good in this type of matchup because I feel like when I've watched this matchup on Carmel, the simple summary is whoever stops building knights first is in trouble.
And I think CISO's in a really, really good spot at the moment. He managed to get out of Feudal Age without too much trouble. Anotand, because he went for Pro Scouts, the Palace Guards achieved absolutely nothing so far. And now Anotand, yeah, he's going for Mantle Academy.
It's happening.
He knows that he won't probably have time to like get relics in.
Yeah, and I mean it's already like an advantage if you can just now get knight v knight here, right? Because like basically CSO is gonna have to outnumber you in the fights to feel good. What he does have on his side, and I love this, is a timing. Because the tech is later for Anotand, it gives this opportunity to greed. So he's gonna make it about relics now to give him the edge. And just think about it, like just even 2 relics plus taxation from Imperial Academy, you're gonna have the ability to stay safe pumping knights a lot longer than Shushi.
Yeah. All right, we are getting the upgrade on the supervision speed, and on top of that, also upgrade for spearmen. So it looks like Anotand is just going to go for mass spearmen. I like that play in theory because CSO, he's in Tang Dynasty. He isn't like really scaling that hard at the moment.
Yeah.
If Anotand gets like a mixed army composition, that should be pretty good for him. Because CSO will want to just hunker down on one unit army composition.
And that's the thing. I think Anatand's idea here is going to be maybe like not too heavily into lancers, just a raid, right? And then you just start building the spears, maybe prepping crossbows as well for that all-in timer. I still think it's very risky on this map. Like, you know, I've seen players like play this and afterwards their thought process is like, I should have just kept building knights. It's weird how often Carmel becomes that simplistic.
The tier rates are still going on, even amidst the battle.
Please.
Not enough spearmen.
Stop sacrificing these Palace Guard. They have lives too, right? They matter.
So many knights already.
This is the supervision effect though, right? Like, you don't even need to build that many stables.
Yeah. And sure, Anotand, he's got the fastest supervision speed now, but CISO, he can just have multiple Imperial officials thanks to the Imperial Academy.
Can we
It's
check?
easier for him to just have multiple of them.
Can we check if Anotand has re-supervised? We had multiple comp games where he just forgot to do it. He has like learned in recent games. He's been doing it correctly. So if we check the stables,
Look the stable and see how fast it is for 9.
yeah, we need to make sure that the kid's low enough. Yes, it is. Good lad.
He
Like,
did. Yeah, he did.
Anotand has got really good at this recently because like it almost became a little bit of a meme with the midweek musters because he really believed in this strategy early on. But it's so easy to forget about because for those that don't know, once you have the increased supervision, you have to stop supervising and re-supervise. Otherwise, it never applies the new supervision speed.
So he's pulling off the gold here. He's going all the way to the other gold. That's because his main army is already in the back of Anton's base. Does he see this?
Oh, yeah,
Does Anton know about this? He's got some reinforcements there. Okay, he does react to it instantly. And he's got units here.
Yep, extra
should be
spears.
fine.
Pathing's a little bit weird, but enough spears are there to deter. Just can't really get in the choke point. The scout does see the extra lances coming, so nicely held. Anotand has got his own lances lingering outside the base, but unfortunately, CSO's move to that back gold has hampered Anatand's timing here. Not able to find the kills.
Both players also taking away the deer from the other side. There's so much food here, honestly. It's tough to say at the moment who has more deer.
Yeah, and it's always comical when you watch this happen, where they're taking from each other's sides. Like, great, so we've equalized. Gentleman's agreement, just eat our own deer, maybe?
Single Knight gets found out.
I wonder if CSO, if it's worth building a Barbican. Nah, probably not. Like, if it was a 4K vein, I think you'd justify it, but it feels like these 1600 veins are never really worth it.
Ooh, raid still going on.
Not able to find any worker kills. 0 going down so far this
Thank
game.
God villagers exist.
I feel like that's what everyone says after queuing into House of Lancaster 5 games in a row and getting a different opponent. Could you imagine that?
CISO's great on the relics at the moment.
Yeah.
I got 2 of them in.
I think Anotand, the time he had in mind here, I mean, he has the Lancer Edge. He just hasn't found a way to wield it yet. And, like, it's more than just this count of 17 to 12, right? Like, he should have Dudley horses. So it's a substantial lead for Anotand right now. No Dudley horse.
I mean, you probably don't want to spend on it right now. There haven't been any extended fights, and Dali horses only really comes into play during extended fights. So before the last clash, you definitely want to get it. Until then, it's not the most important thing, because you obviously need the blacksmith.
It's true, but like it opens options, and now the problem is by the time you'd have it, spears are going to start being prepped by CSO. Villagers are going to have to pull away. Good timing as well. Like, he is running out of safe gold to work with, so realistically, Lancer spamming might become a bit difficult for him. Maybe crossbows to be added in. It looks like CSO does have the archery range ready.
Oh, these numbers are starting to get really good. Anotand also still has a good amount of resources in the bank to pump out more and more knights. Now he can start thinking about Dali horses on top of it. Before that, it's always like difficult because you want to spend all your resources on just knights.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have a blacksmith yet, probably.
I think the Fort Frolic is going to CSO, so 4-1 split seeming likely here. I mean, Anotand might be able to intercept on the way back. Just needs to find a way of like, using this advantage he's built right now. But CSO good on the defense so far.
The mass into spearmen now. It's going to hurt Anotand a little bit. Veterancy coming in on the spears as well. Couple of villagers going down. Nothing too crazy.
No. A little bit of chip damage here or there, though. Could be enough to scare him away. He's holding some reserve resources. I don't know if that's transitional. Maybe he thought there was enough relics for the pagoda play down the line here. He's going to be in for bad news there, though, because the Fort Frolic is currently making its way back towards CSO's base.
Yeah. CSO, I mean, he's pushed off gold, but he still has a lot of reserve gold.
Might be just...
He's been pushed off of food a couple of times as well.
Yeah, I wonder if it would be worth him just kind of like short walling between the tree line and the trade post area, so that Anotand doesn't have this 360 rotation, because it is a lot of knights. You kind of need a stationary fight that favors you. This right now doesn't look like it does. And we still do not have Dali horses, which is, I think, the thing that's allowing CSO to hold on to hope with this composition.
Don't overestimate Dali horses. Attack speed is like one of, if not the least important stat.
Agreed, but when you're
On a
mirroring the same unit, right? Like, it is a difference.
It's tough to call, because spearmen also just... They are like a very good meat shield there in that situation. Dali horses becomes only really important during like long, prolonged clashes, and those don't really happen with knights on knights, because if a player realizes that the fight is bad for them, and they're going to pull away.
I think like maybe that's the idea behind it, is like it's a deceptive value. Like the way you just described it reminds me very much of when Royal Institute, Royal Bloodlines started to come into meta, right? You remember that, where it's like we had top players saying the tricky part is in a fight remembering to click on the unit and see, oh, he's got more HP. Like normally they'd only realize after they lost the fight. Spears aren't going to dive in, so it looks like he's going to go for some worker kills. It's adding up. Remember, we still do not have Song Dynasty, so CSO no way of actually scaling a villager lead currently.
Yeah, it's starting to become more and more difficult now for CSO. He is starting to go into some crossbows as well. The mass is still very similar, but the value is just very much in Anotand's favor.
Yeah, it's like the mass in raw numbers agreed, but like when you look up at that Lancer count difference, this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, but there are still, like, 300, they made it work. Just get into the choke point, get the crossbows in the back, spear in the front.
Yeah, but like in 300, they never sent cavalry after them, right? Idiots.
It's difficult to send in cavalry there.
Nah.
They did try with elephants.
Yeah, but like that's the problem, Krakeny. The Persians clearly didn't play enough Age of Empires 4, or they would have known that 300 Lancers would have beaten those 300 Spearmen.
Oh, Zizo, he's maneuvering a little bit far outside of his own base. Now, at this point, I want to say, like, yeah, Dali horses now could be really good. I'm not sure how much of a difference it would make. It would make the fight a lot more comfortable.
I mean, it would allow him to just steamroll for him here. This spear count, is it high enough? I guess the crossbows could be the difference maker. Weird pathing split due to the gold vein. He's going to try to stand his ground here, so the range units can be a little bit of an advantage. Anotand, full melee mosh pit sends it. He brings the villagers back to gather more gold. He is not going to give up on this location. But CSO, the military leader, is starting to build a little.
He's holding.
The crossbows, he needs to snipe them right now. They're the high priority. Goes for it, but it may be too late. He's given over the melee edge here. It's now more lancers for CSO.
He gave up on the mobility factor, wanting to protect that gold vein.
Should have had Dali horses.
A lot less military. I mean, look at how much units are remaining after that. I don't think Dali horses would have made the big difference there.
Yeah, I think it's the crossbows.
Especially with the pathing.
The crossbows is huge there. Like, I love the way he leveraged that gold vein to make it impossible to just go for them straight away. Because, like, they were sniping injured, right? That's the thing I think is when you have, like, this big melee mosh pit, all the health bars go down at equal footing. But it's almost like your crossbows, your last hit guarantees, right? Like
the crossbows were definitely helping, but the main thing was just the pathing there. Like the house, the gold vein, it was just all blocking. Anotand wasn't really able to pretty much utilize like half of his cavalry until later on in the fight.
Yeah, they went full British. They started queuing up for no good reason.
Anotand's now switching into Jugunu, trying to make a stand as CSO is just pumping out crossbows and spearmen non-stop. Gets a nice little raid in now, though. Gonna be enough.
I wonder if CSO just...
It's gonna be tough.
Maybe he can thread Yuan here. Like, good for the pagodas, and he's full infantry, so the Yuan movement speed is very helpful.
Would help. Yeah, Yuan would help a ton.
Okay, that's great.
Pretty much any unit that he's got.
More units.
The issue is that Juji's Legacy also has the ability to like get the upgrade on the Jugunu to do bonus damage against light units.
Oh,
so the Jugunu here are a lot more threatening against the spearmen than they would be follow civs.
And CSO, the problem is the crossbows. I think he'd keep a few of them were actually hitting into the spears, so he's microing them correctly.
Now it's turning again.
We've now got overkill. Like a lot of these lancers are already low when the crossbows start to rally onto them, but he does enough damage. He holds his own. Anotand, I think that's about as good of a fight as he could have asked for given the circumstances.
CSO now switching back into knights potentially again. Oh, he's making archer. He's getting the veterancy on archers instead.
Huh?
Huh. Yeah, that makes no sense.
Especially against Chushi because of the extra 0.5 tar range on the Chuk. Like, you don't have any edge against these repeater crossbows.
Yeah, they're... Other than movement speed, yeah, not really.
Oh, CSO's stockpiling. Do we just see
got still like a massive military lead?
Yeah, I mean, he could rush in because remember on Carmel, that gold vein decides most games. It kind of felt like it already has for that fight earlier on. But if he can get a Great Wall,
if he gets a Great Wall Gatehouse there,
like there's no comeback.
But no, instead, I think he just spent a lot of resource onto he's going mass palace guards now. Makes a lot of sense. He can go for that play with archers as well. Archers snipe out any crossbows if they're coming in, and then palace guards seal the deal.
Anotand seems to be a bit suspicious though. He seems to slowly be adding in crossbows. So great read there. Also, just so annoying to fight against. You know, with these archers, you want to be able to snipe out the crossbows, but good luck just figuring out which ones are actually expos and which are repeater crossbows.
Oh, it's going to be a great raid. CSO, he's going for the gold in the back. He knows that's the only gold Anotand has access to.
Wait, no, he isn't. Okay, I think he selected all armies. He's heading in now. He got distracted by this. So there's a club under the tree line. The simultaneously in the corner. It's going to be a dive in. However, Anotand, if he reacts quickly, he's got double garrison spot there to minimize the losses. But right now he's distracted. CSO intentionally diving into him to make him look elsewhere leads to 8 villager kills in the south corner.
Tons of damage being dealt, and I mean, it's not going to be enough. The knights now start torching down the defensive structures.
And this fight
feels like he has to commit.
Yeah, Anotand should be able to win this fight because the Chug, in theory, but like CSO could just walk away, right?
It's too much.
Oof.
Like, there's enough crossbows here to still take the fight. Archers now coming in as well as a reinforcement. Now the gold's completely gone. Anotand, he's got no more gold to play with.
Horsemen coming in this deep. The problem is the pass guard numbers are already getting pretty fat. The Sacred Site's locked in. I mean, it's a lot of gold gen to work with. We talked about the potential for the Great Wall Gatehouse. I don't know if we're going to reach that stage. I feel like CSO is the type of player that understands he doesn't need the age up now to end this game.
Dude, I mean, there's still so much food, but there's only a lot of food if you have access to the map control. And Anotand, he's just moving out to the berries right when CSO is coming around with his army there.
Yeah, Lancers on the south side pull away. North side, they're going to head on in. And bad news arrives to Anotand. Barely any cavalry here to defend. We'll have to walk away. A few worker losses, but more importantly, a loss of access to anything to eat.
This entire military kind of went to the bottom as well. Stretched very thin now on both sides. Like, he's got to surrender one side and commit to the other. Issue is he needs both.
Oh, I mean, we could just wall the map. Oh, that's right. It's a very wide map.
Yeah.
It's funny with this map. In some ways, it feels on par with Prairie in terms of difficulty to wall.
Veterancy coming in on the horseman, but Anotand, we talked about no food.
Oh, it's happening again.
He can't massive it. Oh my god. More villages going down.
He's going to get them all, and he can just run out like a thief in the night. There's no reason to hang around anymore.
Army value triple on CSO side.
It's going to be bigger than that after this type of fight. Dives on in. PG
Yeah, the
there,
fight goes in.
and he ain't anymore. GG gets called in the Chinese mirror. It turns out the Chinese guy knows it a bit better.
Oh, man. That was a pretty close game all throughout, though, I want to say. Like, the knight play in the middle, the big fight, kind of a little bit unnecessary. That's why I really like it when players add Jugnu on top of the mass knight play. Like, you just harass on the sides with the knights, and when you're ready to, like, start taking, like, direct engagements, direct fights, that's when you go for the Jugnu. But it was still very, very close. Maybe Dali horses would have made a difference. I think it's mostly down due to the pathing there at the end. But it was a great play all around. And CSO, he was under a lot of pressure in the first half of the game.
And this is a matchup that's meant to lean Shushi favored, right? So that's another big praise for CSO, is like able to overcome that problem. Like we talked about a few situations where Shushi should feel better on transitions, tech, unit types. But CSO just resounding performance in the series, gets back on track with wins, and now finds himself on match point. And correct me if I'm wrong, he is always on the right side on these drafts. So we've got Jean versus Byzantines up next, a matchup that Jean has some crazy strategies. Like I feel like whenever I see this matchup, I don't know if it does it for you, I still flash back to the King of the North game where Kilyadi baited his opponent to think he was building a Kajillion Knights and then ambushed him with like 70 archers. He was proud of that. I remember
Mass Knight, yeah.
he should have
Mass Knights can sometimes Mass Knights can sometimes really make a ginormous difference. Like it's crazy. Like you typically think, okay, yeah, Mass Knights, Knights kind of start becoming meme unit, can be easily counted out, but they're still the most effective, like cost-effective type of unit in the game.
Oh no! I'm talking about he ended up like because you expect Jean to build Mass Knights, right? In that game, he built 70 archers and Byzantines had built like 60 Limitane.
Oh, okay.
So he's like, oh, well, yeah, he's going to dive me with Mass Knights. And then all of a sudden, he just get flooded by archers. It's like the weirdest experience you could ever imagine against Jean. Interested to see if we'll get something similar here. I feel like Byzantines, I don't know, I felt like they should have been looking pretty good because I still consider the system change to not really be a nerf. But it was interesting to see just how abysmal their win rate was straight after that system change.
The thing is, with win rates, it's typically an issue due to players just not practicing.
Agreed.
Like, not really practicing the change. And it makes a lot of sense in that regard, which is why I think that Cascade, can we get a reset on win rates after a patch and then look after that?
I mean, I agree on that, right? Like, because people are experimenting, trying to figure out, like, even the most recent midweek muster, I just double checked our stats for it. 25% win rate with 8 games played. So, like, people are still wiggling around this, trying to figure it out. But it's crazy just how inflated your economy gets if you can get off the ground running. Now, what makes this an interesting matchup, I think, is that usually Jean is great at stopping people from taking extremely greedy turns, especially when they're economically focused instead of tech focused.
Something interesting to keep in mind here as well. Jean, this is like one of the matchups where I think that honestly, like the Jean champion path makes a lot of sense as well against a little bit now, just because like typically Byzantines, they are kind of late when it comes to going into crossbows, even in Castle Age. Gonna have to see, though, how this one's going to be played out now on Gorge as we're moving into our game number 6 here.
Oh, yes, we are going deep into this set. CSO now on the verge of making it into top 6, which would be his best performance ever in an S-tier tournament. For Anotand, he's got some ways to go. Top 3 is his best, achieved in the previous EGC event. So for him, this would be seen as an upset and a failure to meet his own expectations. Byzantines, I feel like I want to say a bit of a specialist pick for Anotand. He has some crafty maneuvers. Unfortunately, probably not going to see them here due to the trade post locations of Gorge. The CSO on Jean.
Okay.
This guy is crazy. You know, I'm going to say something maybe controversial. I feel like this guy is more scary than Louis MT on this Civ.
I don't think that's so controversial. Legitimately. Okay. Like, CSO, we've seen it time and time again. Like, whenever CSO plays up against Louis, like, there were sets in the past where CSO just downright 3-0 stomped Louis.
True.
Those two play, or like, I'm not sure how actively. I think they still very actively play team games together. That's kind of like the part where they both came from in the 1v1 scene as well. Like, they started out as mainly team game oriented players, then branched out into the 1v1 scene.
There was I'm trying to remember the time back then. There was another Chinese player as well, wasn't there? I think they were part of the crew with that he stopped. Was it Yui, right? Yui Metal. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Yui Metal. We got Scarlet Devil.
Scarlet's still around. Yeah. Yui, I think, disappeared. But like, there was a point where
he started playing again. Yui Metal started playing again, and he played like a lot of games, but he's on break again.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think there was a point where he was easily considered the best Chinese player. Then Louis took that mantle. Now CSO is trying to make a run for it, and I gotta give it to him. I think he's progressing incredibly well. Like, you know, we're 5 months into 2025, and if I had to weigh someone who's probably had the biggest improvement thus far this year, CSO is easily front runner of the pack.
I'm not sure really if it's a lot of improvement on CSO's part, because CSO has always been really, really good. It's just like focus on what he wants to achieve.
You think it's maybe
like actually
consistency?
I think it's just like time investment into the game, and like focusing, because like CSO is one of the players that I would say like probably practices the most in the game, like customs, on ladder, pretty much anywhere. He even asks me for custom games, and that's wild.
He's like, Crackety, you know Barbican rushes so well. Can we run a few formats, please? So we have got the outpost coming out, by the way. This is to be expected.
Not from Jean.
You don't think so?
That's a normal villager. No,
wait. You mean yeah. So I thought you meant the Civ. That is a bit funky. I guess he wants a cleaner school of cavalry timing. I mean, why not Jean here? Like, that would be good enough XP haul, no?
I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. He can go for his own mining camp on the stone, upgrade the outpost. Jean is eventually going to get upgraded, and then she can't get the stone anymore.
That's true. And also, in fairness,
he could also, in theory, do in his base, but yeah.
There is some civs where Jean's important. Like, if you want to outpost rush Malians, you always use Jean, right? Because the Donzos will snipe a normal villager. But here, I mean, Akratoy sounds great, but if you think about the run to try and get the... Like, you're never going to catch that villager.
And they don't throw torches, right? It takes a while to take down a building.
No, these Muppets, they learn how to pick up a spear, and then after 30 seconds, they forget how to pick up a spear. They don't even throw the spear at the end. They just stand there looking threatening.
Imagine if Akratoy lets you throw the spear at the end. Like, the last attack after Akratoy runs out becomes a Donzo spear throw.
I mean, like, it should be better than a Donzo spear. They just need to scream, "This is Sparta" at the top of their voice.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. No. You have to make it more subtle. Like, "We bow to no king." That would, that's what they say, and then they just hold the spear. I kind of want more text indicators. Like, I don't know about you. I love the Knights Templar help just popping up, because it's kind of a feedback indicator to let you know, oh, they're running faster now.
Outpost up now, so berry gathering is going to be kind of tough for Anotand. Question is he going to go for like his own archers and spear and just like midnight composition, try and burn the outpost down?
Well, one thing's for sure,
timing a little bit.
We're definitely not going to see range on, right?
Would be weird. Like right now, it's only the midnight. Like getting Melijon in at this point in time would be absolutely devastating for Anotand.
The weird thing is I've been seeing some players doing range on into Byzantines, which has always felt funky to me. Because, like, Byzantines are statistically, I would say, like, 90% plus likely to go javelins in this matchup.
Oh, Anotand, he's moving straight for the base of CISO.
Really?
Doesn't have the hardened upgrade yet on the Limit 9.
Yeah, but you're going to run into a level 2 Jean with this.
Yeah, that's the issue. And she's already there experience-wise. Like, it's no trouble at all for Jean to, yeah, there it is, to just go melee and start cleaving.
An easy intercept. I wonder what Anotand's thought. Maybe, ooh, you know what? Was he expecting Pro Scouts? This has to be just a rush to block Pro Scouts. But against Jean, that sounds oddly greedy for an aggressive action. Like, it's not often you say that, but the timings just don't make sense against this monstrosity.
Yes. Jean in all her might and glory. Easily take... Okay, never mind. I'm not going on with that sentence.
Did you ever realize... I can't remember the name of his character. You know, in like the Marvel's movie, the character that Jon Snow played? I can't remember the name of the Immortals people. Eternals. The Eternals. So there's the Jon Snow character, right? So he's got a sword that controls him and tells him what to do. Have you ever considered that Jean's being controlled by the sword? It's like, it looks like it's controlling where she's going, right? Like, she's more or less just running around. It's a very
large sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's historically accurate how large that sword is, to be fair. Oh, is that fortification? Oh my god, the fortification! Nope. Nope, they're out.
I mean,
oh my god.
In some ways, this feels good if you're Anotand, right? At least you didn't get halfway through and then that happened. Like that.
No, it's better if it's halfway through. That just felt horrible.
You don't think halfway through is just like sunken cost fallacy? You're like, okay, I'm gonna die.
Halfway through is when you commit. There's no more villagers over there. That's when you commit.
And then Jean turns up and you die, right?
This must have. Yeah, I mean, could happen. But either way, like this was horrible for Anotand.
Horseman
He's
now?
still basically playing without a landmark.
Oh, this is sick. Is this
reinforcement cutoff?
Okay, so like if he ever gets the mercs, this could be longbows, I think. Longbows are really good against melee Jean. Like she can't come near the fight. It's still how do you get olive oil? Because like something we didn't talk about is look at the berry spawns. It's not just one berry spawn on the ford. It's two.
It's Pope. Yeah. And now CISO, he's starting to take away all the deer.
How does he get out of this? I guess Horseman shut down Pro Scouts and then tried to turn it into a raid. All right.
John.
Okay, it's
That's a little bit too many spears to take on.
She did not seem to hesitate. She's like, I got it all, boys.
I can do this. Trust me.
Let me activate Beyblade mode.
Cue random anime music.
Trying to remember the Beyblade theme tune now.
Beyblade, let it. Okay, no, we're not going too far. Copyright strike.
There goes the money for the YouTube stream.
Oh, it's already gone. They're so quick with that. You have to be really careful. Can't even hum nowadays.
I mean, they got us the other day, didn't they? When we had the Rickroll medieval thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, don't mention the name.
Oh yeah, sorry. The Mick Dole.
Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. It wasn't even the same song.
Doesn't stop us from taking your money. And we have got Kurosite in play. So Anotand is what? Going to try to block gold?
I mean, that outpost needs to go. That's Anotand's only real way back into this game, I feel like. Once he gets mercenaries out, it's doable. But until then, it's despair.
Remember when Abbasid fire armor and fortification fire armor reduced Kurosite?
That was horrible. That was so horrible. I played a team game. I think it was even in a tournament. It was. I had like 3-4 Kurosiphons, and they couldn't burn down a TC.
I remember it was. I think you were in scrims. It was against Avali, and that Abbasid TC just didn't die.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You're watching my scrims?
Yeah, I mean, I think I got told to watch them by Balton, I think it was.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. You know me, I respect the scrims. Unless someone's like super secretive and keeps hiding the match history, in which case I'm like, haha, sucker, you left it open. It's a gentleman's agreement.
It's public now.
Yeah, I respect your scrims if you at least let me watch the pub games. Otherwise, I'm a filthy vulture. All right, so Kurosawa's coming in. But, you know, Jean has historically already experienced the pain of being burned at Pyre, so magic immunity built up. She's thinking about it.
Not really going for it. Yeah, she's thinking about it.
Spears?
Osman, a great source of experience here. Big dive comes in.
That's not many spears left over, though, so trickle in. Maybe if the ones inside came out to help. Unfortunately, he values the arrow fire a little bit too much into Limitane. So Jean, it would reduce the health bars. But that flamethrower is still going. Tower has been removed.
Yeah, this is the most important thing now. Anton, finally, he can stretch his wings. Get an outpost up in the front of that berry bush.
I think it's longbow time.
Start gathering. I think he can still confidently go for javelins, just because the follow-up in Castle Age would be camels.
That's true. I guess it's like if you're more worried, I think like longbows are better for defending now, right? Because like you can just keep Jean out of XP range entirely. Whereas like with Javs, she somehow always sneaks in. Just.
See, so he closed the timing. I think Anotand, you need to pull villagers immediately to get the outpost up. Now it's too late. Now CSO, he's marched back in with all of his troops.
Archer count does favor Anno slightly. Also, there's something else really important here. CSO has skimped on blacksmiths entirely.
It's true. So for the time being, the archers are going to do a very good job here for Anotand.
That was a very depressing
It's
divine
still...
restoration.
Yeah, the issue is still that, like, Jean, as long as she's part of a fight, you don't want to take a fight.
Yeah, I think this is okay, just losing 1 or 2 archers to force him back, and that is now going to give the space over. The problem, though, is CSO is just getting so much free economy elsewhere, free the pro scouts now. Like, right now, Anotand isn't really doing anything to stop CSO's win conditions.
I think now maybe Anotand has the timing to go for the berries. Maybe. It's getting wheelbarrow.
It's like you just
signalizes that he really wants the berries.
Just gets in, gets a single bowl. It's like, we done it, boys, and they're back.
Yeah, there's the outpost. Okay. Now we can start getting some oil in.
Imagine if we gave Kirosiphon's attack round.
Oh my god, that it's not. With the bugged attack as well, and they just suddenly melt all the units.
I was thinking about this like when I was working the Age of Empires 2 event. There is something... It's comical because they do 1 damage, but it's also kind of cute, and I liked it, where rams could like hit units, you know? But they'd only do 1 damage.
Yeah. I mean, they do only 1 damage until they hit a siege unit and they one-shot it.
Yep, that was the caveat. I mean, hey, everyone's complaining about not being able to kill those mangoes, all right? I'm just trying to provide solutions here.
Yeah, I'm a fan of having rams as an anti-siege unit.
Yeah, I think that's fine, actually.
Just get him close. Yeah, just get him close and they one-shot anything.
Like, Kirosiphons is the problem. I don't know how we make that work, right? Because, like, they'd be able to attack anything. We may need to reassess.
There's just a little dude coming out of the Kirosiphon whenever it starts to hit a siege unit and just pokes it.
No, he just like spits a little wave of fire. But you know,
just a little.
Like when
somebody just comes out with a lighter and it's like, oh, it's a little bit damp here, but I'm trying.
Just got this image of this guy just running out with an aerosol can and a lighter, screaming at an army. Whoa, he's
okay. So we are getting javelins in.
Interesting. Magic. Quick, build another pyre. We'll stick him next to Jean. Night Count is looking pretty
still
good,
massing
though.
up troops. Like,
yeah.
At the moment, like, Night Count is really good here. Army value looking very, very strong for CSO. And if Jean can go up to level 3 in the next fight or so, you get the Jean's champions in, it's going to be very tough for Anotand to hold with as many as Limitane as he made. But, like, food economy is also very good for Anotand.
You are a little bit on the clock because you have to realize, like, yes, Anotand has not been able to touch berries, but he was forced to touch grass of a different kind. That's a lot of grows this early on the game. Like, greedy, sure, but necessary. And this is where you can start to reap the bounty.
Start paying off.
Yeah. No steel arrows still for CSO. Needs the Knight
John
charges,
outside
actually.
of XP range.
Siphon can give the body blocks there. The Knights kind of littered trying to dive in. Limitane are now on the field. Now remember, there is no steel arrows. So CSO's damage into those Limitane from range is a little bit underwhelming still. Starting to wonder if he actually forgot about the shield arrow.
This point in time kind of feels like it. He's got the resources for it. But he's more busy microing at the moment. Fight now comes in.
Nice cleave.
John gets some good experience.
She's looking good for this. About 100 XP away. And this type of fight that could easily get you there. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped. The Knight's going for the full commitment. Limitane count is looking decent for the hold, but their DPS is low. It's close.
John's going to die.
She dies.
Excellent. She dies.
Yeah, but that's a cheap buyback. He didn't trigger the button. She can ride across the field now. The Knights are still going to break through. The Kira Siphon, an underwhelming defense strategy there.
The dive.
And there's no Limitane left. He's breaking in, and Jean is on her way to be the second wave to stick Anotand down and out in this best of 7.
No way back in. Anotand, his entire food economy is now idled out. All these olive groves, that's his entire food income. And now with the Jean level 3 coming in, about to spawn champions, or pretty much any unit at this point in time, inside the base from Anotand.
All that idle time.
Put up a market, need to buy some food.
Just run away from him. You don't need to kill him. You just need to make sure you kill his economy. And there it is. Champions get spawned. Jean should be running to the back. The outpost defense can only do so much now that level 3 is in. And Anotand, after an amazing first EGC tournament, a respectable performance here, but the storyline for this tournament is quickly becoming that of the Team Elephant boys.
Yes, I would see Anotand. He's got a lot of wood remaining. Could get a couple of additional outposts up inside of his base. Maybe another Aeroslits in placement here and there.
CSO's resetting group of archers. I'm a little bit surprised Jean isn't just diving into the base right now, actually, right? Like, she should feel unkillable at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit too much respect being shown?
Maybe. It's also threatening because at this point in time, like, if Anotand somehow does get more Limitane out, Jean now starts taking bonus damage from them.
That's true. And the champions, I mean, so bloody tanky at this stage. It's just, look at her go. All of a sudden,
to go for it.
She's a NASCAR driver. Like, this is ridiculous.
Champion's gone, though. See, so he's making ramps now. He's trying to go for a more static push.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, like CSO, like it feels like all the sail was blown out of his, the wind was blown out of sail rather, but
I don't know, he still has Knights.
Yeah, he still has Knights, but I mean in terms of like that dive, right? Like something made him hesitate hard. I think maybe it was the double outpost. Arrow 5 was just a bit too high.
Didn't have enough units in there. Anton did manage to sneak a couple of villagers out to the berries.
I like this. Just cut the aqueducts and ruin the efficiency of Anotand. This is a very cheap, efficient way of slowing down this economy. Because right now you've moved to the north side. It means the olive groves are active again. We knock on the door. Anotand will have to vacate the area. Outpost goes down. Javelin's hurling, but count not substantial. Only 8 in total.
Good enough to start one-shotting the archers bit by bit. There are still more troops coming in.
John's going to forward. We'll get another cleave out.
John, low HP now.
Needs to respect the exit as well, because javelins do not great damage, but enough to kind of get that last oomph in to get the kill. You can see, actually, CSO is trying to thread the needle. But, oh no, the buffing!
John, there she goes. Tiso has to think about this again. I'm not sure anymore if he can get it in this age. I think he might need to look for Castle Age to close out the game now.
Which is crazy. Like, when you look at how this game was 2 minutes ago, it just felt like a rematch and then a go, salute. But Anotand, those groves early, we talked about it, like, you know, very delayed investment pays off. Siston is going to get targeted, should be able to take that down. Maybe. Building more rams this close. I'm a little bit surprised by CSO. Maybe just needs to calm down and accept that Castle Age is going to be mandatory here.
Yeah, but he's still feigning aggression here, so I like that from him. Castle Age is coming in now. Should be Royal Institute. There it is. He is going to go for the all-in play now.
Makes sense when you got the level 3 melee Jean, your opponent's still stuck in the Dark Age, it feels like here. I hope he doesn't go for Rolex, right? I feel like it is, from this position, it should just be an all-in attack.
It would make the most sense right now. Especially since Anotand, he has been very much idled out for a lot of time here. His economy is kind of in shambles at the moment. Food is still looking good, but he's spending most of it, or rather feels the need to spend most of it.
I mean, props to Anotand for still even being alive at this stage. Like, it looked like this game should already been over. He's even got more olive groves being snuck. Walls are going up, but speaking of those olive groves, Knights, this is the problem when you extend that southern wall. It does mean you're not guarding your TC anymore. Age up complete. Anotand just got the bad news, but I mean, look at his food income. It's quite realistic that he could shadow and follow into castle. Just needs to secure the gold.
Yeah, he'd need to pull like 16 villagers over to gold right now. Oh, javelins, they were overextending a good little bit there.
Companion equipment is on the way. Jean is going to spawn back probably in about, there you go. I was about to say 5 or 10 seconds.
There he is.
Boom. Perfect
No,
time.
she's there.
Yeah, she just came out the TC.
Veterancy in as well now.
He's actually queuing up champions.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
If he can consecrate them. Before consecration, champions are insanely expensive. Well, any John unit is expensive.
Yeah, it's like 200-ish resources. It's not cheap. I think the Jean's Riders are usually the harder one to justify for that price.
Yeah. Granted, John's Riders have so much Pierce armor.
And they're mobile.
Just Axon. And a lot more HP as well.
And there we go. Champions come in. And is with Companions equipment. So the boys are feeling bulky. 210 HP and more damage. More armor. Limitane count is getting crazy. It's like, this technically is the correct answer. It's just a case where the CSO can scale it quick enough to feel like it's answering anything. Champions.
Yeah.
They are going to start diving deeper. So goal here is just to force Anotand to keep staggering the retreat. And that's going to open access onto the olive groves. Idle time being achieved. The Knights are actually staying away from the main fight. They're going after the workers. Jean is still hanging around. Javelins are actually now diving into archers. Great move there by Anotand, trying to optimize an awkward trade. Still no answer to those champs.
Villagers just running around. That's not really an answer that you can really make, right? Like, it's just try and have enough units to where you can swallow the loss.
Yeah, I think there's only so many champs you can gobble at once, though. Like, you see the production queues now
got
increasing.
so much oil. Yeah, Anotand's got so much oil. He needs to queue more javelin throwers. There we go.
Okay, that's got him on the way. A lot of idle time achieved on those groves and a few chip kills here or there. And Raw Bloodlines is on the way. I think CSO, like, props to him. He's done a really good job on minimizing Knight losses with that type of dive. Pretty much just sacrificing archers so that he can be as strong as possible for this next push.
Yeah.
And what has been happening economically? Has CSO been skipping villager production?
It looks like it. He must have.
Yeah, quite a lot, actually, at this point.
Oh, Jean. She's stunned. She goes down.
Needs to buy back, though.
And now the champions, they're not buffed anymore.
Yeah, he keeps trying to dive. He's going to retreat away now. I think he's been rallying champions just outside the base. So Jean, that buyback necessary. He's going to be making his way across. I wonder if CSO maybe needs another rack. So I feel like I'm constantly seeing 4 champions in queue.
Yeah, it's... Does he actually only have 1 Rax? It feels like it.
Yeah, and it's all the way
John's
at home.
champions aren't produced fast. Yeah, it's only 1.
I guess there's the consecration issue, isn't it? Like, you know, it's so expensive you were saying without. I mean,
they take 30 seconds to produce.
30 seconds and 160 resources with consecration.
That's a lot.
And a lot.
Consecration isn't upgraded yet, but yeah.
But also a lot to build up this. Golden Horn Tower's on the way. Anotand. Starting to look like he's weathering
Threading the needle.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. He's getting through it now.
Like, I mean,
and with the age up, Akratoy defense also becomes buffed up.
This felt like it was
So if he
90%
needs
against
to
him
pull the
before.
boys, he can.
Okay, so they're going to rally to the defenses. Chip damage that CSO needs after the idle TC.
Great spring rush.
Gonna dive in. Bloodlines is there, remember. Jean's going to lead the charge. The farm's on the backside is where he's going to have to make his last stand. Otherwise, the entire economy's not going to be working. He needs that upgrade, though. Veteran Civil Limitane coming in just 5 seconds. Cleave's going to be thrown out in the meantime. The Knights dive on in, but the choke point defense here. Limitane upgrades coming through.
Now.
Is it going to be good enough here? The Knight count,
It looks like it.
is looking strong, but it is production favoring Anotand. The rest of the farm's not working. It's only about 10 to 12 here.
He's holding.
Is he?
John's surrounded.
Jean's going to go down. Okay, no buyback. That's it. The Knights are down. The Limitane do it. And CSO, for the fourth time now, unable to break Anotand.
This feels so bad now because he doesn't have Guildhall. There's no scaling behind this. CSO, he's all in on this.
This is ridiculous. I mean, this is a game that I think back up against the wall.
Farm transition now.
It's back up against the wall just doesn't do it justice where Anotand was at just a few minutes ago. And I think he had to feel it. Like, credit to him, this is a master play on defense out of him. Multiple times in a row
back
now.
against the wall, with the wall consisting of spikes.
Well, like, ironically, even though he's the Greeks, it was almost like back is against the cliff and Leonidas is about to kick you in, you know? Like, this was ugly. And now CSO, he has to play for his own scale. So we are finally seeing him forced to go into Monks to rush the relics. But Anatand's food income is just going to eclipse CSO's for the next several minutes.
I mean, the olive oil as well. Like, Anotand now is on a solid 300 oil per minute. You can get a ton of mercenaries out. He's already got a ton of javelin throws out. So CSO, the correct play from him is to go for the champions. He has added in additional barracks, so it's so expensive to make them.
I mean, it's a cool play in theory, but it's kind of a reminder why we don't really see them so frequently. I mean, either form, you know, I feel like it's a timing thing, and it's based off of the ability to deploy them in the field via Jean. And obviously for free.
Makes a big difference. 1,700 food per minute compared to just 700.
Cantor Saddle's now coming in. I wonder if that's maybe something that would have been worth having a little bit sooner here. Camels are there for the debuff.
He's aware that he needs to still be aggro. He cannot afford to give Anotand any more time to breathe.
It's so difficult to aggro this, though. With the debuff, the Knights,
Champions
they
are
might
there.
be tanky. It just doesn't feel like doing much. So on the champions to carry this. It's now up to 12 in total, about 8 of them in the fight. He's going to start pushing it deeper. The weird part, though, is this type of retreat. Anatand's doing it to force the Knights ahead, so he counters that unit first. And the Limitane count of 30 should be good enough to hold that back. Jean gets trapped again. Tries to run away, barely gets out of there alive. Is he breaking him? It's looking good. The champions aren't buffed anymore, but they're
still
all good enough.
Very effective.
What is it? +6, +8 against spears is quite high. And it feels...
Absolutely shredding the limit now.
How? How is he doing this? Suddenly he's got that food surge he needs, but considering where this champion count was at, this seemed impossible to imagine just a few moments ago.
Level 4 is just around the corner.
How have we got level 4 this quick? I can't believe... I don't want to say quick, but this has been...
It's 30 minutes into the game, but it's still Castle Age. Like, this still feels like early Castle Age.
Unbelievable. And that does mean cannons, right? Which is a very big deal. That means he's going to be able to start sniping out these javelins, the crossbows that are now being built. He can even start scudding the olive grove farms. Like, there's a lot of options available here.
You could also go for mass champions, though I would honestly just prefer the cannon. But he has the option. With the mass champions, he could also, like, promote a unit. That could also be really good for him.
Oh, yeah. No. And especially with the timing. If you think about it, he almost broke through, but it's the trickle issue that's killing him. But if you're in a fight and then all of a sudden... Huge.
Yeah,
well, it's not just
promoted champion.
It's not just the promo. Crackney, it's the fact that, like, if you think about how close he was to breaking through there, imagine if all of a sudden +7. That's the breakthrough, right? That's it. And at this point, with companions and equipment in particular, they aren't just going to melt one by one. They will get dive damage.
Yeah.
He's so close.
He's getting there.
Trip Sacred Site as well. The only problem with CSO is obviously he's just got way too much gold, but he can fix that with a marketplace.
Outpost getting rushed up, but there's a lot of unit. One outpost isn't going to cut it.
I don't know what that scout is doing. Not participating is what I call that. It's like, I'm scouting, guys.
He's doing his job. He's doing his job.
I swore no evil, no blood to be shed. And that goal, by the way, is the only one that Anatand's going to be seeing anytime soon. There's
Flash
a
coming in on the backside. And there it is. Level up.
There we go. Jean de Blast activated. And remember, that upgrades the champions. They are now elited. And Anatand spears
immediately in Castle Age. And he's got the he's got the crowning.
It's a big boy. That knight 600 and something health, I think. It's ridiculous.
It's like plus 500.
516, did you say? It's pretty high. Yeah, 716. 716 because yes, he's got the road bloodlines.
With road bloodlines.
Good luck countering this unit. The crossbows are massive, but maybe not quick enough. The Mangonel defense is going to be there, but it's a lot of torches. I think Anatand's going to have to remember what no one ever does.
Oh my god, the AoE does so much damage as well.
Has he still got Divine Restoration? It must be coming cooldowns soon, if not.
I think it's on cooldown still.
Okay, yeah, he bumped it a little bit earlier. It doesn't matter, though. Look at the health of the champions. They're barely getting touched. Jean is going to lose her chosen maiden, her king, on horseback. But the flood is
starting
real.
to thin out the herd.
The mango is the problem. Like, he hasn't actually been able to turn and burn it. Jean's going to go for the farms, though.
The crossbows are doing a great job.
Cannot even one-hit a villager. What a lame level 4 unit.
Yeah, I mean, Khan also can't one-shot, but he's got more range.
Exactly. At least he knows how to shoot on the go. Oy, oy, oy. And there's the summon.
Here they come in. Okay, wave 2. But Jean looks to be going down soon.
Just imagine Anotand's feeling on this, though.
Fired.
Like, he's sitting here, he's like, okay, I think I've survived it. All of a sudden, 7 more out of nowhere. Like, what the hell? Crossbow count is looking good, though.
I survived this wave. I survived the next wave.
Next.
And the next. And the next.
Why is there an even stronger next wave? And we got a promotion again. So, full HP King Knight ready to go in. I think he maybe needs a ram here. Like, this Mango Tower done ridiculous
54
work.
damage.
Is that all?
On that knight. Like, the knight does more damage than Jean.
And the lance charge, 114.
That's reasonable.
See, this is the buff that Hobbelars need.
Just a slight buff to the stats.
We're big up.
Ciso's taking Anotand's berries.
Dude, he does not want to have to go farms. I think he's done 3 farm clusters.
He's done
Actually, it might be 4 now, yeah. So he's getting there.
Ciso, he's also, look at how much stone he has in the bank. He's fully ready to play this long game with Red Palace.
Maybe just drop the keeps in the enemy base. Maybe that would finally be able to beat the defenses. Yeah, don't shoot the king unit. That takes too long. Another mango tower.
Yeah.
It's going to scare him off. I don't know what those two were doing. Holding hands a bit too much. Jean's going to forward. Obviously able to reduce a lot of the incoming damage. Nano. The camels, you need at least 1 for that debuff. It is going to be important because still 10 knights in the field as well as Jean herself. Hitting the farms though, and the mangoes, he may have actually found the soft spot. He's going to come through. Decent damage done. King is dead. Long live the king. Archers are clearing into the Limitane. I cannot believe Anotand is still somehow not dead, but the champions...
It's the sisters, man. The mercenaries that he's getting out.
I mean, this is the thing. The champions are starting to get answered, though. Like, the crossbow count is just about good enough for Anotand to keep scaring CSO back. However, he's now hunting for the gold. The cleaves can be big, but the problem is when you get range 4...
yeah, he's about to build them all.
Go, no. He's griefing himself right now. Run in. Press the button. Has he not got...
I'm not sure if he had charges on that. Maybe.
That's unfortunate. If he does not have a single charge of that. He did. He definitely did. The problem is, remember, when you get melee...
Does he have textiles?
I hope so.
Must have textiles at this point in time. Yeah.
But you get them all in the same
no doubt in my mind.
I think the interesting thing at this stage, though, is like having melee Jean be ranged is a kind of grief point against those cleaves, right? Because you're never in position to just do it. But this is, I think this is exhaustion.
Got any units left.
Yeah, it's down to 18. It's just the crossbows left, which has been working so far.
It's a constant flood.
Yeah,
just get another Night King.
One hit.
And this guy one-shots.
One hit. And he's reaping everything here. The eco lead's real. More cleaves coming through. Crossbows can't even finish off the Maiden of Orleans. But I think CSO is about to finish off Anotand. The lead's getting big. The only thing that's really missing is an age up, but I don't think CSO is interested in that.
Drop Red Palace in Anotand's space at this point in time.
I mean, I think you might need it. He's not giving up.
So relentless. It's crazy. It's crazy how merciless CSO has been in this game. Just non-stop aggression, even in situations where it looked like CSO would not have been able to take Anotand out.
He has 3,000 stone.
Such a crazy defense.
Like what?
What's he waiting for?
If not a Red Palace, at least just build a castle. Do it! 3 keeps right now. Oh my god.
Yeah, this reminds me of that scene in Scary Movie. What are you waiting for?
Oh, I thought you were going for Watchmen.
Oh no, it's way funnier in Scary Movie.
Hey, nothing will beat the runaway stair scene in that movie. And another promotion. Trebs, finally. CSO, he's looking for the juggler hit. Something to actually take out the landmarks. And all of a
there's
sudden...
another 7 champions.
Yep. I mean, the child support on these must afford you enough to afford 3 houses, I imagine. Chow down on the camels, only 2 remain. It's just that Royal Bloodlines makes it so difficult to even get a single kill. And reminder, winner of this, there's no easy path past this. Round of 6 and beyond is like ridiculous. The winner of this goes up against B.
Yeah.
If it was Anotand's, you know, I would have said that's going to be close back and forth. CSO, after what he's done here, I think B should be a bit worried. This guy is an absolute monster.
Oh, man. And the final score with 4-2. CSO, my God, man. These games have been absolutely incredible.
And this is now CSO locking in his best performance ever in a top-tier Age of Empires 4 tournament, making top 6. Commiserations to Anotand, not able to better his last performance in the first event of the year. But, I mean, he shouldn't feel too much shame about it. Like, CSO, I think the B matchup in particular is really interesting because after what we saw here, the word that I would use to describe CSO after that game is polarizing. Like, that was relentless.
Oh man, that was crazy. But like the knowledge to like not back off, not go for a macro approach afterwards was really, really good.
Paid off nicely. And for those wondering, because we rarely see it, the King upgrade, I believe it's 200% health and maybe not 200% health. I think it's 200% damage. It's a very big buff. It turns one of your regular units into a hero unit of its own. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah. It's absolutely crazy just how strong these units get. Kind of glanced over most of the time just because you don't get access to the cannon. Cannons,
and attack
people
speed.
like cannons.
I think that and attack speed, right? Like, because usually by the time you get level 4 Jean, you have arbitrary. And like promoting an 80 HP unit on a percentage health isn't that great. So understandable, but powerful when we do see it. I think when the Jean first came out, people thought that was going to be giga busted. But guys, after Anotand it gets busted by CSO, we are not done yet. No, that's right. We've got one more game plan today. You'll see more of CSO tomorrow when he faces off against B. But we need to figure out who's going to have to deal with the boogeyman Marine Lord. Vortex and Poppypaw are on standby. In a few minutes, they will clash in a single Elium best of 7. Historically, Poppypaw has Vortex's number with an 80% win rate in series. But Vortex, ever since coming back from Age of Mythology, is a different beast. And the Canadians have still got something big to prove here in the Elite Classic 3. Let's find out who's going to come out ahead after a short break. I hope you enjoyed your time away from the screen, because it's time to get those eyeballs glued, fixated upon it. We returned for our second elimination series of the day, Vortex versus Poppy Paw. I classify as elimination series, but the reality here, Crackety, is every single series remaining is an elimination series. There are no second chances.
Yeah, these sets are absolutely brutal now. I mean, this is it. These players have been working hard, like pretty much weeks and weeks and weeks, working towards this. They've been scrimming, they've been practicing, playing the maps, figuring out hidden strategies. And there's also like always this tactical element. Like they're looking, okay, I'm in this group. Chances are I could be playing against this or that person. Maybe I'm going to scrim versus somebody that has a high win rate against that player. And just like that, like strategies form, like kind of these training groups, practice groups, they form. And now we're here, Vortex against Puppy Paw. We mentioned it earlier, I think you mentioned it, that Vortex so far, he hasn't been performing too well in the past up against Puppy Paw. But we also took into account that Puppy Paw, he had a very good run, or just a very good, very good performance overall, just before Vortex kind of took a short break for Age of Mythology. Now that Vortex back from Age of Mythology, I think anything is on the table again.
Yeah, in fairness, this year so far, the win difference, like it's a little bit tighter. It's only 3 series play, 2 wins to Puppy Paw, 1 to Vortex. And the most recent one in One Trick Pony, which Puppy Paw won, went all the way for free. And honestly, to be real with you, I don't think One Trick Pony is a good representation, because if you remember, that tournament was literally only play 1 civ. So the last time they faced off this year would have then been EGC Masters Winter, where the first time it was a 5-game series that went all the way, Puppy Paw won. But then Vortex the next time 3-0 wiped Puppy Paw. So yeah, wouldn't underrate his capabilities here. And I think another thing that's interesting to talk about, Crackety, is, when we came out of Season 9, when you think about the way people were at least starting with House of Lancaster and Knights Templar, there was a feeling that we were going to be heading towards a more defensive meta. Maybe 2TC was going to be returning, which I think is a playstyle that definitely is better for Canadians, because I think Puppy Paw and Wham have, much more comfort in the mid game. In theory, it should have been a cripple for Vortex, but it must be emboldening considering how many games we've seen relying on aggression for one of the most aggressive players in AoE4 to potentially thrive in that new meta.
I think even if it was a 2TC meta, I think Vortex would feel quite confident in that one, just because like Lucifer and Vortex, they really thrive when it comes to being able to like defy all odds with their aggressive playstyle. Like even if 2TC is meta suddenly again, that just means that Vortex and Lucifer now get a better timing to all in.
Well, I wouldn't peg them in together, right? Like Lucifer will probably be like, oh, I'm just going to poke you a little bit. But yeah, Vortex is the guy who's probably going to be building like 3 rams outside your base, and you know what's coming next. So, draft complete. Anything too surprising here? I think some of it has been surprising but become more expected in the last week or two. Is Marlians suddenly becoming first pick material?
They are very much first pick material, I want to say, for the Canadians specifically. I know Wham and Puppy Paw, they really, really enjoy playing Marlians. Like they're all in behind that strategy of just massing up those big chunks of infantry units, like having a ton of donzos, a ton of javelin throwers, and then slowly but surely like securing your own base and moving across the map with just this big ball of infantry. That makes it very hard to just play cavalry, play into normal range units. You kind of have to somehow deal with that big blob of infantry when it counters out most of the units that are available to you.
Very diverse unit comp to do that as well, by the way.
Yeah, we're also getting Japan in. I like the state of Japan at the moment. I think their units at the moment in the current meta, they feel really good when you go into like Honorable Geisha and Mounted Samurai as an army composition, just because Honorable Geisha deal really well with spearmen, with crossbows, and Mounted Samurai deal with everything else. And we've also seen like the Buddhist monk play coming in a little bit more, like people started playing it more and more. I'm still not sure how I would rank it overall. Like, it's an interesting play in general. It's greater against some civilizations than it is against others. It's probably like the most effective against civilizations like OTD or maybe Jean in French.
Yeah, it's like if you have high base damage units, then it's going to feel more impactful. I think the other niche role it has is on the newer maps. The small baby vein maps, it makes a lot of sense. Like Enlightened Horizon, we've seen it for Carmel, the whole concept being on those maps, you're going to run out of gold quick. That gives you an infinite resource in your base. So those maps, it can make a little bit more sense in. But yeah, I do think it's a situational build. I always see Twitch chat being like, oh, Pog, we're going to get mass monks. It's like, calm down. It's good. It's not broken. Something that has been interesting
it's definitely not. Even if you have like 50 of them, it's only like 1,000 gold per minute. And 50 units that don't do damage? Yeah.
1250 passive gold, crackety. And they're military
insane.
units.
That's like English get passively in the late game.
Textiles only gives 75 health. I get 90. And that's before I get extra health.
That's like every KT game past 20 minutes.
Please stop. The interesting thing around it, actually, I think, has been the change at the start of the game, is Japan actually doesn't really go Coca anymore because of the Dark Age rush, right? Because you end up with 2 buildings which both get counted by archers. So, like, that's been the biggest shift, I think, is Kura's returning. But the first matchup of the day, it is going to be Byzantines versus Jean, which did just deliver the most epic matchup of the Anotand CSO series.
You think Puppy Post just going to try and mirror that?
Yeah, he's like inspired. Like, you know what? I'm going to attack
Void. I'm going to try that.
Could you imagine if they're just like in the game and the roles don't make sense? All of a sudden you've got Vortex just defending and Puppy Paw all out attacking. It's like, what game am I watching right now? Have we got the players mixed up? Like, did production screw up?
It makes sense to me. Like, Vortex, he's the kind of guy to force his aggressive playstyle on the opponent, no matter what matchup.
That is true. I think there's a PC that says like his take on it is, you know, the best way to beat Vortex is to try and like make sure you're fighting him. Don't get suckered into reacting to him.
Yeah.
Well, a fun one, folks. Reminder, by the way, you better be on point, whoever's going to win this, because Marine Lord is waiting and taking notes in the background. He will face off against the winner of this tomorrow in, once again, an elimination series. But let's get to it. Elite Classic free playoffs. And we've got Puppy Paw up against Vortex in a best of 7. In the red, as Jean d'Arc, it is going to be the Canadian. And across the ways, playing as the Byzantines in the blue, we have got Vortex.
Right, and we do actually have the Byzantines opening with the Dark Age barracks here this time around.
That's very Vortex.
Puppy Paw mirroring that? No, Puppy Paw's not doing that. Puppy Paw's playing normal.
Because, like, we talked about the fact, we hyped it up, the Vortex is the attacker and Puppy Paw's the defender. So they're playing to their roles, it seems.
Yeah. No role reversal here. Just good old Age of Empires.
So
what
expensive.
What is he going to make? You want to say he is going to make them in there. Yeah, it's especially expensive. I mean, you're not spending a lot of wood, but you're spending a lot of food.
Yeah, and that burns out quickly, right? Like, the thing that's always important to keep in mind is, it's almost like we forgot about it because Pro Scouts changed that dynamic. But before Pro Scouts, food was always the thing to run out first. You have lots of wood near your base in most games and lots of gold.
People noticed villagers on the straggler tree. That's a dead giveaway right there. That something's going on.
You just, like, yeah, I think he's just going to rush more gold.
Yeah. How much does he want to rush gold, though?
Wheelbarrow, baby. We need it. Nah. I think he just wants the one knight, maybe.
Yeah, it could be.
Do you know what the ultimate flex is here? You know this play's coming, and when he arrives, the only person gathering here is Jean.
Oh.
like the biggest biceps, because he's got 150 HP. He's like, yeah, hit me. I ain't going to stop gathering. Yeah, I'm surprised you struggled to click on her there, Vodka. She really is that big. She's built. Hitbox should be like 5 times bigger than normal villagers.
She's got muscles for days.
Yeah, Mama just protects all the little innocent villagers, you know?
He's going for the full 200 gold. Like, he wants 2 knights. Or is he going for
Could it be
Pro
Wheelbarrow
Scout?
Knight, maybe? No, you wouldn't just rush Pro Scouts here with the Matane opening, right?
You wouldn't download a car, would you, KP?
Like, you know, okay, guys, let's be totally real. Most of you, when you hit a deer in real life, you wouldn't get out the car and put it in your boot and go back and skin it and eat it. So why would you do it to a deer in Age of Empires 4?
Money.
Really? Like, you don't need to get money, you get food. You filthy roost, man.
You know, food equals money. That's what the people that owned all the rice farms said.
I'm pretty sure, like, money equal food is how most consumers experience it.
Yeah, that's what the poor consumers did.
Crackady's just been so inspired by Clarkson's Farm. He's doing his own German version.
Oh man, I'm gonna make my own beer. I'm gonna get a bunker, put some mushrooms in there, gonna infest the whole land.
Don't forget, it's very important that you have a best friend that almost dies in a car crash, and you have to punch a producer on a TV show as well.
Oh yeah,
We're not
I'm putting that on the bucket list.
I mean, like
a producer in the face.
No, one up it for the bucket list. Hit the producer with the bucket, and it looks like Poppy Boy is going to hit us with that Pro Scouts. Yeah, the gold is right for it, right? I think is it? I always forget the number. Masters hard. Is it 2-3? It's 2-2-8 or something, I think. 195. Look at that. Maths is hard.
But yeah, he's got enough. He could immediately go for it.
It's only 2 spearmen. You know?
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. You can just kill them with villagers, like chase after them into the sunset.
Like, you know when Chernobyl had the whole meltdown? I'm sure like there was a confident guy who's like, oh, it's only 1 meltdown.
It's only 1 reactor.
Yeah, like I'll maybe get mutant powers.
Oh yeah, the mutant powers. Yeah, that's how it worked. I mean, I watched Family Guy.
Let me just shave my head and hop in a wheelchair. I'll get the best powers of all. Joke's on him. He didn't realize you have to get shot by your best friend. Grand Warrior is going to be coming in, though, so nothing too unorthodox. Did he... Vortex usually does 2 on stone. Did he do that in the end?
He did. He does have 2 on stone.
Yeah, I feel like every single game he's a big believer in this. It's quite weird for the most aggressive player in AoE4 historically to take what I consider to be the most greedy way of doing the system build.
Yeah, but if you go through with it, like we saw it in the last game, right? Like Anotand, once you get those 5 cisterns in, it was so close. It was so close. Even with how the game started, it still was unbelievably close all throughout.
It's ridiculous just what it does to your economy, your production rates, you know, because that's the other thing. It's just taking dead weight resources and then creating units out of it in like 3 to 6 seconds. It's quite frankly ludicrous, that type of conversion rate. Even offsets the weakness of mercenary timings. In fact, we've seen with this mass system builds, often you end up getting your second mercenary pump quicker than the older builds.
Looks like we are getting some early archers here, but yeah, early Pro Scout play did come in. And now Jean, she's just going to make sure that those Limit Nine aren't going to be anywhere around those gold miners. So timing here is pretty much impeccable, right? Like Poppy Paw, he's getting the immediate Pro Scout, immediate scouts out to collect the deer. And now he's back on gold to follow up with knights. I'm
gonna turn to a biased caster here, Crackety. Vortex's systems are not perfectly aligned. You know, you call yourself the Eastern Roman Empire, and you can't even draw a straight line.
Is it really not straight? Look,
it doesn't look straight. Can we get? Can someone get the?
Straight.
We need to get the tools out.
Do we have like a water scale? Yeah.
Doesn't look like a right angle to me. Vodka is so confused what we're talking about right now.
The aqueduct isn't straight, vodka. Needs to be at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, like shout out to Calp. He used to be the best one at doing that. He'd make a perfect U. Yeah. I don't know how he always done it.
Would put his space inside of a box every time.
Like it was pitch perfect, and I was like, man, you know, I'm not surprised. This guy's had years of experience building walls, so.
Oh, there we go.
There is our screen. That is not a right angle. You are not Roman. You're Loman. John?
Is not even having fun.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, I was about to say, I was wondering, he's trying to, I guess, wait for Vortex to not be looking and then take a stab at the villagers.
I mean, also means that there aren't many villagers around the TC right now, right? Since they're gathering out there. So even if he gets into the TC range for a second, doesn't do that much.
Vortex refusing to give over the XP. Please, I'm an RPG gamer.
There's a couple of mercenaries now in queue. Already on system level 4 now. And already almost have enough for the next system level as well.
It feels really bad for Poppy Paw that he wasn't attacking that system play. Like, maybe that would have been the thing worth idling out. You know, it doesn't sound like much, an extra 4%, but what matters is the production rates that are going to be inflated now. And already into Olive Growers. Vortex, he is going full defender.
Yeah. This is just peak Byzantines here right now. He doesn't really have that many units out to like play against the mercenary, like the army composition next.
No, because
A couple of archers, but
so greedy.
that's the issue. It's very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, this is on the Civ that gets it cheaper as well. Yeah, it still feels like the difference that allowed Vortex to get away with this type of play.
John on the run.
You know, I also...
We're up to 2 knights now.
I often think that's like the thing that's not talked about enough with Pro Scouts and what you give up as John and French. It's cheap, but that's almost like the bait, because then you have to sacrifice knight production to produce scouts instead.
Yeah, that's true. Like, not getting that early nighttime again, that could have made quite a big difference, especially when it comes to the stone gathering.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, the Limitano were barely holding on at first against John. So one of the knights is going to reap on the backside, so nicely done. That is, once again, not a right angle. No wonder,
dude.
No wonder the Byzantines crumbled.
Yeah, now we know why.
They like, you know, Hagia Sophia got built. They're like, wow, circular things are cool.
Let's never do that again. To be fair, when you're in Italy or like in Rome, streets also aren't really square.
Do all roads lead to Rome, though?
I mean, if you follow them for long enough, you always take a right then a left turn.
What if it's 50 years from now, the coastline's eroded and the road just leads into the water? Have I just got to follow that road?
Waterways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
straight
Kevin
line, baby.
Costner, okay? Waterworld that crap. Come on. There's a lot of Limizane. Puppypaw. There's a growing
That's
eco
the thing,
concern
right?
here.
Like this many archers. You need so many archers against this now.
Yeah.
You need enough archers to one-shot, which, follow Midnight, that's like 20 archers. And then you need enough to be able to have enough archers even while the javelin throwers one-shot your archers.
I wonder if a Puppypaw is a greedy play that makes more sense here.
He's getting a lot of halves in, but what he needs right now is just mass archer.
Like, it's not bad if your knights can raid in, but the problem is, like, you know, upsides of the enemy economy being condensed, you know where to find it. Downsides is it's much easier to defend.
He could also make some more spearmen in. Just use the food. I think spearmen right now would be more valuable than the knights, honestly.
Yeah, good counter to Limitane. Also gives you some of the bog down. Good counter to javelins. Give you some of the bog down Limitane. So Knights, they're still trying to chip in. It looks like it's 2 worker kills so far in the game, but obviously systems are offsetting that advantage.
Yeah. Vortex, I think, also got textile, so you should have a little bit more of a buffer there. Engagement comes in. Jean at the front side. Some good experience coming over, but Jean's still lacking a lot when it comes to getting to the next level. And
she's being ignored
nice
right
around now.
Yep, now they're turning on the javelins.
Just out the archers.
I think this is beautifully done. Now you can just DPS fire in to make sure he limits the XP. And that's an overwhelm. I think Puppypaw is going to get out on gold here.
Yeah, he's going to have to evacuate from the gold now. There we go. Pulls back, goes to the next gold over.
The funny thing is this comp can usually be pretty good. Like when you're against Master Limitane with Melee Jean, if you have enough knights, it feels great, right? Because if they turn to stab her, they all get charged. But you know, it comes back to what you're saying earlier, where maybe Puppypaw needs more archers, or maybe he needed like more of just one unit all in. I wonder like what the thought process was. Like maybe he just didn't expect Vortex's economy to be this clean. But we're seeing Castle Age already from Byzantines.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? Like, he barely made... That's the thing. He only made spearmen, in theory.
But he made them early, Crackety. He made them real early.
He did. Okay, a couple of javelin throws are now dead. That means that he can't one-shot the archers anymore, except the ones that are already lowish HP. Actually, never mind. I take that back. He has blacksmith upgrades. He's able to one-shot still.
You say the archers. You should say the archer. Okay?
Yeah.
Plural. Second one joining in now. Looks like he's trying to intercept reinforcements.
The spearman count's thinning out. Golden Horn Tower on its way, though, but yeah.
It's the price you pay for a tech up.
Definitely going down.
Whoa. Calm down,
we're getting close to level up.
Just around the corner. Is it happening again, just at a different pace? Could he do the CSO? That's what we're referring to that
There we
player
go.
now.
Level up. Still not quite there. That
one
was
more,
so
just
close.
Just one more, please.
Come on, what? No, come. Okay, he's waiting. He's waiting.
Well, why
10
are you
seconds
waiting?
and then he has it.
He's taking up,
Because-
man. There is no waiting.
He's waiting for more knights. No, he's also taking up. Puppy also wants to take up. He could cancel a knight and go up.
So Guildhall? Probably Guildhall, right?
You would Guildhall. I take Puppy Paw as a Guildhall kind of person. No, he's rolling.
Whoa, he is inspired. We are.
He
we
is
are
definitely
CSO-fied.
inspired. That's a consecrated Guildhall incident right there.
Consecrated Guildhall. I don't even know how that would work.
I don't know. You get more gold.
No. It's always discounts, so somehow you end up getting less gold.
Let's go. No interest right there.
But it does get a cool emblem above it. So, take-ups to be complete on both sides. Puppy Paw...
Oh, why did he spawn the units out there? Guess he just wanted to put the ability on cooldown, but Puppy Paw just spawned his 3 units in the middle of nowhere? Or inside of base? Where did he spawn them?
I'm at a loss here.
Yeah, inside of his
Might
base.
have been at home, yeah. Nice raid in, though. Chip damage done. Now 6, almost 7 worker lead in total. We do
I have no clue where they are.
It's a AoE's edition of Where's Wally? Or Waldo. I think
Where's
there's
John
one...
Champions?
Is there one in the Sacreds? No, that's a... Where did you hide them? It's almost...
they?
What did you do with them? It'd be a shame if I hid them behind a wall and bricked it up with no food. You're a monster.
Nice to get caught out there. Something
they are.
interesting to keep in mind. Oh, yeah, they were hiding. All right. There we go. Something interesting with Jean is if you're right next to a wall, you can actually spawn the units over the wall.
Can you spawn them on a wall?
No, but they do spawn on the other side.
Ah, damn
They're
it.
going to say hello
Not
from
quite
the
the
other
same.
side.
Because the cool thing is if they like were on top, they could have sung Chandelier at you instead, you know? I'm looking at the goal. Like, actually, Vortex still has a lot of safety in his spawn here. There's no
He
rush
does.
out.
He definitely does. Yeah. And the economy is great for him at the moment as well.
Relics as well against someone who has this many knights. This is an impressive beginning to the
It's
age of
actually
Vortex.
a little bit lacking. I don't think he made that many Olive Groves. I think he's only on like the first 8 or 9.
Yeah. Yeah, he played it quite
Maybe
safe.
less. Yeah. 7.
It's tricky on this map, right? Because like the wood is quite limited as well.
Yeah, Puppy
Rob
Paw,
Lawrence
once
there.
again, he's also actively making the John Champions.
We're cooking with the 1-2. Tankiest you can get. He's actually adding an arbitrary as well. Now that's a little bit surprising.
Weird to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a single armored unit here.
And there normally isn't in this matchup, right? Byzantines, there's no reason you'd want to build Varangian, a lower
Yeah.
HP melee unit against knights.
Our bot line's now in, so these knights are going to be a lot more tanky. Just when Vortex kind of left his base there. He's moving out
Camels?
with all of his units.
One of them's in
Camus?
there sniped. Camus just sounds like a terrible Marley and Cal variety of that unit.
That's a new nickname for Demu.
No, I think that just needs to be like a Malian variant. It's just it's cow riders. You know? We just get our production guy out of the booth. You make him run around on all fours with a saddle on his back.
Vortex doesn't look too impressed by these night raids here. He's not moving up back with his army. He's committed. And there's a lot of villagers out there. Never mind, they
just did.
evacuated.
Yeah, but the lumber camp makes it kind of obvious, so this is suspicious. You're stopping to build a blacksmith?
17-minute blacksmith.
Yeah, also it's the fact he felt confident enough to stop to build it is crazy. I can't believe he got away with that.
Javelin throw is just taking everything apart here now on the retreat.
Yeah, it turns out champions are not so good when they slow you down like this. I think that scout is dead. Don't quote me, but he
Might
may have been
be.
killed.
Yeah, at this point in time, there's more javelins than flesh left on the corpse.
True as shish kebab. It's almost like a all-you-can-share shish kebab. Everyone grabs one stick.
The knights came back though.
Okay, grab his sticks and charge in. The
It's
champion's
getting
front
taken,
line.
John. Heal comes in. That was clutch.
She's almost dead. Champions are holding the front line, but it looks like Jean is going to go down. Javelins get the snipe. However, this is definitely going to be a wipe for the forward army.
Yeah, and the Knights can now clean up all of the javelin throwers here. That's massive value. Look at the army value just dipping instantly now.
But then look at the military count after this. Like, Vortex still has so many javelins again. I think he's added in more groves. He's definitely not a like critical mass strength point. He needs more time. This is an expensive loss.
He's gonna need crossbows now.
Yeah, and Puppy Paw, I mean, it's gonna be slow to arrive in the base, but this is the whole point of the champion's timing. They may not be quick, but they just refuse to die.
Still has the Knights after all.
Yeah, with bloodlines. The effective HP in this army is, I want to say, like close to 3 times, maybe 4, what Vortex has.
Is Jeanne d'Arc secretly OP?
No. It's fine, Crackly. She needs buffs.
CSO and Puppy Paw working to get a nerf now.
Because if Reddit is right, then Spearmen also need a buff.
That's right.
So Jean is underpowered. We solved it. I mean, in fairness to her, I still don't really see the riders looking that good often. So
yeah,
we could probably buff something.
He's just keeping on adding more and more of the champions. It's just going to be a full melee mosh pit here. Crossbows are just now being added in by Vortex. Still takes a while.
I don't think we have any Mango Towers, which was a key point in the defense for Anotand in his final game of the series that just happened. So definitely
Vortex
a lot
doesn't
easier.
usually find himself on the defense.
No. He's like, what is this thing I've built next to my gold vein? What is its purpose? Flash coming in, though, on that gold vein. A few camels here are just baiting and distracting the Mass Knights, which is actually a perfect way for Vortex to fight this. Yeah, Puppy Paw.
So they're against the units that they counter.
Yeah, no, but they're outnumbered. Like, look what was happening there. Puppy Paw, I don't know what that was. That felt like an overreaction. He sent about 9, 10 knights at least after 3 camels. And it gives Vortex the recovery arc here. Pushes him away.
There's plenty of champions in the back of his base.
I don't know if Puppy Paw was trying to raid. I really don't know what the thought process those knights were.
He was raiding.
Okay, so you didn't get more worker kills compared to, like, I think you already had 7. So you're going to dive in now. We do have the knights coming back from the south side towards the gold. So it's going to be a multi-pronged assault.
Good reaction. That's a good one.
Snipes the monk. Can't find the workers. Good reaction so far at Vortex. Those point sticks are becoming problematic, and Puppy Paw is doing something a little bit crazy. He's pivoting into Horsemen.
Against 30 Midnight? I mean, the Horsemen, they still get boosted up by the Royal Bloodlines, and he is floating a lot of food. So maybe he just wants to spend his food on units?
I mean, just add in normal men-at-arms alongside the champions, right?
Would be an
I
option.
guess it might encourage crossbows a bit more, right? Like, maybe that's his paranoia. He thinks there's a lot more crossbows than there actually are.
Currently only at 6, but you can mass them up quickly. Don't forget, system level 5. Those units get out quick.
We have got the border settlements coming in, so housing will give good vision. Vortex having us play dangerous now. It's going to be a 4-tree line further away from his base. Also doesn't have a system buff there. If he can secure this area, though, like a system here, gold, wood, maybe a mango tower.
Would be great for him. He's got the stone for it. Once again, from the bottom side. Would love Puppy Paw to split up the knights into 2 groups and also raid from the top side.
Agreed. I think he came so close with that little poke with the men-at-arms in the north. When you do it 1 by 1 like this, yeah, there can just be answers. Camel's going to be there with the crossbows, so enough to scare him away. And we do have some small walls coming through. Area gathering the area as well. That is a melee mosh pit. A full-on party. The champions are going to spread out. Jean is in range to give the buff as well. Cleaves adding up. And no easy snipe onto her so far.
Yeah. At this point, like, there's just so many champions.
Hold on.
The midnight count is going down quickly, but
yeah, the crossbows are going to get rid of Jean. And that means the champion's going to be sniped as well. But
they wasted so many volleys, though.
They were just in trouble now.
So many volleys there. Acrotroy defense could be used.
I think it's fine. With the knights coming in now. The camels aren't able to keep pace. And there's no Limitane left to defend against this now. So Puppy Paw.
Village is going down.
Yeah, just sacrifice the champions, but it could be worth it here. Crossbows now being targeted. No one is standing in the way for them anymore. Village is stuck in the middle of it. And the eco difference is growing. 48 to 71 now. A fantastic strike by Puppy Paw.
Yeah. Just killed so many villagers there. And the fight. I mean, he lost his army, but he's remassing. Still looking good. Is it just me, or did the Midnight count just not go down during that fight?
I feel like I'm watching an infinite loop run of Lemmings. You know, they all died, and then they're just all there at the start again. It's like you're playing on easy mode. You must complete the level. It's ridiculous, but like, one, it's the power of Conscriptio. Two, we have to remember, we have to add on 25% to the Byzantine economy. It's like,
yeah,
there's a lot of power here, and the Grove count is getting high.
It is, and Vortex, he's not out. He is not out. He's also got 3 relics inside of the landmark. He's at over 700 olive oil per minute.
Yeah, and Puppy Paw no longer has knights. It's only 8. That switch to horseman makes him substantially weaker here.
The horsemen just are so weak against camels and the Midnight.
He's going to start targeting that north side.
He might die to this now.
Well, it's his turn to feel the pain. He's going to try to rally the remaining knights forward to attack the economy again, but considering how quickly Vortex is producing the Limitane, something tells me there'll be plenty waiting to receive.
So many. This is just such a huge melee force. Puppy Boy is trying to go into the archers, but his woodworker is now also getting intercepted.
I tell you what, the Unlimitane strat felt like it died a long time ago in its purest form, but Vortex is doing his best to try and bring it back here. Camel count is also looking good. They can turn into effective pseudo-raiders. Nowhere near as good at a knight at killing villagers, but very tanky, very hard to assassinate. And no, wait, are we doing this? Because like, if Vortex just walks all the way in and stands on top of them, that's going to turn into a bloodbath. He hasn't realized yet. He's a little bit distracted, so they're idle in the stealth forest on the north side where the clash happens here. Jean's going to come around the back. The camels block her out perfectly. It's going to be a cascade effect on the north side. Looks like he's going to be able to break through, but the camel reaction coming in is going to apply that debuff. Jean's done a loop-de-loo around the tree line. And Divine Restoration coming in clutch. Vortex forced to retreat, but he's got a second wave just to the east of this screen. And here they come.
Champions. Champions, they keep Puppy Paw in the game here.
Look at the XP bar.
Just getting absolutely shredded. We're getting to level 4 soon here. This fight could just be it.
Now, the Javelins did find the villagers in the end, so it's a massacre on the stone line. Jean is finally taking some damage. And she will be sniped. Yeah, final crossbow comes through. Okay, so no level 4. The champions are now been debuffed. There's a few crossbows to snipe them down. And this is where Vortex can breathe a sigh of relief. This is the type of fight he wants. One that is just brain-dead A-clicking with no threat of a level 4.
I'm not sure. We still have a good amount of archers here.
Javelins back there.
Coming back, though.
Yep. They culled, what, 8 villagers on the north side? Now they're here to claim more souls. Archer backline is trying to clear the remaining Limitane, but this is looking rough. I think the problem for Puppy Paw
basically
is...
got the archers.
It's not just like the biggest problem here for Puppy Paw is where's he getting food now? He's gathering berries on the south side.
There's nothing left.
That's it. Like, it's just no deer remaining, no safety in the base. This is just an infinite food slog for Vortex.
You got up a keep on the gold here. But villagers, I mean, we're now kind of at the point where, sure, Puppy Paw still has more villagers, but Vortex are still so much more efficient, and now siege engineering is coming in. Vortex, he's only been making Limitane for what feels like the entire game outside of mercenaries. He made like, what, 10? 12 crossbows?
I mean, with the way you
everything else is just Limitane.
But the way you pronunciate, I'm words weird today. The way with you, and they're getting weirder. The way in which you say that word kind of says everything. Limit? Nay. There is no limit to these things. I think like so far in this game, you must have built, what, 200 Limitane? That feels too low. We need a production count in game because I feel like it's so much higher than 200 already.
Oh, man.
And there's the ball.
Paul moving on to the ball now.
This is getting desperate. I think he has...
Yeah, 28-minute ball play.
Maybe one more big fight in him, and that's it. We have to remember there's no guild hall behind this, so no clear recovery arc.
I feel like the keep might be the next target. Something tells me.
Maybe Vortex is just a really big Usher fan. You know, let it burn. Nice health.
Oh, man.
You touch them for a second, and you're almost dead. Okay, this is rough now. There's just so many camels.
Are running in. Yeah.
They're going to chase her away.
I mean, like,
She can't
Puppy Boy
get
had
me.
the counter with the champions, but just wasn't good enough. It's just too many.
This is sick. The
It's
camels,
just too many.
It's just denying any level up here. Any hope of recovery. This is absurd. And the Kara Siphons, I believe they're already on their way towards... Yep.
They're just standing in their way, but that's not somewhere where they want to be.
Oh, no, no, no. There's going to be a dive in from the full Byzantine army. Jean could easily be sniped. The crossbows turn on her to scare her away. And the garrison force is going to come in, but that's not going to last long. You need to repair this, big boy. Dive pass. Jean just so close to that level 4. But the creeping question in your mind has to be, will it actually make a difference? Yeah.
It's so close. Come on. Come on. Get the camels.
Just one more kill.
It's still not enough.
Just one more.
How is it still not enough? Another one went down. Another one.
He still needs... Oh, God.
It takes so long.
He needs 2.5 more camel kills.
Long.
This is ridiculous. It's like...
The crossbows are running through.
She's going to get level 4, and there's no army left. At that point, she has to be a Dynasty Warriors character to win.
Level ups here.
Hero Siphons are also here. Oh, my God.
Goodbye,
That might be overkill.
buildings.
John, oh, no. No,
Oh,
you
no,
waited
you
all
can't.
this time for this. Not like this. It is going to be like this. She's going to go down. That's 1,000 gold he can't afford. GG gets called. Vortex, an insane game 1 turnaround to take the lead.
God, it's so many villagers died, but it didn't matter to the Byzantines. Army trade out was just still too good for Vortex. Pumping out those Limit-Nai. 184 produced this game.
I'm disappointed. Didn't hit the 200 count. If it went a little bit longer. I mean, that was impressive, though. Like, well played to Vortex, reminding us that sometimes trash spam can be good enough. I mean, we talked about the Anotand CSO game where it was Limitani, but also reliant on static defenses. He never really leaned on that. Barely any walls, the outpost, not really getting Magno on placements. Never felt like he was in a position where it was a necessity. Reminded us why he is an infamously aggressive player.
Yeah. That was wild. I honestly didn't expect the Dark Age Limitani opener. That was an interesting one. Didn't in the end like achieve too much, but it made the game very weird for Puppy Paw. No early night opening there. Instead, had to immediately go for the Pro Scout.
I wonder if that was the fault. You know, some players don't like that when you do something weird at the start of the game because it forces them to readjust their build order. Because even at the highest level, I think there's some players that at least the first 5 to 10 minutes, you just want to be like, yes, this is the way this plays out. But when you knock them off, even by 20 or 30 seconds in the opening, your game sense, your timings are completely off.
I'm not that sure about it. It's more like the readjustment is easy, but then it becomes weird. Like, okay, how are my opponent's timings now?
Do you never feel like you've had games where you just look at the clock as reference point for what you should be doing?
No.
Interesting. I don't know if that's like a StarCraft thing.
Doesn't happen anymore.
Doesn't happen. I've become numb to the clock. Too many 2-hour-long games. No reference point.
I mean, it's only like when you play up against like Delhi and it's like, okay, 6:50, okay, you should be going out to Sacred Sites now.
I do wonder if it's like more of a maybe StarCraft thing, because obviously in that game, like I think it makes more sense with the static spawns. You kind of know like when you should be at a certain point, what you can do at a certain point. If that makes sense, right? Like
it's like a reactionary thing. Like you never look at the clock and are like, oh, I should have been at this point in time now. But it's like you look at the time in the game when like your opponent ages up and you can deduct based off that. Okay, he's going for this play or that play. It's the opportunity to do this and that.
Interesting. And that's an interesting G2. I think that's the first time we've seen Japanese on Sacred Grove.
We don't see Japanese that often in general, especially not picked that early on. Like, this is the second game, and yeah, typically not a priority pick, but this time, Puppy Paw, he whips him out very early on.
And how do we feel about this matchup? Because I feel like so far in 2025, the only word that needs to be said to describe this matchup is crossbow.
Yeah, it's the issue, right? Like, you can't go for Onabugeisha in this situation. You don't have your own crossbows. You get the Onamusha, which don't feel that great, I want to say, up against crossbows. Maybe as a raiding unit, but for straight-up engagements, it feels very tough. And yeah, just as mentioned, like, making Onabugeisha in this matchup is just not something that you can really do. That's the thing, right? Like, French, even against another knight civilization, they don't go spearmen. They just keep on hammering the knights.
And that hurts you even more, because I feel like the player that's been making Japanese look really good at the moment are the ones that involve Yumi pressure in the earlier phase, right? And if I had to like list civs that you don't want to build Yumi against, I feel like French is easily top 3.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. I'm wondering what the play is going to be. I mean, maybe this would be like the prime situation, right? To go for the Buddhist monk play here in this situation, in this matchup. I could see that. I could see that happening.
Yeah, I can see where we come from. Like, the focus on French knights, you know, it's less units to debuff and also higher base damage, so you actually like remove a lot of the wallop. Just maybe take a more defensive angle. The one challenge might be around food. The thing about Sacred Grove is it doesn't give you much safe food. You have to play onto the flanks or center quickly. And we have to remember it's likely going to be pro scouts, which means even less food options. So maybe some sort of ultra greedy early farm transition. It just feels like Japan doesn't do those that well.
I mean, I think Puppy Paw might just go for like the early deer shove build, right? Like, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, with the
That will
spears.
at least deny one of the deer packs. Vortex could also scout that out. We're gonna have to see if he like scouts it out and denies it. Game number 2. We're jumping in right away.
Oh, yes, it is going to be some Dark Age aggression, but not from the Civ you'd expect. Vortex on the French is going to kick us off with a Rax opening, but it will be mirrored as expected by the Japanese with that 75 wood discount from Puppy Paw.
That is very interesting. Kind of means that, yeah, both players are probably just going to try and deny the opponent's deer here, potentially. Like, look at that Vortex. Yeah, he's just immediately gunning for that. Taking those deer down. Well, probably wanting to push his own deer. And Puppy Paw, he sees this. Is he going to do the same thing, though? Because Vortex, he still opened up with the spearman.
That's what I'm wondering.
He's not making one yet.
But check this. Puppy Paw is steering there.
Yeah,
so he should see the Rax, right? Right? No.
No, he's going right around the wood line. He's not going to see it.
So this is... This might be...
Wait, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
The delayed timing on the spearman might make this perfect. It's... No.
Oh my god,
no
he just
way.
barely doesn't see it.
Are you kidding me?
He just barely doesn't see it. Oh my god, dude. No way.
Okay, he has got spears on the way, so that should reveal it.
Is he gonna try pushing his opponent's deer in?
The stealth forest is gonna grief this.
He's gonna be so confused when he sees French spearmen.
Did he see? He should be like, you don't just look at the deer, right? Like, remember, he's just seeing an icon on the map.
Straight for the gold. He's going straight for the gold.
Yeah, but the next spearman like isn't coming. Look at what the next spearman is doing. Oh no! Oh, this is sick by Vortex.
That's so strange. Strange but relatable in this meta.
But this is the thing, right? The fact it's strange is what makes it so good. This is the value of variable play. If you follow the meta and do the optimal build all the time, people can like essentially react to it before you even do it. Yeah, but like it's too late. Like it's too late. Look,
kill the deer. Kill the deer. Oh, he's
you
like,
can't. With one spear, you'll just die.
How is the spearman losing that hard to this opponent's spear? Okay, yeah, and he's losing. Oh no!
Oh my god!
No, that's disaster.
This
Full
is
disaster mode.
Yeah.
Right. And now he's going for samurai? He's doubling down. He's doubling down. Double or nothing now.
What is there to double down on?
He hasn't been... Vortex hasn't been out on the gold yet. This is going to be a Dark Age only game.
Okay, but your opponent now has deer gathering. Okay, I like that. Puppy Paw's like, okay, if he's got deer gathering rate, I need deer gathering rate. It's going to be 4 out into the gold. Yeah, but
the issue is that the gold
samurai
is so close to TC.
And also, samurai do not arrive fast.
And they're also not that good.
There's a lot of ands we have to talk about samurai. And let's just summarize it simply as they suck. It's a very underwhelming Dark Age unit.
Yeah, much better units to make.
Yeah, like villagers. Scouts.
He sees Vortex out on gold now, but I mean, Puppy Boy, he's so far away from Feudal Age at this point in time.
And this is the
Just now
problem.
moving out
You
to
need
gold.
to back up the samurai, or you could just lose to 3 spears. He has got the other 2 spears coming in, but they're going straight for the gold. Vortex may have been a bit too greedy about this, actually. He doesn't have enough. He has to build more spears. Wait, actually, hold on a sec.
Gold in range of the TC, though.
Yeah, but this is going to be snug on the gold count. I think he's still shy of what he needs by about maybe 10.
Yeah, he's just pulling him.
Yeah, there you go. Needs 13 more. He's baiting him in range for that, though. Yeah, best to ignore the samurai. Otherwise, you're just going to let him keep getting deflective armor back. So, able to chase away. Shiv's out now. Look at that. Wow, such a manly, heavily armored unit losing to someone with a butter knife.
Not just someone. It's like 6 people ganging him up and a choke point.
I feel like if you're wearing heavy armor and have, like, a blade on a long stick. I don't know, just full-on Beyblade swing around once.
Are we getting
safe
to the
against butter
question?
knives.
Are we getting to the question, KP? How many toddlers do you think you could take on the playground?
I feel like, you know, the thing is, you got to make sure they all engage at the same time, because if not, it's just an attrition battle, right? In which case, I'm gonna beat up like 44 toddlers.
Yeah, I mean they start stacking up at one point.
You've been watching too many cartoons. They don't stack. Like what happens is they try to stack
They
up.
did it just like in 300, dude.
No. They that works for me, Crackety, because now I've created a sandbag body wall of toddlers, so the other toddlers can't reach me. Right? You gotta be careful not to build that wall too high though, because otherwise they can basically full-on elbow drop you from the top rope. It's goddamn toddlers.
How's the bone density on toddlers? Does the elbow like all in actually hurt?
Oh god. They just snap that. You know, if their bone density sucks that much, I blame the parents personally. Like, you clearly haven't been giving your kid enough calcium. Kind of like these Dark Age samurai. And we brought it back to AoE 4.
We're back.
Yep, just in time
Knights
for the
now coming in
Knights.
from Vortex. I mean, that's the point now. Like, we're in a meta where people are used to having resources all safe, tucked away in underneath the TC. Hope's out on the map. Knights here are going to be devastating potentially.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not pulling back right now. He doesn't... Okay, he's got Tawara, so he can wait a little bit longer. The problem is that Stealth Forest and the fact that I want to know, is his scout deeper? I think his scout is just north of this, so you will see the knight coming early and know exactly when to pull back. Because, you know, losing all these spears is pointless, Crackety. Like, I don't know why I'd want spears against French.
Yeah.
I'll just rush castle and build my own knights. Good timing,
There's a
does
knight.
see it.
Get spotted.
Vortex is
See
not a
what's
waster.
hitting him.
Yeah, wait. Vortex is not a waster. He's like going pro scouts like, look, if you've only eaten half your meal, I'll finish it off. But Poppy Paw
I'll
is
take the rest.
committed, man. I wasn't expecting the outpost.
Getting the
double
outpost
down.
in, yeah.
Yeah, but what about the gold?
What about it?
It looks like he might need a little bit more for what he was planning.
Surely he can do both. What's the follow-up going to be here? I mean, Puppy Paw in these numbers, I would have actually loved for him to like add in like maybe like 3, 4 on a Begacia just to get rid of the Spearman very easily, very quickly as well.
That's true. You do obviously have to wait feudal age, but you do already have the rack, so I think that's the tricky part. Is you know if you're both in feudal, there's knights, and you're building a unit that then is going to be counted by knights. So like maybe it feels like you're just over
Is it
addressing the
counted
first
by
thing.
knights? I'm not sure if the knights actually counter on a Begacia. Like, especially early on, when you get, like, +2 pierce damage. Not pierce damage, but, like, melee damage on them.
You're assuming that at the start of feudal age, you're going to have +2 melee damage. This is good
very
micro,
much
though.
in, like, Puppy Paw has the resource for it.
Nicely done. Poppy Paw gets the outpost up.
Yeah. He lost 1 villager. He's very fine there. We're just going to pull ahead villager-wise anyway, so...
As expected. We do have the Kurosawa's farms coming in, so Poppy Paw will have some longevity. But I gotta give him credit, man. Like, sticking out on this deer, very risky, but it's gonna give him a lot more runway here for the possibilities of the mid-game.
Has to be careful with those knights coming in.
It's still gonna be 3 deer stacks to Vortex, easy peasy over time due to pro scouts. We do have archers now coming through. Vortex probably now aware with that outpost commitment that this is going to be a castle rush from Puppy Paw.
Blacksmith now coming in as well. A lot of villagers just pulled over to gold. So it could be just an all-in on the knights now, honestly. Like, with the archers as well. There's going to need to be another unit composition coming for Puppy Paw. And Puppy Paw, he's going up to Castle Age behind this.
Yeah, it's not looking like there's going to be a timing for Vortex to stop that happening. And the knight scaling hasn't really taken off yet, so definitely some potential here. With the archers coming out, it's likely Puppy Paw will not open on Amusha, but Mount Samurai should be able to solve, considering how small Vortex's army currently is.
Early Horseman Q. Maybe Puppy Paw just trying to snipe some reinforcements with that. Oh, cancelled. There we go. Floating Gate now on its way. So no Buddhist monks on the menu here.
Oh, yeah, he went double arrow. So I was about to say, like, the numbers on Stone don't make sense. Yeah, he's nowhere near Uma Bannerman timing, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, he's skipping that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead, more outposts, so... Full defense
I feel like
at
you
home.
gotta skip it against the knight play now, because if you go for the Uma Bannerman play, then it's just too tough, like too rough to hold. You're gonna need the emplacements.
Yeah, and well, the whole point is having these multiple emplacements. It means he can potentially just run the first Mount Samurai over to this side of the map, right? So,
yeah,
full aggro, full defense at the same time.
Just being able to snipe the archers, very important.
Vortex, he's starting to hold a little bit in reserve. There's no harm in still scaling knights. They will keep relative use as the game goes on, obviously. But, I mean, I guess the priority is open knights to block the relics. You don't want to be giving that over to the Shintos for free.
Another stable, that's interesting.
Huh. Well, he's flowing a little bit of surplus resource. Maybe there's a world in which you float and gate something other than production, but that would be kind of crazy. There we go, double Q up. Knights are going to ride in. That is enough torch power to burn this down. Now it's not. He lost one. Now it'll still be enough. Archers are ready to get the repair crew. But he's buying time for the first Mount Samurai to come in, and good target fire on those archers as they're the biggest threat.
Getting them down means that the villagers at least have a chance to escape when the spearmen arrive. Gonna have to do it soon, though.
Repair. He's gonna run for it.
There they go.
Mount Samurai, nice body
Samurai's
block.
coming in.
He draws all aggro.
Doesn't lose the villagers. That was amazing. Incredibly well played.
You get what? You get 2 knight kills, 3 archer kills on that dive, maybe 4, and you lose 2 spearmen and a tower. Totally worth it.
Well instituted though, follow up. So Vortex is going to follow up now. And with this many villagers in gold, he's going to be able to easily afford royal bloodlines and veterancy as soon as the age up hits.
Does need a lot more knights currently, though. 5 is not insanely scary.
It's not ideal.
No, Puppy Paw's about to end up with more knights. Which poses a very interesting interaction, doesn't it? Because you get 80 extra HP. When the DPS exchange, your opponent has deflected 30 damage from you and done 30 damage to you. It's pretty crazy the difference that makes. And then, of course, down the line, Uma Bannerman, extra +1 melee. I mean, this is why Mounted Samurai feels so good. And we have to remember, like, cantled saddles will not trigger. Wallow? Okay, I feel scammed. I feel like that was a lie.
Yeah, that was...
That line disappeared.
Wasn't.
However,
some good raids, though, at the same time.
Oh, yes.
No royal bloodlines yet.
I mean, no veterancy. These knights don't want to really fight into double Mount Samurai. And look at this. Puppy Boy is just going to micro it back one by one. He has, of course, got the Shintos that are going to be waiting at home. Uma Bannerman is also in for the buff. Offensive fight. Vortex does have the TC to assist, but it is costing him a lot of idle time as well.
Not worth losing that many Mounted Samurai, though, but yeah.
Wait, he's...
Losing the idle time definitely good there.
Is that a misclick? Please tell me that's a misclick. Why would you build Samurai here? This Okay, there we go. We got rid of... I was about to say, like, is this not the worst civ of the game now to build samurai against?
Yeah, you don't need them. No reason to make them there at all.
I don't know, maybe he wants to try and get some spears slipped in so the Mount Samurai can just focus on raiding. Vortex has a very early time to arbitrate, and you're starting to see the real picture here, right? Like, I don't think it's about raw bloodlines. It could be about a timing around Gamson's crossbow stirrups.
Hmm. Arbitrary now coming in as well.
How do you feel about those type of builds, though, by the way? When people go Raw Institute to Mass Arbor? Because it often feels like...
you still get some great bonuses, right? Like getting the discount on Gambesons, you're getting the faster attack speed on the Arbaletria. It doesn't feel as impactful as the Knights, but like never discredit that the attack speed on the Arbaletria is actually insanely valuable.
It is. I think that the weird thing is that by the time it usually feels worth it, you're almost ready with a guild hall to go Imperial Age, right? Like, it's a very polarizing timing, I've noticed. Because you don't want to open
actually
the age
keep in mind as well, something that's not utilized very often is that you also get the trading upgrade.
That is
on
true.
the Royal Institute.
And we have some
on this map, like if you get
some
walls in, if you get some walls in, you could easily trade on this map.
And he had that very intriguing game against another Canadian, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
The insanity of the late game Lancaster versus French.
That was an insane game.
He just didn't die. I don't know how he kept surviving that long. The full Le Cockroach. Looks like we have got a raid around to the back. Arbitrary should be camping in the base at this stage, though. So it should be...
And Vortex immediate reaction pulls the villagers back from the wood line. Oh, but the one underneath the TC gets sniped.
This isn't a lot of spears. No, yeah, he's just going to dive in. Their front line to protect. So good trade here for Poppy Paw. And if he cleans this up, the villagers, that's just GG. Poppy Paw makes it work on the board nice and early in this series with a swift dub from the Japanese.
Nicely played.
Especially after
honestly, after that opening, that was a wild one. Spearmen from the French, actually like really efficient trade outs there early on. Shoving the deer in, denying the opponent's deer. I think maybe the pro scout play was unnecessary.
He felt quite greedy, yeah. Maybe if he didn't do that, there would have been a timing to block the gold. Because, you know, you think about the cost of pro scouts, then adding the scouts, that's like, what, two less knights and probably 4 less archers, if you think about the timing investment. And maybe you then able to have kind of thread a ram, which would have countered the double tower defense, which I think was critical for Puppy Paw getting the breathing room. But yeah, this is the play we were talking about in the other game. Like, it's crazy he got the deer all the way home, especially when you consider that Puppy Paw was running straight for his gold.
Golden Isle here and there, causing Vortex a little bit delay when it comes to getting to Feudal Age, but overall was still very fine. Looking at the next matchup, we got Mongols against Order of the Dragon on Frisian Marshes. That's an interesting one. I think Mongols makes a lot of sense just because trade is really good. Order of the Dragon, I'm not that sure about. Maybe if you play them like HRE. I'm just in general not a big fan of playing Order of the Dragon like HRE.
I think the other thing is, on this map, I'm usually thinking, okay, how do we outpost rush? And that's kind of a weak point for the dragon. The spearmen might be unkillable. It's very difficult to build enough to get garrison value, because you have to remember that you pay double the price to get one garrison slot that does the same damage as any other civ.
That's an interesting one. I think, honestly, like, Order of the Dragon is like one of these civs that suffers the most if Mongols goes to Imperial Age.
That's fair. I can see that. I think maybe for Order of the Dragon, you can just go straight out onto the fish, actually. That's maybe an interesting angle, because your villagers are very tanky. You don't feel like you have to run away quickly. And you're also very efficient for outpost defenses later. Could be just as easy at like a Burgrave rush here. You have to remember this map is very good for that kind of linear route to the enemy base. Men-at-Arms could be super impactful, because Mongols, you know, Keshik's not really a great answer into gilded
I like
Men-at-Arms.
Burgrave rush.
Yeah.
I like the idea with the Burgrave. Like, up against Mangada, you're going to have to be a little bit creative. Maybe it's some Gilded Horsemen as well. But just Burgrave as well. Like, getting Landsknecht in, Gilded Landsknecht in at the moment. Feels
Yeah.
really good since they actually buffed the cost of Landsknecht as well. So they're really, really cheap now with the Burgrave.
I will say one thing that's awkward about Gilded Landsknecht in this matchup is the Yam, right? It's like you can very easily get Benny Hills with that strategy.
It is, but I really like the army composition of just Mass Horsemen and Gilded Landsknechte, because you can always just front with the Gilded Horsemen. And unlike normal horsemen, the Gilded Horsemen don't immediately like flop whenever they meet spearmen. They can actually run past spearmen or run through them. And once the spearmen are like behind the horsemen, they're just getting surrounded by the Landsknechte and the horsemen. They just die instantly.
Yeah, it's like you just shove your spear in and snap it off. You're like, wait, what? How are you not dead? All of a sudden, big salami slicer in the back. I mean, it's powerful. It's definitely very expensive, and you have to remember there's going to be trade as well. But that's where I think the horseman, you're onto something there, right? Like that's going to be your blocker to the Mongol greed. We'll have to see if that's the way he wants to play us though. Vortex, an infamously aggressive player, and Mongols is his OG Civ. So comfort through and through. We head into Frisian Marshes. Vortex of the Mongols, and Puppy Paw looking to blow our minds and show us what the Order of the Dragon are capable of here.
All right, here we go. Let's see, what's Puppy Paw's situation at the beginning here? Is he moving out to wood? Looks like he's starting off on wood. I mean the Mongols, so Vortex. Yeah, he is starting off on wood, so should be getting a production building or an early pasture in. I mean, this is a great spawn for him, at least when it comes to the Uvu. Gold-wise, he's going to have to move out quite a bit.
Yeah, this is always a little bit of a weird one, right? Like getting a close Uvu like this, I don't know if you really want to pasture because you just get so much sheep in the early game compared to like a Dry Arabia. It's almost like it's a D value play. There's a lot more like credence to other openings, either a fast feudal or obviously going towards the racks. He's about to get the final wood drop off, so we'll find out in a second. And
I feel like
timing's good to see his options.
Yeah, honestly, my personal opinion on this is I feel like that barracks opening up against Order of the Dragon just rarely works because Order of the Dragon spearmen are so good, and you can mass them relatively easily. And with the economy behind it, it just chances are you're not going to win that fight. But maybe Vortex has something else in mind, or maybe Vortex just downright disagrees because he is opening up with the barracks here.
The other thing to your point is like Order of the Dragon villagers themselves fight back really well. 15 more HP, 1 more base damage. They hit as hard as a spearman does, actually. So decent units are holding their own ground. Here we go. I think the spawn is too delicious to refuse. Like you look at the gold spawns, he's got that one back. The other two are towards the Mongol player here. Could even look to drop an outpost to maybe deny the berries.
The Archon Chapel now coming in for Puppy Paw. Just going to be in the back. Just next to Woodline and the food.
Yeah, so just the safe players expected.
That's all you need.
He could get the deer shove after this initial Mongol aggro, but there's probably a high probability that if nothing happens, the spears can just lame that deer.
Yeah. Oh, Vortex moving out. 2 spearmen and a villager.
Yeah, he stopped at 2.
We're going to see
Just
more
waiting for double
spears.
production.
Yeah, he's just going to double produce again. There we go.
Okay, check vision
He's
for
going to
Puppy Paw.
wait, or rather stop at the 4 spearmen. He's off wood now.
There is a spot, just like 50-50 between the gold and berries, where you could essentially harass both those resources. All right. Yeah, no, my mistake. I forgot. We're watching Vortex here. Let's not take the reasonable placement of the outpost. Let's just jam it right up in there.
I mean, with the outpost position here, he's also getting vision over like the entire top side, so Puppy Paw can't sneak villagers out the top side.
Vortex is like that guy that you have a car crash with, right? And you get out and you go, you hit my car. Look what you've done. It's like, there's no damage. And he's like, oh, I hit your car, did I? And he just gets back in the car, reverses, and full-on floors it into the front bumper. It's so in his face. And is that an archer range reaction? Yeah, so we're getting...
It's getting rushed up quickly as well.
Wow. Okay, so this is going to be a villager
The outpost's going to finish, I think.
Yeah, so I think the idea is a villager pull to burn the outpost then. Because, yeah, there's no way you'll get a gilded archer out fast enough here.
Is he? No, he's not pulling villagers.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's too late.
Silver tree.
We're getting trade, boys.
You know what you could do down the line is like you could pull villagers down the line for the burn. Because 65 HP is hard for an outpost to arrow fire out. Vortex being a bit greedy, but obviously you can just min-max this, burn, garrison, repeat.
Yeah, but there's also still like emergency repairs, right?
Yeah. So, in other words, this was pointless.
A little bit. But it was an investment from Puppy Paw.
Oh, I forgot.
And we do actually have the deer lure behind. Yeah.
Yeah,
had to be.
it's 2TC.
Wait. Okay, yeah. 2TC and
before.
a deer lure?
Wait, I
Maybe not a deer lure. Maybe it's just going to lure them to the TC then.
No, Crackety, we've seen this before.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Carmel.
going for 2TC. Yeah, it's just he's not going for the deer lure, like all the way to the main TC. He's just going to put the secondary TC there.
But what I'm talking about is we've seen this matchup before. This was Puppy Paw's Nightmare, if you remember, in the Anotand series. Different map, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Yeah, it played out completely different at the beginning, to be fair.
But it was the 2TC beginning for Puppy Paw.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, Vortex, like, the difference here is, like, it's going to be better for him economically than it was for Anotand that game, because we are talking about probably easily the best map in competitive rotation for Silver Tree.
Yeah. It is so, like, the enemy market is so far away from you.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to harass that trade.
I actually think in this matchup, because your opponent's going 2TC, and you know it, you could start off trading to his marketplace.
You could, at the beginning, like, first couple traders, 100% you could.
I mean, I could get a little bit of interruption on the deer. Could actually, like, start.
Oh, he's actually luring 102 very far away.
It's like, bro, I meant to guard this area. And I'm going to hide in the Stealth Forest.
TC is now up.
Ooh, safe trade. That isn't the Vortex, I know.
Man. What a waste.
Just an open
We
goal.
are getting Keshik now.
Which is going to force...
What's Puppy Paw's reaction here? He's moving away completely from wood. Is he just going to go straight into Castle Age? Is he even getting the outpost up? Yeah, this feels like a Castle Age play now.
Okay. There's like an all-in timing on the second TC because of this, though, right? Like, as long as Vortex doesn't go too gung-ho with trade.
I mean, just a couple of traders are going to be enough for Vortex to continuously pump out Keshiks now.
So not exactly fully reminiscent of the Puppy Paw Anotand game. Kind of reminds me a little bit more of, was it Puppy Paw Beastie? No, it was Beastie Wham, wasn't it? Where that was on Carmel as well, and it was a 2TC build. But Beastie went full French all-in. Now, obviously, this is kind of discount French when you think of the heavy cav. But similar target in mind. How much sheep did Puppy Paw get?
Okay, the mining cap actually got burnt down.
Okay,
No
17.
Repair.
17 is decent here then. Like that's I think that's more than enough for his
tide
play.
him over.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
Burgrave
I mean he's also got the deer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely more than enough. But yeah, Burgrave play makes a lot of sense then as a follow-up. Keshik's now gonna arrive around the back to find nothing.
It's like you built an
wood,
Archon and you don't want like wood and farms? Brother? What is going on? So, what's the rationale from Vortex? It looks like he's going to be adding in the archers. At this point, he's got to be suspecting Fast Castle, right? Like the outpost on the ford, and the stay at the tree line. It should be pretty obvious at this stage. Maybe you mirror it now.
Just what can he really like do about it? Like Puppy Paw even has enough resource for arrow slits in placement.
I think you could start to blob here and you mirror with maybe Kurotai. I mean, you've got Silver Tree, so step redoubt is already inherently kind of
not the best. Yeah, what makes a lot of sense. The H-up is coming in fairly quickly now, or he has the resources.
Imagine if he just Regnets. Quickest way to lose the game.
So greedy. Wait, is that in range of the Falcon? The position?
Check vision
Vortex
for
see this?
Vongals. No.
No, okay. He doesn't see.
Although, I think your villagers were seen walking off of the sheep. So if you glance that, then it's already a bit suspicious.
Yeah. Post does have the emplacement. Yeah, it's... Vortex can't fight this yet.
No, I think he's just trying to force a little bit out of time here or there. Make sure that
he doesn't have a blacksmith yet, so he can't really ram push. Yeah, I think maybe follow-up is now also just age up as well. He's got a good couple of traders.
I feel like ram push is going to fall flat here anyway, right? Because of the E repairs, it would just be too slow.
Yeah.
Still, it's a decent comp to have scaling. Keshik's, of course, an obvious one. You could even think about adding in more archers for the Kortai follow-up. And here comes the men-at-arms. The boys are going to be on their way. Against mass Keshiks, that is kind of worrisome, though.
We are getting another archer engine. Could be gilded crossbows. Now, remember, folks, gilded crossbows on ladder are currently bugged. They attack a lot quicker than they are supposed to. But we do have a tuning pack for that. So, for this tournament, the crossbows do attack with normal speed.
Congratulations. 10 more people just started abusing that bug on the ladder because you told them.
Oh, man.
Meant to do this. And anyone caught doing it will be persecuted to the full power of World's Edge law.
No, the local law. It's like...
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah. FBI is going to arrest you at the PC.
And that's like great when you look at the local country and they're like in a country that's like super brutal crackdown laws. You're like, yeah, that guy's screwed. He's sweating right now in the basement. He's like, you're going to the gulag, buddy. Imagine being in there like, what did you do? I tried to overthrow my government? Whoa, okay, what about you? I murdered and wore someone's face as my face? Okay, well, what are you in here for? I built
crossbows as Order of the Dragon. Yeah. And they're like, what the fuck is Order of the Dragon?
You'll learn order around here, little man.
Alright, Asia has come in now for Vortex. Still has a good amount of Keshiks, but Puppy Paw, that's the thing with Burger, right? Like, it produces so quickly as well, for so cheap. Well, it's got a very good army mass with the technology lead still.
So, crossbow timing should be good enough because Puppy Paw is just slow rolling this, right? He's waiting for Critical Mass to go in. And because it's Kortai, you know, if you add in the... Oh, wait, I just remember we didn't go Deerstone. So no Khan Hunter. So the Gilded Crossbowmen are going to be king here.
Yeah. A post now getting rid of.
Like he needs it. He's got so much gold still.
He does, but it's annoying, right? Like, he wants to go out, yeah, gotta go out, get the fish.
Vortex is going to try to sneak in towards the second TC, but problem, second TC is now seat into Stealth Forest, so no sneaky.
Yeah. I mean, there's an outpost there as well.
Is outpost, yeah.
And
even without
Order of the Dragon outposts also see further.
For reasons, because, like, dragons fly and sky and stuff.
It makes sense, KP.
It does.
Just, yeah.
Like dragons fly. I really I agree. Like, oh,
the thing is that
Falcons.
HRE gets us as well, and they don't have dragons, but we give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but they're holies. They have God's eye in the sky, Crackety. You know, Jesus is always watching.
Eye in the sky. Yeah. That could be a villager going down. Maybe not. Nope. He just closed the door.
Wait right there. We will get you. Okay. I'm gonna go home now. Yeah, you do not want to fight these men-at-arms. You'd think Keshik beat men-at-arms, but...
No, they do not. Not in this situation. Just looking at the stats, 290 health.
And the quicker
compared
adapt
to Keshik with less than 200. Yeah, Keshiks have less than 200 HP.
I mean,
even veterans see like 175.
Yeah, they barely have higher base damage than men-at-arms. Oh, Keshik life is so depressing.
Pretty much just half the HP. I mean, Keshiks are... Yeah, they're a weird unit for sure, by comparison. But yeah, the elite crossbows are just absolutely murdering them there.
I feel like elite.
Not elite, gilded. Yeah, they feel like elite for sure.
Like if you
he's scaling his economy nicely. The question is, what do you prefer here? Like 2TC Order of the Dragon economy, or Mongol trade? Because Mongol trade is still like very special, with just how many resources you get. 30% on top, bonus movement speed.
And we're talking like special as in how this guy is kind of weird, but then he gets like a full scholarship into MIT and turns out he's actually solved like full thermonuclear physics and cured cancer. Like Mongol trade is king. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is like Puppy Paw getting more villages has a problem. Limited resources, which will be exhausted. Trade is infinite.
And even if there's a transition, right? Like for Vortex as Mongols, the food transition is so easy to pull off. Just a couple of pastures. That's the thing, right? Like whenever you build a farm, only one villager gets to work. Whenever you build a pasture, at least temporarily, you can have up to 8 villagers working again.
Yeah, it's very healthy food burst. And obviously between that, he's got all these fishing ponds to play onto, which he is extensively exhausting right now. And this is the crazy thing. Like Mongols, not a very good defensive civ. But the problem with Puppy Paw's comp is it's not really designed to raid.
Yeah. Now, something that Vortex could do in theory, and I'm gonna die on this hill, I think, like, in this matchup, you only need Mangadai to win.
Rogan?
Yep. 100% Rogan. Like, Mangadai only, even... That's the crazy thing. Like, even when you're up against Gilded Horsemen, even when you're up against +3 ranged armor archers, just Mangadai wins. When you get the upgrades in Imperial Age, it just wins, no matter what.
Okay, like in Imperial,
win.
sure. But like you have to get
in
there.
Imperial.
Yeah, like I think the issue is getting there here.
I mean, look at the resources. Vortex could definitely get there.
He could. He could also get to the afterlife. This is a push from Puppy Paw and a very strong one.
Yeah, now it is. I mean, at this point in time, like, Vortex has enough horsemen. Yeah, he's got already almost 20 horsemen.
Check Puppy Paw's
20
vision.
Crossbows.
He doesn't see this. This is Rohirrim right around the back.
Blind.
But the crossbows, they actually overextend and it works out for them. The men-at-arms!
Yeah, he's on the wrong side.
Are you kidding me right now? His over-aggression might save him. The horsemen wrap past, but they're getting stuck with the men-at-arms. This is getting messy. Horsemen...
army count, it's so much higher.
I mean, it's just not doing enough damage. The horsemen count. They're gone.
They're just gone. They're just gone.
And this is also even more awkward.
Wipe from the earth.
Where is the Korzai? He didn't even use it.
It's in the base. It's next to TC.
I am speechless at this. I can't believe it. Vortex now resorting to Mangonels, but it's going to have to be Magashnell because you have to build him fast. I don't think he's got enough time for this play.
And now the trade, it's getting interrupted. Right at the source.
Just cut off. He can even wrap into the fishing out of that out as well. He's got more than enough men-at-arms to burn down any type of outpost defense. Well... Behind this, Puppy Paw, it's already 2 relics home. At this rate, it's easily going to be 5. And also, don't forget, Inspired Warriors Tech is waiting to happen. He's already got 5 with 4 more products queued up. That type of buff feels unbeatable here. Vortex, worshipping the Mangonel gods, goes in for a wallop. A decent start here. But Men-at-Arms...
Not be enough, though.
Maybe too high on the numbers.
Osman from the backside as well. Crossbows are doing good against the Men-at-Arms.
Does push away the crossbows. Men-at-Arms now the expos of the Mongols. The Mangos are actually running into the Mangos. Into the Men-at-Arms, rather.
Men-at-Arms, yeah.
Okay, so he gets 1. I don't think this is enough. Nah, this looks cooked at this point. Vortex...
It's cooked.
He's got barely any crossbows left. And remember, like, food, the only reason this player keeps working for now is food. But the amount of farms, or amount of fishing close by... is limited now. So he's got big gaps in his economy, not too far in his future. Can we maybe...
last line of defense with the crossbows.
You know what would make a great last line of defense is a Kurotai, but that thing has not moved. It's...
Yeah, it's been standing there.
Yeah, it's chained itself to the TC singing, we shall not be. But the reality is the thing that will not be moved is Puppy Paw. The traders aren't getting through at all anymore.
Yeah, no more gold. Boots running low. And the Men-at-Arms are gone, but they're just getting replaced now by Landsknechte.
I think this is an interesting idea for Vortex. It's just crazy to think how different that fight would have been with a Kurotai. The crazy part as well is like Puppy Paw.
He just noticed.
He calls GG, but like this game that came down to that one fight over the blacksmiths, right? And crazy thought, I would have to go back to check 10 seconds beforehand to guarantee it. I don't think Poppy Paw ever saw those horsemen. That was just
Yeah, he didn't.
insanely
that was just,
aggressive.
Like, moving. Yeah.
Being rewarded.
Just. I mean, it makes sense to move the crossbows forward. They have so much range. Like, they're never going to trade worse against a ranged unit.
Absolutely incredible. We have got quite the series now. Poppy Paw leading, which we mentioned historically. This matchup heavily favors Poppy Paw. 8% win rate. Vortex, I mean, I don't think he's going to roll over and die. I think this is, I want to say almost like a Canadian special. They play Order of the Dragon a very different way to most other players.
Yeah, here in this one, economy-focused way, even against Mongols. Like, typically, when you're up against Mongols trade, you feel a lot of urgency when it comes to reacting to that. Pipeboy here, he took his time. He bided his time, went up with the Burgrave play, and just pushing across. Yeah, Cruel Tide not being used, that definitely did hurt a lot. Honestly, I still think that there was a timing to just skip out completely on Castle Age and just immediately go Imperial. But yeah, I mean, this is the fight, like, with the crossbows, as you mentioned, just on the other side from the men-at-arms. It's so crazy just how quickly those horsemen got completely evaporated by them.
I do wonder if maybe Vortex, like, if you looked back at this and you asked him, will he say, oh, yeah, I didn't need to take it here. I could have pulled it back like 6 or 7 tiles. Because, like, that area, he didn't have anything coming the blacksmiths from what I can recall. So it wasn't that he was defending attack timing. And you are now trying to run a horseman into blacksmith, stone outcropping, and gold, right? You're creating choke points for yourself.
I remember there was an upgrade coming through, but yeah, in the end, it's just like so much military here with the Burgrave spam. It's, I don't know, I think maybe he just kind of felt forced to take a fight because he had like a, in theory, favorable engagement with coming out of the Stealth Forest, but then, yeah, just the unit positioning, the Cruel Tide not being there, didn't work out in the end there for him.
So when I see plays like that, I'm always reminded of the good old Dota 2 days. So a hero called Marana would throw an arrow. It's a skill shot. And the further it goes, the more damage and the more stun it does. The whole idea is like, you do the maths in your head. You're like, his movement speed is this, and he'll be here at this point, and you throw it. And then for some reason, no good reason, they just turn a different way, right? Like, it's that level of feeling. You know, you've had it probably skill shots in different types of games where it's like, it doesn't make sense. There should not be crossbows.
Why aren't you there?
Leading. Yeah, why aren't you playing your comp optimally? And it just completely flips you over. I mean, just well played to Poppy Paw, though. Really good timing, reminding us that Order of the Dragon, you know, I feel like it's fallen off in popularity for a lot of players, but we've seen the Canadians in particular value it still quite highly.
Yeah, I think players are mostly like looking at Order of the Dragon as a civilization that used to go Pro Scout and doesn't go Pro Scout anymore. But honestly, like Order of the Dragon, even before the Pro Scout meta, I rate them fairly highly, and I think they still do excel at things that they excelled at before, even more so now in some situations because they did receive some buffs here and there. But they can still, like, early on, just move villagers out and start on the deer a little bit further out. It's completely fine with them. The villagers are just really, really efficient overall. Next up, though, we're going to be seeing Zhu Ji's Legacy up against Malians. And, okay, I think, like, this matchup, it's a very interesting one because we're probably going to see Pro Scouts from Zhu Ji's Legacy into an all-in. It's going to be interesting to see if Mali can deal with that or if it's going to be like Farimba or Grand Filani Corral response there.
Yeah, curious to see if he tries to be a little bit greedy himself. Let's find out. We're hopping into game number 3. Poppy Paw currently leading this best of 7 2-1. Is going to be Vortex trying to lash back with the formidable Zhu Ji. Meanwhile, Poppy Paw leans into the Malians. A strong pick for him considering this is the first pick of his draft. And that is a pretty good spawn.
I mean, the gold is very far away, but yeah. Having both golds there, but means you don't need to spread your army too far apart.
Very wallable tree line as well, so like poke raids, maybe from horsemen or lancers down the line might be hard to hit.
There's no like Dark Age aggression from Zhu Ji's Legacy, they rarely go for that anyways.
Yeah. And there needs to be a jackpot here. I'm looking for it on the mini-map. Doesn't look like there's any insane meditation gardens nearby. I feel like Lipany recently hasn't been delivering them as much anymore.
I think like in the middle, there might be some good spots, like
Maybe double berry?
stone gold berries. Yeah.
You
Somewhere
could
around
go-
the side. Like, this is a
Okay,
large
yeah.
berry spot as well. Like, that one's pretty good. Issue
that's
is
very
there's a
far.
boar.
Yeah,
it's
and
very
that's very
fine. There's a
far.
boar.
So maybe he just goes for the berries on the east side. If he goes pro scouts, I don't like. This is the thing. Like back in the olden days, we were always looking for berries, but ever since pro scouts, I don't think Shushi cares about that as much anymore. If you give them like a double gold, they'll be happy. We can do
It's
double
always
stone.
going to come in at one point or the other, though. I don't know. I'm personally still a fan of having berries, especially when it's like the large berries, like 50 resource per minute, always feels better than 25. And you still have like great means of getting the other resources other ways. Like just put another villager onto gold then.
It's like it's definitely better on the food, but it's 36 compared to 48, right? So it's like it's not as
The
crazy.
issue here
as,
is the walking distance.
Yeah, and that's the thing I think players start to value is like it's just it doesn't feel worth it because at the early point in the game where you're building that meditation garden, even if you just pull one villager, that's almost 10% of your economy. And in this case, it's going to be free. So yeah, he keeps it short, keeps it simple. He's going to move out into the berries and the gold and get some wood as well.
Yeah, it's fine. Not the greatest, not the worst.
I can't hear "This Is Fine" now without seeing that clear, obscure scene of the guy in the flaming house.
Do they have that scene there as well?
Yeah. There's
fine.
a village where they just like have a bunch of different memes, and one of them is just a guy, and it like they have very dopey voices, and in French it says "This is fine" while the whole house is on fire.
I've been all up in a work project at the moment. I haven't even looked at Claire Obscure. I don't even
Just
know.
avoid
the name.
spoilers. Enjoy it. My favorite meme around it is, do I need to play Claire Obscura 1 to 32 first? It's such a random name. But focus a little bit more back towards AoE4. I do wonder if we are going to be seeing pro scouts at a poppy pool. Because like the weird thing when you play Marlians is even if you don't intend towards it, it's either that or javelins just because of how absurd your gold count gets early on.
You can deny resource with it, and we do see the early mill coming in, so it would make sense for PowerPod to go into that play. Either that, or this mill could be for quick cow build as well. Both is very possible. Like Mali into like just normal cattle boom. Again,
Does
Shrew's
that
Legacy,
feel-
like Shrew's Legacy is going to delay themselves. Like it's not going to be a fast cast age for Shrew's Legacy if they're going to go for pro scouts.
Does it feel like you can actually get away with just the whole ranch in? Like if Vortex then saw that, could he just react with an all-in feudal?
I don't think you can really all-in feudal that quickly, because you can just, when you see additional production buildings coming up from Shrew's Legacy, what you do is you just stop making cows.
Wait. So just to clarify, you're allowed to stop making cows?
Yeah, you don't have to make 20 before you do your next move.
Okay, but like when you say stop making cows, you mean stop at like 19?
Depends. You can stop at 18. You can stop at 1.
Whoa. Calm down. Next, you're going to tell me that there are players out there that only build 3 manas.
What's the translation for the SpongeBob clip, learning to drive and always going full throttle? Does he say full throttle?
I think he says full throttle.
Full throttle, Mrs.
'cause
Puff.
You've confused me looking for the translation there. Were you about to yell it in German at me?
Yes, of course. You know, every cartoon is translated in German. But you don't want to hear the German translation. You don't want to hear the German translation.
What are you in about? Some of them are great, like Preacher Engine.
No, this one you don't want to hear. I'll leave it at that.
Ooh. Okay, Poppy Paw is adding in Musafadi.
Okay.
Why?
I mean, right now there's only melee units. Might as well.
Yeah.
Like, Musafadi's actually trade better than normal spears up against spearmen.
Does he maybe suspect the other PG play as well? Like, that does make quite a lot of sense against Malians, right? Does it?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense in general just to have it, but also because you're able to chase down spearmen with the additional movement speed. If they run across, they can't run away anymore. But he kind of stopped. He's now switching into just Donzos. And there are also horsemen coming in.
Maybe Vortex is trying to play around the timing to burn onto the pit mines here. Does make sense. You kind of feel like a poor man's Ghazi Raider when you do this. Meantime, though, spear upgrades are coming in. Poppy Paw has just been forwarding without actually having any hardened status here.
We do have the cattle transition behind us now, up to 4 already.
Is he just... Yeah, I was about to say, is he trying to bait Chugnu and switch javelins? Because, like, this begs to be repeater crossbowed.
I mean, Poppy Paw and Wham, they are, like, notorious for just going into this big ball of infantry blob. And there it is. Archer range now coming in, yeah. Just gonna get the big old mass of Donzos and javelin throwers. Army composition in.
Looks like he's looking for just enough to protect him while he continues towards the Fulani timing. So you can see it's greedy, but with the way he's fording to Vortex, this is just forcing him to kind of anchor down and play more defensive, which Vortex hates to do.
Count is scaling nicely here at the moment for Vortex. Probably, I think he's going to need additional archer rangers to pump out enough down throws in time.
Yeah, one is pretty greedy here. I mean, you do have the Donzo variant shot, but... And you could argue that Chug is not going to really dive you that quick. Very immobile unit. It's like, maybe not too much to freak out about at this point, but obviously if he doesn't prep more javelins, there's a likelihood he loses the pit mines, which... At that point, you're probably not going to be able to afford the Fulani rush.
Positioning can be very difficult with Jugunu because they are that slow.
Yeah, especially
when you find yourself on the retreat, you're going to lose a lot of them.
Exactly. Like, it's, you know, it reminds me of Lombos, but Lombos at least have the opportunity to get first strike when they are, like, overextended.
I get a little bit more range with the Jugunu tech, but doesn't really feel like it's enough. And it looks like Vortex is now flirting with the idea of Castle Age as a follow-up. Just made a couple of units, maybe baited, tried to bait Poppy Paw a little bit.
We've got a reinvestment. So he's holding some reserves, so maybe he's somewhat aware. But I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Reinvesting.
Yeah, this is crazy because he backed all the way up while reinvesting. So there's no immediate strong dive coming in here.
Are these mind games, I wonder?
I think he's trying to hide the play, and that's big. He just sniped the scout, so Poppy Paw is now riding blind.
Oh yeah, just start luring them 9 minutes into the game.
Of course, the reason why I built 15 military. Yeah, like, because, you know, deer shoves are hard, so why not make it easier on yourself and just build a full feudal army?
Exactly.
Poppy Paw was like, this is a foreign feeling. It's almost 10 minutes into the game and someone hasn't killed all my deer. Well, time to give him a reason to.
I don't want them out there. I want them in here.
Yeah, I feel like for their own safety, they just need to come back to my village and climb in our big industrial oven. For their own safety, of course, Crackety.
The deer are cold outside. Bring them in. Heat them up.
But, like, don't warm them up too much. Like, medium rare warmth, you know?
Exactly. Venison. Always nice to have. And there it is, Grand Fulani Corral. Just with 12 cattle, but that's already enough for a really, really good food income. Vortex, he's still playing with the idea of Castle Age now behind this, but he messed up a couple more units. There's still going to be a rough timing for him to hit, because sure, he's got deer, but that's not really like a scaling factor for your economy. It's a boost, a temporary boost, but not a scaling factor.
And the timings are so much worse than they once were that it no longer really feels like a Venison VD Vici moment. It's like the Pro Scouts win rate has been slowly etching downwards as people have figured out new, more optimal builds. And I think, you know, some of them being more fast castle oriented. We've seen some 2 TCs actually working out more recently. Just a lot more diversity on the field. But I feel like for Shushi, they're still kind of stuck in this as either, all in Chug or you play for Pro Scouts.
You can definitely still go for 2 TC play as well.
That's true,
with
yeah.
Shushi's Legacy. Yeah, they do have some nice bonuses around that. Something else to keep in mind is that with Shaolin Monastery, chances are Vortex is going to get a good amount of relics in. Maybe you can, in theory, go for play into pagodas with Yuan Dynasty.
We'll see if it's quick enough.
In as well.
Because we have got a counter to all on the way. Sofas are starting to be produced. Does need to vet them up first. So it might be that he needs to just kind of sacrifice on the pit mine. Again, it's a decent number of Donzo Javs. Not too many torches.
Oh, Ruganu actually getting a decent couple of shots in there.
Yeah,
take
big
one of the
jabs.
German pros out.
The only thing missing now is the sofas. Once that upgrade's there, he should be able to just kind of like front it into the fight. He's taking a slow poke approach, but that is going to allow Vortex to upgrade his backline.
Mine does get taken down. It doesn't feel that great when you think about it, because he just destroyed like 150 resource worth of value and lost like 4 units for it.
The trade-off, though, is you kept your opponent in his base while you should now be rushing relics, right? Like, first Monk is out, second one to come. So I think for Vortex...
I don't think that's a big point, because Papipo wants to mass, then move out.
True, but like, if there's no threat to your base, do you not just rush the Sofa out into the middle of the map? Because like, he's got to be aware of the castle timing into relics.
Yeah, the issue is it's still not up to Papipo to make something happen at the moment. Like, Papipo is the one with a firm lead. He scaled. Like, even though Vortex has Deer, Papipo's food income is even if not more.
Well, Vortex is going to start to be a bit of lance spam coming in, but he's respecting the threat of the Sofa, so crossbows to layer the cake as well. First Sofa, I'm going to start arriving. Well, spin and interception is good, so good blocker there by Vortex. No assault for Papipo. I wonder if we see him try to rush into the relics now as well. Doesn't feel like it.
I think he's just gonna mass up sofas, and this is the point of in the game where Zhuji and China both struggle. This is when mobility becomes their doom because they just don't have it.
Yeah, and it used to be the solution to that before Season 9 is wall everything. Now, outside a few exclusive players, much more difficult to do in these games.
X is going for Jiangnan Tower, so he's getting Song Dynasty. And it means that he might need to go for farm, or like want to go for farm transition soon, as he will get a nice discount on all of his economy buildings.
Second relic to be banked. He's also got the third one on the way, so looking really good so far for Vortex. We are in a fragile state. Wait, it's been a while. Hello? Didn't expect to see this today.
So, just because we see it that rarely, I'm going to go over it. Jiangnan Tower, as a bonus, acts as a drop of building for taxes, and every time you build a production building, you get 1 free feudal age unit, whether it be early palace guard, horseman, or Zhuganu.
Yeah, and it's produced
and in theory,
twice the speed,
you can just...
Yeah.
It's quite quickly. It's quite... Like, they come out very, very quickly. Now, you don't really save up resource, but you also get production buildings in.
Exactly, and like it's most efficient with stables, because with stables you get a horseman, which is 120 resource unit, whereas the other production buildings is only an 80 resource units. But either way, you're essentially half pricing your production buildings, if not better.
Yeah. The issue is now, if he goes for Yuan Dynasty now, he's going to lose out on the Song Dynasty bonus, which is just objectively stronger than Yuan Dynasty.
Lol, doink.
Gets a 9.
Sometimes you sweat. You're like, I'm confident there's enough time, but is it enough time? And he is actually leaning to those horsemen. So answer to the archers, and then I guess, what, you can just use the horsemen to body block the sofas, so crossbows can win as well?
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, now with all the bonus armor in as well. Sofas are also just incredibly fast. A bit faster than normal knights as well.
Now, the good thing for Vortex to counter that is where he can play towards. I am a bit worried about where he places his farms, but in terms of raw resource access, there's a lot of gold on the west side where you've also got those cliff sides. So a very defendable area, very easily wallable as this game fleshes out a little bit more.
Vortex, it looks like he's going to get all 5 relics, but yeah, Papipo's economy still not up to 20 out of 20 cattle. And food income has slowed down a little bit. I think he depleted his own deer. He has the ranches. He still has room. There should be some more cattle coming in soon.
Yeah, so I think the third pit mine goes up and they can easily afford that. And we finally have imported armor. Wow, yeah, that's a big deal.
Been a while.
I mean, you just assume it's there instinctively in most games, especially when someone has 23 sofas.
Oh, the army gets found out in the middle. The archers, they're left alone.
Yeah, the rest of the army's still running away.
Find them at a perfect moment. Yo, but now Puppet Boy is making use of that. He's just gonna let the archers go down, and the Sofas are gonna go for raids. The entire army's out of position there.
Yep, just enough Sofa to keep him at bay. He still doesn't have the important armor, so needs to make sure he doesn't fully commit into this. But there's a dive into the tree line. Vortex, a little bit slow on the reaction. There's no easy, quick reaction to this, though. The move speed, he's not getting through it.
He's not going back. Look at the villager count. He's losing everything.
We've seen this before. It's so difficult against Malians because of that passive income from the ranchers as well. It's not enough to idle villagers. Vortex needs a way of taking the ranchers out as well. Sofas are cutting the reinforcements. The eco lead is building. Vortex shows no signs of going home.
He's going all in, but these are some hefty, hefty losses. He just lost 9 villagers there.
Horseman wave looks good. It's going to be a retreat deeper into the base. A handful of Dons to defend. The Sofas are moving towards the food income. He's got a few troops to block that out, but they're not going to survive. The bonus against the infantry too much and dive now on to the deer gatherers. And still, those ranches uncontested. New Sofas now arriving to forward for the defense force. And Vortex is running out of time.
Once your front line goes down, you also don't have any more torches to take down the ranches afterwards.
It's only a handful of horsemen left, and it's still Donzos to be cleared. It just feels like there's not a timing to dive quick enough here. He's going to try for it now, but there's so little left of this.
Poison arrows now coming as well. A couple of remaining horsemen fall down on the retreat. Now he still has the army lead, but yeah, just so many villagers down. Economy is still untouched for Puppy Ball.
I mean, you could just rally home now with the Sofas and sandwich this, I think. Well, actually, it's maybe like, what, 10, 15 crossbows here? Yeah, I think...
He lost a lot of the Sofas. He needs to remass, but overall, the situation right now is so good for Puppy Ball.
He's actually going to go for it. Check this. Sofas locking the retreat. So he's got to go for the sandwich attack. Just wants the entire army or most of it wiped because he knows economically he's now a mile ahead.
Sofa still following up, and now the poison arrow archers. I mean, the Jugunu, the crossbows, they're too slow. They can't really get away.
I mean, how do you now recover from this, right? Like, it is 5 relics, but they only do so much against full Lani. That's right, 20 cows in total now garrisoned. And what is a continuously extending lead, and it might even go higher because Vortex is now being forced into desperate moves. You do see that correctly, a mill to be built on those berries, where Puppy Paw is now pushing.
Heights in theory makes sense against the units out. Donzos have been pretty much wiped out. It's just such an expensive unit. Granted, Vortex, he does have gold to spare. With 5 relics, it makes a lot of sense to go for this gold expensive unit. It's just the food, and yeah, the question, does he have enough access to food?
It doesn't look very good from here. He's having to play berries in this area, and he just doesn't have the additional pump. Tune count now down to 5, which means the archers and the Malians are going to be kings. And look at those villagers rushing out. This is just death's door that he's staring at right now. The lead continues to build. The Lancers are also revealed at their infancy. Only 2. That's not going to work against Poison.
Puppy Paw giving up on the berries here. The question is, where else can he go now? I mean, Vortex, where can he go? He's got some berries left here.
How much deer is on the left side? He missed something. I don't know. I think it's probably like 1, right?
1, maybe.
Yeah, in the Stealth Forest. Happy clappers. We also have Military Academy, so Puppy Paw's additional pump is just going to be competitive, even against supervision. And reminder, this is all the Lancers. He's got 4 more in queue, but in terms of what is able to front for the army, this is it.
Puppy now also tripling the food income.
Safety food just going so far. Reminder that this is Song Dynasty, but there's just no reserves for that transition that Vortex desperately needs.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no wood. The woodline villagers, when they went down, he's not really able to replace them.
Seem to screw the whole plan.
Comes in, but just not enough. And now the reinforcements are coming in, already back up to 7 Sofas. If they're here, if they arrive, front line goes down.
There's barely any crossbows left. I think he's got, what, 4, 5 crossbows max here? Maybe 6. But that's not going to last long. He calls it. GG comes out. Puppy Paw swiftly moving on to match point. 1 more loss for Vortex, and it will spell the end of his Elite Classic free run.
Yeah, this was a super close game overall, but just looking at the economy count, those cattle coming in, and it really played itself like the matchup did. I want to say just before the Pro Scout meta, where Mali, they just cow boom, and Juji, if they don't go for the all-in Feudal Age or for second TC, they just never find the connection afterwards in order to keep up with Malians.
Well, and elegantly executed by Puppet Boy. I think the way he'd done that, it looked like Vortex was going for the all-in a little bit earlier than this, right? And then we saw him pull back. We did question what the thought process was. Maybe he was trying to mask the play of that all-in. But, I mean, you're talking about these two players playing and thriving in their personal roles. You did mention in this matchup, like, historically, Malians could feel quite good against this type of comp from Shushi. And I think that's the thing about why Puppy Paw also valued the Malians as a first pick. If you think about the way he was able to play this game up until Castle, it was full comfort. You just sit there and say, well, you come to me, right? Like, I'm going to keep scaling Javelins and Gonzos, and the longer I get to do it, the better I'm going to feel.
Exactly. I mean, it's just all this passive food, all the passive gold. It makes it so easy to scale your army while pressuring your opponent into doing something. Like, they have to make something happen. You can just sit safely inside of your base until there's like a second TC or anything like that. You don't really have to feel a need to move out. Except, though, we're going to be looking at Gorge, and it's going to be Byzantines up against China.
Talk to me about this matchup a little bit and what we expect to see, because there was a time where Byzantines had a pretty insane play into China, right? With the kind of longbow all-in to counter like Nesta B spears, Blanche Neck follow-up, etc. But Pro Scouts really put a damper on that. I feel like China was on top of the world against Byzantines. But we're talking about a new meta, one where Pro Scouts isn't as free as it once was. And Gorge is a map that has a habit of making you feel secluded against all-ins.
China overall, it's very strong in this matchup as well. If pretty much whatever Byzantines go for, if they want to move out onto the map, because China, unlike Zhuji, they can make archers and they can scale them very, very effectively. And with archers, you're going to be able to catch up to and take out Midnight. If they go for longbows, you're going to be able to easily outmass them and just take them out very quickly as well. Pro Scout also helps you out a ton, and just in general, like the scaling from China, it's not quite as strong as Five Cisterns, but it comes in a lot earlier. That's
true. But there is maybe a thought that because the person's going into Pro Scouts, right, that gives you the wiggle room to get away with the initial assistance. Maybe there's an argument that you can't be quick enough in the dive. I am curious to see how he wants to try and approach this. I mean, Puppy Paw has been known to be an absolute menace when it comes to his Chinese pick. One of his best in his roster. I feel like when you think of Puppy Paw, you're probably thinking, like, what, China, maybe Mongols, and I think, well, probably what we just saw with the Malians. Or the Dragon as well.
Yeah, China, Mongol, Mali, I think those are like some of the main civilizations. Rus, but that's typically gets banned.
Yeah, like everyone is like, yeah, I can do the Rus. If you're going to let me get it, I'll happily take it. At this point, it's like saying, yeah, I can play HRE. No, I feel like my cat can play HRE at this point. It's pretty good.
I'm wondering if we're going to get something similar from Byzantines this time around than we did earlier with like the early Dark Age opening.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, because
especially on Gorge, since the gold is far away from the TC. So you know that you could do damage.
And then you could go and shove his deer further away from his base, right? Kind of slowing down the Pro Scouts timing, which could enable the system down the line. Protects you against a rush from your opponent. Not that I'm expecting to see that. I feel like most players want to do the no IO build, which means no Rax rush.
Something that I'm personally a fan of is, even in the current meta, like, you can perfectly fine play China without Pro Scout. Be perfectly fine with that. On many maps, you can secure the deer just with the Barbican as well. And typically there are other resources next to the deer and just move out that way. And then you're already in Song Dynasty, scaling's on your side, and that can help a lot.
Yeah, that used to be a pretty popular play on this map for China. The dream was when, if you look at the little icon we got on the map, if you got the deer that Blue did, because when you're against like Delhi, for example, you get a Barbican next to a sacred site and on the deer, you loved life. And even if it's not against Delhi, like the value of covering that central route, getting full vision there, cannot be overstated.
Exactly. Just taking so much map control there and kind of directing your opponent, saying, okay, you cannot take the most optimal path to my base. You have to go around the sides. And I'm also, like, chances are I'm going to be aware of your movement that way.
Yeah, it's why I also kind of rate Imperial Palace on this map in particular, because of the valley making you feel so secluded. That vision radius is great against raiding type civs. A lot better on this map than I say certain other ones that you feel more defended on your initial extensions. But folks, it is time. We're hopping into game 5. We're hopping with some eagerness here, because the NA dream is staying alive. Puppy Paw is the only person from that region standing in the top 8. And right now, he has Vortex by the long and curlies. Match point just within reach of him. He goes to his 6 Chinese. On the other side, Vortex will be looking to contest with his Byzantines.
Yeah, this time no Dark Age barracks coming in from Byzantines. We do instead have the 2 villagers immediately out on stones, so early system scaling is going to be coming in.
Yeah, Vortex, I mean, yeah, I was about to say, it's going to be the second one moving over. Yeah, he likes to do it this way, where he just uses the secondary to build the system. It's nice, it's smooth. I really rate this type of play highly for the 5 system scaling. I've seen some people go for just 1, but it feels very difficult to actually get the initial aggression point in lieu of that, right? Like, because if you go 2 on system, you're essentially saying, I can't attack you that early. I don't feel like I've seen many people with the 1 system instead find that early value point, because obviously the system changed. The nerf point was meant to be that first wave of mercenaries is notably slower.
It is. Issue is everything after that is a lot quicker. And I mean, we've seen it in the last couple of games. It's so difficult to kill Byzantines, even if when you like kill villagers, the rest of the economy is just so strong. It is really strong. So definitely going to be interesting to see what the approach is going to be here from Puppy Paw, whether it is going to be like an economy or military approach to the game. I mean, looking at the map layout as well, like there's a really good Barbican spot to the left side of the gold. Protect the deer, protect like stone indirectly, berries, the entire upper half of the map, honestly. You can extend that out with walls, and I really think you don't need pro scouts here, but Puppy Paw chose to not go with the early IO opening. So I don't think it's going to be a rush to Song Dynasty.
No, and this is playing the normal way we'd expect, with 2 still in the gold, forces you into the initial taxman, then the taxation helps get you towards pro scouts, and then you rush a few people into the wood for the optimal time with stables. Can shove these deer in much closer, which will kind of just optimize the move across to the enemy deer. The Vortex, Grand Winery already in the way. Berry Spawn's kind of a mixed bag for him. That forward one is a disaster, but he has got a very safe one to the west here with the boar.
That's very balanced, I want to say. He's also got a good amount of sheep here following his scout. It's good that his main berry spot isn't like far forward, like his first berry spot. It's to the side, and with the placement of the Grand Winery, like it's very fine having some olive groves there between the TC and the winery. Gonna be relatively safe.
I wonder, do you think Puppy Paw is going to play that mass archer strat here? I'm trying to think if he does it that often. I think everyone's done it a bit, but there's some players that I get into a Chinese game and I'm like, yeah, it's probably going to be mass archers. For example, like Anotand does it to a criminally high degree.
I think it depends. Like, it's probably going to be more like a reactionary play, like when he sees what type of unit Vortex makes. Because we've seen it time and time again with Byzantines, like they just make Limitna, and behind that they're going for that Castle Age transition behind it. And if you go into archers, you really heavily, like depending on how many you make, you heavily delay your own age up timing.
Oh, third assistant now already coming in. This is, it's weird because in some ways you'd think it would be bad to add systems this early because like percentile increase is not so impactful when count is low. But it's deceptive in that way, right? Like if you have a villager lead, even if it's small, so early on, there's a kind of understated ripple effect. Like you're able to produce, you know, double the units your opponent does at this stage. That's crazy. If I have 4 units, you only have 2, I can just essentially overwhelm you in the fights.
And the upgrades also coming in very, very quickly. You get a blacksmith in, upgrade suddenly only taking like 30 seconds.
Important in this matchup as well, considering that China is one of the most optimized civs for blacksmith timings, courtesy of supervision. And that macro, I mean, this is, okay, I was about to say, this is either Fast Castle or this is going to be a play into a Barbican. Now that convinces me. This looks like Pro Scouts.
Starting off with the spears, but yeah, villagers. Actually, he doesn't have any villagers on gold. He's just getting passively through taxes at the moment.
Yeah, because you're rushing under the wood. Because he begins with the racks, he now needs to adjust for like the stables if he wants PS. So I think timing's there. Can we check the mill? Wait, no, he is.
Oh no, he's moving out.
Oh, he's cooking.
There we go. We're getting a
though.
Barbican rush now.
This is wheelbarrow.
I mean, wheelbarrow would. Yeah, this makes sense. Like wheelbarrow would delay you so long.
True.
From a timing point of view, like 200 resources when the A job itself is 600.
He's gonna stay here and gather the deer.
He is, and this makes perfect sense. Like this is really, really good timing. He's not just gonna shut down the berries, but also the gold.
This is almost poetic when you think about it, right? Like this could be the most aggressive quick game of the series, and the more defensive player, at least historically out of these two, is gonna be the aggressor. And look at that. Yeah, he's fostering.
Yeah, and the thing is, well, this is gonna mean Song Dynasty is coming up next. He can from here on out go into Juganu and just go for a ram push.
Does Vortex not realize it? Because like, why are the spears here? Like, what is the goal of this?
It now.
You need to rush it. The problem is he already activated Akratoy, so by the time he'd reached the villages, he'd barely have any of the buff left.
It's Archers in as well. And Vortex, he did go for the longbows.
Yeah, but they're going to take time. It's only, what, level 4 system, I think, just kicked in, so probably about, what, 35 seconds?
Stables now coming in as well.
And the deer are far away from the Barbican. That is one negative of what people have done with the lane. But now he can look to set up additional infrastructure. He's already got his own archers here. And it is going to be Pro Scouts just on a delay. What? It's like he's being aggressive, but also not, right? Like this is a very interesting curveball to throw with a Barbican drop.
Yeah, Aqueduct's getting kind of stretched out here. Spearmen are going to get picked off by some of the longbows now.
I don't think he suspects the deer gathering, though. Can we check his vision?
Yeah, deer gathering is an interesting response.
Yeah, but it's deer gathering
and
Pro Scouts, right? Like, you expect one, but both is crazy.
Outpost there as well. Keep the villagers safe on the side.
Oh, you know what he could turn this into? You keep the villagers here gathering deer. You go for like a semi-fast castle, and you just drop racks into Palace Guard.
You could. You could also go for a forward clock tower. That's something that we've seen in the past as well.
That's true. There are horsemen to potentially address that, though. Vortex is trying to flood them.
It's getting a lot of them out now.
The good news is actually, because it's so close to your base, I think Byzantines is one of the best civs at clearing this due to the efficiency of Akira Siphon. Like, you can keep it very safe near your base, just poke in, move away. Because normally, having to deal with a Barbican feels like a game ender this early on. You need at least 3 rams, and it takes what feels like a century. Nice raid, though. Horsemen are going to move out. And he will see the Pro Scouts. Like, what are you guys doing?
Is he not supervising it? Like, Pro Scout's taking a long time. Never mind, he is supervising it now. Oh, Scout is going to survive.
Vortex is poking at the deer gathering. He just moved the longbows around the south side, so he'd managed to find a worker kill. Might be able to find more here.
And Vortex behind this, he's just going up to Castle Age now.
I mean, so's Poppy Paw, right? Like, it's not as quick, but then again, you'll make up for it in the build speed.
Yeah.
Just enough spears and horsemen to push that away, and then I imagine a rush out onto the gold. Longbows are proven to be a pain in the ass, so maybe Vortex, do you look to rush relics for this? Could this be some sort of cataphract opening to get pressure on the other side?
A couple of cataphracts would be absolutely amazing here. Just because, like, right now, Poppy Paw, there aren't that many units in. And cataphracts would just absolutely wipe the floor with everything. Unit-wise. Could go... Nah, it doesn't make sense to go for Gulp at all. There we go, Golden Horn Tower comes in. Already has enough olive oil to go for another group of longbows.
And of course, has the level 5 systems, so the acceleration on production courtesy of Conscripto is going to be huge here. Oh, he's reinvesting. Poppy Paw, I'm starting to wonder if he's realizing what's happening. Like, does this feel like a good
He must. Like, he sees the gold. He sees the gold, so he must know what's going on. There is no reason for Vortex to have like 8-10 villagers here on gold for such a long time.
Can you actually make this work as an all-in to punish the Byzantines, though? Or does it feel like he's got too much economy to work with once he techs?
Well, to say, we talked about, right, like Golden Horn Tower, it's worth a lot of villagers when it comes to the production speed that it has. I mean, this is a fast Castle Age timing, in theory, like 10 minutes into the game with all the harassment that Puppy Paw did or tried to do.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact Vortex still has food access with those berries, which was the 8 stack on the left side. Could even turn that into a ball play afterwards. In fact, he could pull the ball in range of the existing system for efficiency.
Yeah. And both talked about it, right? Like, if that Barbican was just a little bit further closer to the gold, he would have been blocking that one out. And now he's paying the price for that.
I guess he was just worried about a little bit of overextension there. So instead now has to play for his own tech up. Cataphracts are already hitting the field, and Vortex is barreling towards Puppy Paw's base.
Paul now able to get his own age up in as well. But it's not really from a position of strength, I want to say.
No. It's going to have to be the clock tower as expected here. Will be a good answer to keep the Lombos at bay, which he needs. Problem is you're against Cataphracts, which have a very easy ability to snipe siege. And on top of that, they're already starting to dive the base. Lombos are going to reach in here, and those are vet Lombos, so the villagers are in trouble. Puppy Paw, he can't make the tech up happen.
Imperial Official also getting sniped out there. He's got horsemen, but they're so weak up against the veterancy as well. Like, veterancy, Lombos can just snipe them out. And Vortex, he knows with the position of the age up that he can just stand there and snipe villagers whenever Puppy Paw attempts to go for it.
You show the spears, they die to Lombos. You show the villagers, they die to Lombos. These are the kings. That's why you see Vortex keeps edging underneath the TC with the cavalry, essentially just using them as a tank to keep the real heroes alive.
Puppy Paw's being really patient here, not sending the villagers out, just waiting.
Horseman there to block, and he will be able to get the tech up. It's going to cost him a worker kill or two. But finally, China has reached up into Castle Age. Dive's going to come through now. The double cataphract underneath the town center. Lombos could find more worker kills, but the villagers are saving villagers' lives here for Puppy Paw. The problem is there's no clear answer to these cataphracts.
Yeah, nothing left, and now Imperial Official once again gets taken down just after he picked up the techs.
Oh, he's not going to check for the wood line, so we'll be scared away temporarily, but with extra cataphracts on the way, I feel like Vortex has a very clear dive point here. Instead, he chooses just to camp the food.
All the food's there. All the food is here, and without food, like, Puppy Paw can't really make anything. Now a couple of knights coming in.
He could just trample by.
Can Puppy Paw hold this?
That's interesting. Vortex tramples to kill the spearmen. The cataphracts are still going to beat the lances. He wants those worker kills, though. The Lombos are diving. Yeah, underneath the TC like this. That was the thing that was keeping the spearmen in check. But now cataphracts are unleashed. Workers have to make like there's no tomorrow here, because that might not be for them.
I'm gonna go on a little morning stroll now, but there's so many Lombos, and Gigi comes in.
Okay, we are seeing a strike back. Vortex reminding us he's not going to die that easily in Puppy Paw. The Barbican seemed like a sick play, one that could have got us the quickest game of the series, but you mentioned it, Crackety. Maybe it just needed to be a little bit deeper. The difference it could have made if he was able to block that gold. And crazy as well, because Puppy Paw saw the gold gathering. You mentioned he knew it was coming. It just shows you how crazily strong this timing can be with the 5 systems to enhance it.
Yeah, the Byzantine economy behind it, it's just really strong. Like, looking at the total resources gathered here, considering that Puppy Paw was gathering from Deer with Song Dynasty and taxation and whatnot, it's kind of crazy that Vortex's economy was pretty much even, if not ahead, for most of the game.
Yeah. Just well played to him as well. You know, I think these berries in particular came in clutch at the end because it felt like he was going to be drained of food entirely, especially with the position in that Grand Winery. But threaded the needle beautifully. And, you know, Puppy Paw, I wonder if the Pro Scouts was just too costly. I feel like we've been seeing that now. We talked about it a little bit in the Shushi game. Maybe this game as well with the Barbican drop. We talked about the possibility for like an all-in timing. He had the deer on the front. I wonder if, you know, in hindsight, look about this, Puppy Paw felt that could have worked, or if it was just too ambitious of a move against Byzantine mercs that felt inevitable.
Maybe. It's a rough call to make, for sure. But yeah, I think we both can agree, like, if the Barbican was closer, the entire game would have been completely different. Like, look at the gold situation for Vortex here, right? Like, he would have to move so far in order to access gold on the other side of space.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, like, this is not a first-time attempt to this type of thing. Like, Puppy Paw, I think, more so than any other player we see in, like, the top 16 in pro play, is infamous for these Barbican timings. Like, time and time again, we will see it in pro play, where you're almost, you have that initial paranoia about it happening, and then you calm yourself. You take a deep breath, you're like, he's not going to rush me.
He would have done it by now.
Yeah, there's no way. And then all of a sudden, one of your villagers gets shot in the face, and you realize what's happened. Like, I've seen him do it so many times on maps where it should be obvious, like Frisian Marshes, and no one expects it. So yeah, crazy to think the Vortex was able to just repel it away so easily, but this is intriguing. We've got a Mongol pick, which makes a lot of sense for Relic River. House of Lancaster is a little bit more funky, though.
I think House of Lancaster is very flexible in where you can pick it, right? Like, they do this, they do their thing. Doesn't matter what the map is, they just do their thing, and they're good at it, and they like doing it. And everybody respects them for doing it, of course.
Don't know about that.
The thing is that Mongols can't really go for like a Dark Age rush here in this situation, because House of Lancaster, they do get those short bows in. Means at least that Mongols, they can kind of like focus on their own kind of thing, like go for an early pasture, just scale the economy, and especially against the civilization that does kind of start off slow, like the House of Lancaster. This is it. This is the situation where Puppy Paw can definitely go for a fast Imperial Age. He didn't manage to do it earlier. Maybe this time.
It's interesting because I think you start with the fishing, that can enhance you, and usually Lancaster doesn't like to react to that. That being said, we have seen a few players opening Dark Age racks with Lancaster. I think I saw Vortex do it in the group stage as well, so he is amongst those that believe in it. If nothing else, it does get you a deer shove.
That's true. That's true. You always can get some use out of the Spearman nowadays.
Yeah, like, which is the nice thing, because I remember, I feel like we were missing Dark Age. Like, the big shout out to the devs between the deer shove. I know some people don't like the deer shove, but it's part of the catalyst that I think makes Dark Age interesting. The current Dark Age meta is 50 times more interesting than I think any other Dark Age meta we've had. But let's see if he's going to begin with Dark Age aggression. We hop in to game number 6. Vortex, he puts our finger on his pulse and lets us know he's alive. Can he get us all the way to a deciding BO7, game 7? Or is it going to end here? Puppy Paw tries to make it so with the Mongol pick. But Vortex has gone for the House of L's, which in most people's eyes is always a House of W. I don't know how you feel about this, Sif Crackety. I feel like I think we talked a little bit earlier about it. It's not broken anymore. It's not Imber. It may be frustrating to play against, but Lancaster is killable.
100% KPN. I mean, Puppy Paw, looking at a space right now, this is a really, really good spawn. If you want to go for like a fast Imperial Age play, he's got the... okay, we do see the barracks. He's got the gold right next to the TC. That is a very good spawn in that regard. I'm confused a little bit. He is going for the early barracks play. He's only got 2 on wood, so this doesn't look like an outpost rush. This does just look like a couple of spearmen. Maybe he's just gonna like deer push, like get 1 double produced Betchen. Never mind, he cancels. He goes for the dock instead.
What? Okay, yeah. So moving the dock now. I think he was weighing it up because Puppy Paw's Calm was sitting on the edge of Vortex's base, stroking his chin, humming and hawing. Yeah, because the stone is in a good position in theory.
Yeah, and he's noticed that Vortex has been doing a lot of these early Dark Age barracks, so he wanted to make sure that's not going to be anything like that.
And that's the thing, like, Vortex is the type of player that would throw that contradictive curveball because there's almost an order of things. You know, we talked about like how things are meant to be and how dare you contradict it. A bit like what Puppy Paw done with his crossbows in that Order of the Dragon game. Well, the order of things here for Mongols is meant to be, I can build racks and double produce spearmen, so you shouldn't build a dock. So a lot of Mongol players have gotten privy to that and realized, oh wait, if that means he's not going to build a dock, he's not going to really build spears against me, then I get fishing for free.
That's right. Fishing for free is always good. Lancaster Castle now coming in. Pretty good spot for it here. Going to be able to get protection on not just the stone, but also the gold. So, pretty much as ideal as you can get it.
Yeah, but like, I mean, think about Crackety, you know. 20 minutes into this game, that Lancaster Castle, the mana spam, isn't going to protect his tree line. I mean, where will he get all his wood?
Where indeed? Where can you get wood in, like, as House of Lancaster? What possibilities do you have in that regard?
I guess you build a marketplace and you like trade for it, right? That must be the only way.
No other way. Yeah. Sometimes I do be like that.
I'm pretty convinced they're money laundering in those manners, by the way. Like they produce all this food and wood, but like where is it coming from? Yeah, but where they getting the meat for that? Those manners are not big enough to house a full ranch.
It's
right?
sheep kebab, man. That's where all the bonuses come from.
You know, like, okay, I'd be more... Here's an interesting vibe difference. You kind of make it a little bit like cows. You give House of Lancaster the ability to spawn sheep. You have to garrison them inside the manors to produce resources.
Okay.
Which is a blast from the past, by the way, because I don't know if I'm trying to remember if the Age of Empires had it. I think Age of Empires 3 had it in a form, but it was different. But Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds used to have this. You could gather the equivalent of sheep, and you put them inside this mill building, and you passively generated food.
I believe Age of Empires 2 introduced that at one point as well with the civilization, where you're able to put sheep into mills.
Did they take it away in the end? Or is it... Okay, they still have it.
They still have it. I think that was when they split up the Indians.
That would make sense, yeah. Because for those who don't know, Galactic Battlegrounds was basically Star Wars. Like Age of Empires with Star Wars skin. Sold. Wait, what?
Silvertree here, I mean, okay. I guess if you have the map control, there's a very good trade route there.
So, Silvertree and fishing, because we all know what House of Lancaster is going to do, right?
They boom, so we boom too.
I swear, if Vortex just does the free mana builds, it could easily
free
just
mana,
be...
fast castle, fast knights?
Yeah, just fast curtains closed and then game 7, right? Like, it's pretty vicious what you can do. You can even technically play feudal with that build, because if you just build spearman yeoman and block the trade, like what does Popaport do to contest that? Like Keshiks are going to get mincemeat against Billman.
Yeah, but then you could also just add in the arch as well, right? Like, it's still very expensive. Like the timing can be kind of rough for House of Lancaster to get enough units in for that.
Especially with the cost of yeoman being nerfed.
Yeah, like yeomen are just very expensive at the moment.
It feels a bit sad. Like, you know, some people are gonna hate me saying I don't think the yeoman needed the resource nerf. Like it feels like you have to do mana spam now if you want to make yeoman work.
I mean, you want to do mana spam pretty much anyways.
That's true. Like once again, just insert the Lord of the Rings why not meme. I mean, I already built 3 of them. And, like, I also, why not? Because, like, I've already formed a little bracket corner of my base. I could form 2 more bracket corners. That would tilt me, by the way.
Keshik's already in. Yeah.
Because, like, you've now built 3 of the 4 corners for a square. It just doesn't make sense.
We're also getting some double produced traders here. So, getting some good little boost there right off the bat.
And we are already seeing a muster.
That is quick. Whoa. Yeah, very early muster and 2 production buildings as well. So, looks like Vortex, he respects the economy from Puppy Paw. Very much so.
He definitely wants that trade gone. It's going to be a little tricky with Keshik spam, because Keshiks will win out against the Demi-Lancers. A nice scout. Puppy Paw sees the play straight away.
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting.
Vision there, really important.
Because you mentioned that Puppy Paw could just go archers. Well, now you've littered in Demi-Lancers with spears. It makes it more complicated.
I mean, Demi-Lancers, they don't do bonus damage. You can kind of just ignore them with the archers.
It's more that you accidentally click them a lot, right? Like, you have to pay a lot more attention and click the targets in the fight versus an A-click.
Maybe.
Yeah, we are getting yeoman plus spears here. Puppy Paw is going to need a transition.
Is just doubling down. Yeah, he's doubling down on the Keshik play at the moment. I mean, he sees the barracks now, right? Like, he must know, okay, my opponent's going for Spearman.
The problem here is, like, Puppy Paw isn't getting good value yet out of the Silver Tree because he's taking the short route. So, like, I think Vortex can maybe chill a little. If this was trading with his side, he'd have an easy reinforcement advantage.
This is still a very good resource, right? Like, 65?
That's true.
Without the gold bonus yet?
If he goes to the other one, it'd
really
be like,
big.
what, 90? Probably 90, right?
Like, this map is very big. So you can get a ton of resource with the trade there.
That's the secret trick when you play like a competitive game. Just like, yeah, let's play Relic River, and then sneak the next size map up. What he doesn't know.
Yeah. Relic River's also always been very bad. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Stop looking at us.
But the villagers. How could I lose the pathetic village?
I can't. Just wait. Give it
no.
2 more tech ups, and then he's gonna start 2-shotting them. It's gonna be revenge.
But right now he's not a
Kashyyyks are
Khan.
just
He's
mowing
a Khan.
it down.
And the issue there is the spearmen were being target fired. So great micro by Puppy Paw. Vortex has got a second wave of spears, but nowhere near this right now. The Demon Lancers, well, I think 2 of them are almost dead, right? So not much threat there.
Not healthy.
A little bit of overkill here now from the Kashyyyks. Puppy Paw not respecting the damage coming his way.
He's gonna have to back off a little bit more, but it's already back up to 7 Kashyyyks overall. Archer's now coming in as well, so he's gonna have an answer to the Spearman.
It really strikes you how depressing this trade-off is. You know, you almost do 0 damage with Demi Lancers in that fight because of the heal.
Yeah. He attacks so quickly as well. Yeah, you pretty much almost out-heal him. Oh, the traders just make it out. Vortex not diving in deep enough there to see him.
Okay, and Puppy Paw an
Now
aggressive.
it's full on play
pivot.
to the archers.
I wonder, are we going
needs
to see a
food.
Blacksmith Rush? Because like right now, that could be the big edge for Vortex. He has got Steel Arrow coming in. And if you don't have Undermesh, the Kashyyyks are going to start melting to this.
Yeah.
Is this the first
It is
game
an
where
issue
Demi
for
Lancers
Puppy Paw,
are going to
even-
win?
It might be. It's not a lot, right? Like Vortex, he's on 3 manners. And Puppy Paw, he's ahead by like 8 economy units now.
I feel like we've seen a lot of games where 5 Demi Lancers can win the game, but it's usually because what you're doing is distracting to be greedy. Whereas these Demi Lancers were designed to stop greed, which hasn't worked at all.
Looking at the income at the moment, though, Vortex, he's pushing very far ahead.
By the way, that gap for Puppy Paw you're talking about where he had to move out to deer, imagine how different this game looks if he didn't have the fishing as well.
Yeah, it would have been an absolute disaster for him then.
Wait, he's trading
He's
from
trading
his dock
to
now.
the dock.
Gold
That's
flappers.
clever.
That is brilliant. Now the Kashyyyks.
A
Oh
good
my
raid.
god. Unguarded tree line here. But wait, we've got manners. They shoot. Don't care. Get in deeper.
Can't garrison inside of them. That's a lot of villagers down. Some traders going down as well. Idle time on the wood line. When Vortex wants to spam archers, hurts him a lot.
Is he gonna
Oh,
get
and
him again?
then he'll follow up onto next wood line.
Vortex. Well, Puppy Paw, he thought he was
Puppy Paw.
looking. If he's distracted himself right now, there's just a dive point available to me. There's no wheelbarrow. I guess without the Khan, he just doesn't feel like he has the gap close. So backs away. Now might be
I
in
think he
peril
has to
here.
worry about his own base now.
Yep, we
That's
do
a
not
lot
have
of
Yam.
units. Yeah, he's going for the burn.
Villagers, they're not moving away. Puppy Paw trying to just stand his ground here. He needs every ounce of food he can get. The Kashyyyks are nowhere near this engagement. Archer the attack speed arrow. Villagers are going to come in for the repair. They have to sacrifice their lives just to keep the defense up. The Kashyyyks are getting cleared.
So costly.
No wood.
Insufficient wood as well.
If he can
Calm
clear the
down.
spears, though, yeah, this is
He
enough.
clears it.
Vortex, he can't burn it now. There's no spears
The
left. Only
Kashyyyks are
5.
coming in from the Kashyyyks are coming in to block off the retreat.
Oh my god, this could be perfect. Kismet.
This was... He didn't even lose that many villagers.
Nope. And now the Kashyyyks going to make sure everything gets cleared. Only 3 spears left here. And the archers will clear them. So chow down time on those pricey yeomen. Vortex needs to rally more spears ASAP. Has got a few more coming in. The Kashyyyks, he actually dives back towards them. It's ring-a-ring-a-rosies here. And a pocket full of dead by the looks of it. But the death count is going to be high for Vortex. The Kashyyyks, just enough
Structure
here
value
to clear
through
it
the
out.
roof. He's killing them all.
Not
More
just
spearmen
that.
coming in. Billows there as well, but yeah, they're gone.
It's not just that. It's more than that. Remember, the traders are going long distance as well. So a remax into more Kashyyyks feasible now that he's reclaimed onto the deer. Vortex, not a single extra mana. This is just him stuck on the free.
And after all of this, Puppy Paw is still ahead in the economy.
Crazy. Okay, I'm not crazy about that, though. Like, please, just
That's not...
go for the dock. Go for glory.
Or go for Vortex's market.
That's true. I think that's maybe what he had in mind originally.
See?
I mean, it would be the maximum distance he's got right now. Vortex. I think maybe he's suspicious. He's moving up north. Unfortunately, his timing's going to be worse than the Keshiks. I don't know if... Does Piper have to defend here? I feel like defending makes more sense right now, right? With your economy being better.
I mean, you still want to use the Keshiks to raid. Thing is, he just doesn't know about this troop right now. Going across.
We may have... You might as well commit. You revealed yourself. Keshik's in. Oh no! What do you mean I can't come in this castle? Open up! That's not the way that landmark works, my friend. Lancaster Castle allows no man, woman, or child inside. It is the anti-Titanic lifeboat.
Yeah, villagers just sitting outside.
Short bows.
Shouting, let me in!
I'm sorry, there's just no room on
Keshiks
this.
lost, though.
It is buying time, right? No, he's just sending it. Like I thought Vortex was maybe just not looking at the
this time's
troops.
double outpost, though. Oh, yeah, that's not happening.
Only 2 Keshiks, but enough archers to clear the spears. And the trader's just like, don't mind me, guys. Just you keep doing you. Nothing to see here. I mean, Yeoman should be able to snipe that, but I think Vortex is just maybe a little bit too worried. Yeah. How dare he be running?
Keshik reinforcements coming in as well.
We're gamers.
I mean,
never
now
do
it's
that.
just too much.
Oh my god. Yeah, the Keshiks. I mean, he can just run this down casually now. Second wave of spins coming through. I think, look, the Yeomen just need to return fire to scare him at least. So we'll poke and prod a little bit. It is even on the archer count from both sides, but you can just feel the noose wrapping around Vortex's neck. He knows what's happening here. He doesn't have his own scale point, and now he's failing to stop the traders.
Yeah. Starting to become worse and worse. Puppy Boy doesn't have any economy upgrades yet, though. And again, also Vortex, also not double broadex. Double broadex at this point in time, kind of wild that neither of the players have gone for it yet.
I guess I think it makes so Vortex hasn't really been on the gold much, right? Because like he didn't want to spam more manas. But Puppy Paw it makes more sense as well. Like you'd think he has all this gold income, but I think he only has 4 or 5 traders currently. And obviously, he's spamming the crap out of Keshiks.
Yeah. Heavy gold investment, but now Keshiks on 2 fronts, and Vortex, he went out far onto the berries.
He's going to catch him on both. Yeah, outpost up there.
Outpost alerts
but there's
him.
too many workers, so he needs to run. North side, Puppy Paw. He's looking to dive in again, but he looks in the wrong location. There's no one here. If he just checks north, if he just punts a falcon out, but he never scouted.
He doesn't know that there's berries.
Dives the tree line instead.
It's the woodworkers. And
Yo,
just runs through, but he's trapped.
Oh. Gonna have to run past. Even the villagers are just mocking him right now. Like, oh, nice. We have attacks too.
He's run through the and then to run past the spears.
He pins them inside, and now the villagers, he's still gonna find them.
Oh, he gets some reinforcements. Well, reinforcement
Look
villagers.
at those bodies.
Why he killed so many there?
Yeah, because Vortex went back to work. He didn't realize.
Oh no. 57 to 33 villagers. Or economy units rather. Trade still scaling behind us as well.
We've got traders, we've got the fishing boats, which remember that south side river has 3,000 food in it. So he's got plenty of runway still there.
Yeah, it's
and this stealth
forest trade though.
Is a little bit cursed because I'm pretty sure Vortex just ran a few yeomen inside it. Okay, it's the spears. Oh god, that feels even worse. He's coming back again.
Yeah.
And once again, Vortex has too many villagers here. No, because he's looking at the main fight. Dive comes in. Look at the health bars there. That's a disaster.
No.
Yeah, but where's he running? It's not straight back to the TC. It's further away from safety. He's pulling them over the spears out in the open, but that means the more of them are going to die. Archers engage over on the Mongol side of the map. Only a few Keshiks here. But with static defenses, it's much harder for Vortex to get in with the loss of spearmen here. And those Keshiks survive.
And the spearmen, they're getting absolutely rinsed. So now there's not going to be any more burn damage coming in.
Keshiks on the tree line as well.
He's still getting more damage in.
This is ridiculous. I'm confused, Cracky. I thought the idea of archers is you stutter step. This man has not moved those archers at all. This is full, just firm, stand your ground. And he's destroying the Lancaster offensive.
Yes, and at this point in time, like, no way out. GG comes in. Puppy Boy's done it.
To be expected given their history, an 80% win rate, and Puppy Paw proving why. Vortex's journey will end here in top 8. While Puppy Paw keeps his dream alive, but it might be his nightmare. His arch nemesis, Marine Lord, will be waiting for him in the round of 6.
Oh man, yeah, that's gonna be really tough. Up against Marine Lord now in the round of 6, not a round really where you would expect to have to face off against Marine Lord. Typically, his space is kind of reserved to be, sometimes seeded in the finals or at least seeded a little bit higher. But this time around, he's gonna have to take a couple of extra sets before making his way to the finals, potentially at least. Puppy Paw. We know his history with Marine Lord hasn't been too successful, but I'm quite sure he feels confident this time around.
Yeah, I think this has got to be reinvigorating. I think for the Canadians, the first EGC event of the year, maybe setting high expectations and then falling short. I know they would have been super hard on themselves on what they'd done there. But great to see they're rallying back. And I think, maybe feeling the pressure a little bit. Like for him, he was the sole remaining member of NA. Usually we're used to seeing Puppy Paw and Wham with recent events making top 8 type appearances. So it really is all on him. And with how Vortex has been looking and trending upwards, I think like this is an inspirational start. Like, obviously not a complete wipe, but 4-2, an impressive score, especially with how tricky Vortex made some of these games. I mean, in particular, that Byzantine game, it's crazy to think just how close that was to Puppy Paw making it a 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, those were really close. Both Byzantine games, in fact.
But you know what? We can dig into it a little bit. We've actually got Puppy Paw on the line for a winner's interview. Puppy Paw, congratulations on an impressive victory over Vortex. I want to talk to you about coming into this tournament, because I was just saying to Cracky, I feel like there was very high expectations going to start this year. And I know you can sometimes be tough on yourself. Did you feel like after the first event that you maybe underperformed? Like, how were you feeling coming into Elite Classic 3 after the previous EGC tournament?
Yeah, I feel like I underperformed a little bit. Not like awful, right? I got top 6, but I'm always trying to do a bit better than that these days.
Do you feel like pressure sometimes? Because I think, you've had so many great runs, especially towards the end of 2024. Like, to you, do you see anything less than top 3 now as maybe just not exceeding what you should be able to achieve?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to like even win these tournaments, but obviously the competition's like very deep these days. Like Anotand's gotten much better. We've obviously seen CSO do really well this tournament, so people are improving. So it's difficult.
Did you feel like the changes coming in with Season 10, the new DLC, like, does this feel like a meta that suits your style more? Because, like, you obviously want to be the best, but I think we can agree, like, RTSs have this habit of metas that will empower or depower certain players.
Yeah, that's a difficult question to answer, I feel like, because a lot of the time it's like maps that change, and the Pro Scout change was pretty big as well. So I wouldn't say like just the DLC, but I feel a bit more comfortable in this patch than I did in the previous one, yeah, for sure.
Have there been any big surprises for you coming into the Elite Classic 3? I think, the most obvious one for a lot of people has been CSO's performances, but you mentioned it yourself, like the competition's heating up. What's been the biggest shock and surprise reveal for you in Elite Classic 3?
Yeah, it's got to be both the Chinese pros, right? Like, not only CSO, but UEMT, he's been doing so well. He beat Marinord, and he beat everyone in his group, right? So, I feel like sometimes he looks a bit shaky, but then there's times he just looks like he's just dominating like match after match. So let's see which one he can muster in the next matches. But yeah, the Chinese players have been doing super well.
Yeah, guy feels like a little bit of a monster, maybe the dark horse. I think, looking at this series against Vortex, we talked at the start that statistically you are heavily favored. I don't know if you realize this going in, you have an 80% win rate against him in series. What was your thought process going into this one? Because Vortex has been hard on the grind. There's been question marks about whether he's going to come in and be the monster he has been in the past. You know, did you feel like you had his number going into this, or did Vortex have quite a few surprises in this series?
I feel like we both played. I feel like we both have a very good chance of beating each other, at least at the moment. Obviously, I have a better win rate, but I think it can be like very seasonal. Like last year, I did much better than he did, and then the year before, he did pretty well. So I guess it just kind of determines what shape we're in. And I think in these longer sets, I have a bit better of a chance of winning. I guess just because I feel like I play more civs and I can kind of adapt easier on the fly, I feel like, but you know, yeah, either of us can win for sure.
I think you proved that you guys, you and Wham, are very capable of playing the marathons. The longer series is more comfortable ever since that Red Bull World Law Finals showdown to qualify. I think kind of stated the fact that you guys can take a very long day. And, you know, it could be a long and arduous day tomorrow because we've got to talk about what's coming up. Not sure you wanted to meet him this early, but I think I referred to him as your arch nemesis. Obviously, you guys were there in the finals. He was the final boss of Red Bull World Law. Marine Lord would be your next opponent. What's your feelings? What's your expectations? Like, of all the players, is this the one that you see as the boogeyman, the big one to beat?
I mean, I suppose so. I mean, I feel like he plays a bit similar to me, but a bit more defensive, which can be difficult for me to, like, I guess, break his defenses, or lack of a better word. Like, he's just he plays very macro oriented, and it's a bit of a difficult style. Like in the last game against Vortex, I kind of just picked him apart, like rated him, and took like a slight economic lead. So I feel like his style is pretty good against mine. And then, but I don't know. I've been doing pretty well in practice at the moment, so I feel like I have a pretty decent chance if I play well.
All right. Do you think the new maps are going to be maybe like a clutch factor for you? Because, you know, I know you and Wham in particular go through the iterations a lot of experimentation. I'm sure there's some things, don't need to reveal what they are, that you've been cooking your mind, but, you know, we are in a new meta. There is a lot undiscovered. Without revealing too much, do you think there's still a lot of things people haven't realized yet?
Yeah, I think like at the top level, I think people kind of get it mistaken a bit. Like the pro players know everything, you know, and they know what they're doing all the time. And it's like Area 4 is a game that is like being patched regularly, which is good. And on top of that, there's so many matchups and so many different civs. Like there's always the room to run and not only run and get better, but like try hidden strategies and stuff like that. So.
All right. Well, I'm interested to see how you're going to do. Excited for the series tomorrow, folks. So you want to catch more Puppy Paw, he will be back tomorrow up against the chimp, Marine Lord himself. But Puppy Paw, thank you for taking the time for us, and you go get yourself some well-earned rest.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Ooh. You know, it's always the challenge where you want to ask them, like, what's the secret thing people don't realize? What's the busted secret? But you know they're never going to tell you, Crackety. I think, like, you know, I tried to avoid talking to him about, like, things like Order of the Dragon, because I think Puppy Paw does have some interesting drafting perspectives. You talked about it a little bit at the start. Like, things like Mines as a priority is going to be intriguing. How do you feel about the upcoming matchup for him? Because, like, Marine Lord, for a lot of players, is the final boss. Playstyle-wise, do you think that may be Puppy Paw's hardest matchup that he could have got?
Historically, yes. At the moment, though, like, you mentioned as well, like what we've seen from other players like Louis MT, currently in CSO, it's very much like there is potential. It always depends as well on like how good Marine Lord's current like practice is, how up to snuff is he in the current meta, like does it fit his play style. We know that he's very much capable of adapting to whichever meta is current, but up against Louis, he seemed kind of shaky. Something as well that I want to highlight is we got Louis MT and CSO like in the same bracket. If CSO makes it past B and he meets Louis MT in the finals, in the semifinals, that has to be like one of the most interesting potential matchups here in this tournament.
Oh, all the remaining is wildly tight. Let's think about the ramifications here. Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw looking on good form. Marine Lord of course, has been hard in the grind, the scrims. A lot of people seeing him as a final boogeyman. Marine Lord versus Beastie. Well, if people look at recent EGC events, they're going to favor Beastie. But by Beastie's own admission, especially with the subathon, Marine Lord, he knows he's been scrimming non-stop. He said that he was kind of surprised he made it this deep for that detail. He hadn't had the appropriate time to practice. And then on the other side, B versus CSO is going to be the wildcard game. Like, I can't even begin to predict what's going to happen to in that series. Both of these players do not follow meta in the way you'd expect. CSO might do something that is meta build order, but as we saw in the series against Anotand, he just doesn't stop with the aggression. He takes it a step further. And Louis MT himself, you mentioned to me before, like, CSO always seems to have his number in practice. Then there's the B Louis matchup where in KPMMs, B has blocked Louis time and time again from claiming a title. It's crazy. I mean, I love this. I love that we have the top 6 there. And I feel like we're already going, maybe we lean a bit towards Marine Lord, but any of these names could claim that title.
It's anyone's game, yeah. It's kind of crazy, like, how close these players are potentially. And as you mentioned, like, we've seen the upsets happen over and over and over. Again, just in this tournament itself, it's absolutely wild. Like, this meta is still so unexplored, and we see something new happen pretty much every day.
Well, people are going to have to wait another day to see if something new is going to happen. Folks, that is all we've got today. So tomorrow, remember, same time kickoff, we are going to have the round of 6. It is going to be Marine Lord going up against Poppy Paw, a rematch from Rebel Wololo much earlier in the tournament format, and then B versus CSO. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you got those subs ready so you don't have to worry about the ads. And we'll catch you all in the next chapter.